Okay, how's everybody's evening going? Yeah, I'm trying to get back to comments. Breakfast. But hopefully everybody, okay, can everybody hear me? Well, we're going to get on to the subject of tonight, as you can see right here. College reference. Notice I live between Kokomo and a certain location. One day, me and you will be run into each other. I'll be able to confront you, and I won't be able to hide behind a screen. Just letting that out there. And I'm going to go back normal. Give me a second. But I just wanted to bring that up and let all be able to see that. Then you have Jessica Clifton, which is his fiance, in his post that they tagged me in. I shared on my page. But before we go in any deeper in that subject matter, we're actually going to be bringing up, if you look back down in the comments, it's a case that I just so happened to be, it was on my Google and stories, and just so happened to find Amanda Martin missing since September from southern Indiana. You looked, I posted her Facebook page, but please make this make sense where you got a sister-in-law of a woman I got home in Indianapolis, worked with IMPD, got this one back home alive. Well, I brought it up to IMPD ISP where her sister-in-law, who helped on her being missing, they were hoping to end up being able to kill her to make it where her brother and her family was going to pay less in court costs and issues. Well, this sister-in-law has now got an active felony meth warrant on her as we speak. But what is this Erica Sickles doing showing up, her and her friends, around a southern Indiana missing woman? Her case, her friends. And there's individuals where IMPD, ISP, among others, know that them and the organization, the drug ring they run with, like I've got the IMPD officer, Garland Odell Cooper. You look back, I've showed where he actually showed, yes, we are making ties and connections to Delphi and Karena to missing murder cases like Jamie Beasley, Tony Klein, and those two, among like Mariah Coy, and it's Cline, not K. It's not the Tony you're thinking, but it's Tony Klein. He was a uh, truck driver for Lowe's. Went missing, was found murdered, just like Jamie Beasley. Both of them are regulars of Kokomo and that ring right there in Kokomo. And just visited Kokomo right before they went missing, later found murdered. Erica Sickles, which it's Erika Sickles, she shows friends with missing individuals like Jamie Beasley, Devon, Devon, Evans, Ebans, missing, found murdered. Then you've got killers, suspects that are involved in their case, among others. You've got a sister-in-law of one individual I got home. Her and her friends, that same criminal organization that you've got IMD, administers ties and connections down Indy, back to cases up north like Karena mcclerkin. And I'm going to let you guys know now, based off 2020, 7 individuals within this drug ring, your actions. It's became personal now. The murder you chose to do, make this personal. Got a personal vendetta against you now. Making a friend, losing a friend same night, the threats on me are one thing. But when you take a life, it becomes a personal vendetta. There was one of these individuals was actually from Chicago, just like Daryl Farrell. If I keep talking, I'll be the next one missing and vanished. Don't need to pack my bags where I'm going. He's from the same criminal network, the same cartel drug ring, but they're in Chicago, just like one of the murder hit killers that decided to kill within my family. Yeah, 2020. 7 decided to kill from within this drug ring. Their ties and connections back to the other killers in other cases, it's not personal vendetta. I will see to it, each and every single one of you, rot in hell. But the ties and connections, these 7 and that murder, go back to, among others, yeah, it's become a personal vendetta against you now. But no matter what happens tomorrow, know this. Karena mcclerkin. And one thing I'm going to bring up to you guys. What farmer? You've got Jerry mcclerkin. I've got every message and text message still with Jerry mcclerkin. And in these text messages, these Facebook messages, her and Andrea Jo Glassburn were taking turns. When Gabriel Ellis was making jailhouse confessions, tell all who was involved, who's telling the truth and who's telling the lies. He told Jerry mcclerkin everything. Just like, yes, I stopped to help Karena. The person I said stopped and picked her up, took her out to his trailer, was, in fact, yes, Paige Shirley. She told the law enforcement and everybody else she doesn't even know, and even tried telling Jerry she doesn't even know who Karena is, but yet you're going to date her sister. And you and Karena both said the only reason your phone number was sitting in Karena's phone is because her sister is your ex. But you've got good old Gabe Ellis's Jailhouse Confessions. Reason naming you. Yes, you did pick her up. Yes, you did take her out to his trailer. That's where you and his stories keep changing. But I know what I've got on my FBI records, down to the FBI federal witness turned federal victim. When Paige, I had to get that protective order on you. I knew exactly what I was doing on you and the rest of that ring. Your actions, no matter what, federal witness, informant, and federal victim. You may want to look up 30 years per charge to the tampering, like Jessica Clifton, Tyler French, Paige, your own doing, you're continuing, and how now having content creators push your narrative. Yeah, it's 30 years per charge when there's murders involved. That's just me alone. And I can file each and every single one of those separately, so there is no plea deal. That's 90 years. Then you've got the targeting me now because I'm disabled, and you're putting that in writ, Jessica Clifton, Tyler Joe French, on especially now, this disabled, crippled piece of shit is about to get what's coming to him. Think again. Federal laws that protect the disabled, like myself. When you target, it's not just physical actions, it's written actions as well on a federal hate crime. Like I said, there's more than one way to get you in front of a federal judge and rotting in federal prison. Your actions, your continued actions, the stalking, the intimidation, the harassment, all it's doing is further adding time. I know when it's about to hit. I know when Operation Geronimo drops. I know when the RICO investigation drops. I will give you a hint. It will be before January. Well, before January. Tick tock, tick tock. Like I said, no matter how tomorrow plays out, no matter how tomorrow goes, your hell is only beginning. If you scapegoat, run, walk free from Delphi, doesn't mean the other cases you were involved with, the other federal issues. How you got ones like Jasmine Bowen caught a 2024 possession of meth down in Putnamville. Rockville, Putnamville, that area. Then you got the inbred baby daddy. He screwed his sister cousin, so he got a baby now with Jasmine Bowen. They're inbreds. But yeah, then you got Alan Tinker deciding that he was going to federally tamper with somebody that his partner that helped him get his roommate out and plan to meet Alan Tinker where he could murder his roommate was a long time FBI suspect known to the FBI, my handler, for years. Alan, you realize the one that sell data, everything we have on you, and the one that helped you, Curtis Beck, do you realize how long him and you gave Ellis set in federal records? If you scapegoat tomorrow, just know there's other cases like Karenas coming soon. And one thing I'm going to let you guys let you know about, is ever since even Gabe Ellis's Jailhouse confessions to Andrea Jo Glassburn and Jerry McClerkin, two on his visitor list, he also gave everything to his attorney. who, after telling Jerry mcclerkin and Andrew Joe Glassburn over multiple visits everything that happened, his attorney dropped him. Gabriel admits that Flint Farmer had nothing to do with Karena mcclerkin's case. She left his apartment alive. I did stop and help her for hours. She did get picked up by Paige Turley. Took him out to his trailer. But yet you have Indiana State Police, KPD in Howard County. I've got this in writ, texts, emails, recorded conversations where they're trying to use my PTSD on why I should not be a credible fellow witness, informant, or victim when it comes to Karena mcclerkin's case. That's about to bite them in the ass here soon, along with the federal lawsuits. They didn't see this coming. We did. I've been waiting for the perfect time to hit on the hardest case. I've got the most evidence. The FBI knew, refused to act on the suspects involved to hers, and it allowed these same suspects, this same criminal organization, to go on and kill others. I was let go as an FBI informant. Why? Because I went to other federal agencies using my agents above me, name Michael Curtis, my name, his contact information, the hard copies that I was showing the DOJ, DEA, Homeland Security, begging for them to act. Or just like 2016, the Florida FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force, new intel, refused to act, allowing the Pulse nightclub shooter to go on a mass murdering spree. The same time frame, 2016 Karenas, up to 2018. That would be Flora, Jeremy Patterson, Delphi, Logansport, Daniel Haidt, Javon Blackwell. Over 35 cases in that local area against that same troubled community, and suspects that the FBI knew. Had suspects' files, domestic terrorism files, for years. Just like when it came to Brad Holder, his militia, him and Amber belonged to, the posts where he was selling his homemade forged weapons to these fellow militia members on Indiana, and the national Facebook private group postings on American patriots, 3%ers, militia. It's the same if you look up the Indiana Tears Hellhounds, the post I showed where Amber Holder was in that same group, and then on her own Facebook profile, February 11th, 2018, recruiting for the Indiana Tears Hellhounds, Norse and pagan kindred. Look up like Kyle Stacy's reliving the Delphi murders for years after. Look up the Book of Troth, Troth, by Edmund Thorson. Look at page 111. And what did that expert, now documented on the Delphi murder investigation? There was one serrated weapon. There was one straight bladed weapon. Look what Elijah Cook, Keigan, Kalis, Travis Janicki, they were parading those exact blood-covered weapons 18 days after their girl's murder. Like they were war trophies, parading them around. Uh-oh, nothing to see. You got both weapons that the experts now say that were involved, blood-covered, being paraded around like trophies 18 days after. But nothing to look at. No reason to look there. Yeah, I got the invite up there. Anybody wants to come on and do the panel? I don't know. There might be some people still on lives or not, but oh yeah. But the number I posted, it's not going to be at the Indianapolis field office. You need to call, demand the full cell data of Michael Curtis. The 317 number that I've been showing, you need to demand outside of the Indianapolis field office, like the Evansville, Southern District. Pick a Southern District of Indiana FBI field office number. Demand to talk to an agent and demand the FBI informant Baffy turn federal witness and allowed by the agent Michael Curtis to become a living federal victim. How to get a protective order while active FBI informant turned witness. The same time that he allowed Delphi, among other cases, to happen with suspects the FBI knew. Hell, the investigation that had the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force. Everybody thought I was nuts. Everybody said I was nuts. But for over 8 years now, no sooner Delphi happened, I was screaming till my face turned blue. The FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force and my agent handler, Michael Curtis, was the first ones already on an active investigation on Ron Logan's property from February 10th through the 12th. The reason they went back up the 13th, it's the militia information, the contact information, the addresses, the places of work of ones like Brad Holder, and among other members. When he posted weeks ahead of time, the plan training there in Delphi, contact Brad Holder, among others, for who, when, where, and what date. It was at Ron Logan's property from February 10th through the 12th. One thing the FBI is not telling you is they were in-person surveillance, audio and video, on Ron Logan's property from February 10th through the 12th. That group left 24 hours before Delphi, but the FBI was watching Ron Logan's property and events that were going on. That group left. The only reason my handler, Michael Curtis, the first agent that got involved in a case he allowed to happen, the only reason he got involved was because he went back up the places of work, the addresses of the suspects that are in Delphi, Kokomo, among others. He had to confirm to make sure those are correct. That's why he was already in Delphi. The investigation itself was done, but they were making sure the contact information, the addresses, the places of work that they had were in fact up to date and correct. Or they didn't have to do like they did Curtis Beck. Try to track him down and figure out where he was living. They didn't have to worry about that and still don't to this day. When I found out, oh, Jeremy Patterson, the murdered victim, was his roommate. They called off the tattoo I was supposed to get done by Curtis Beck just to find out where he was living. After his buddy, Alan, in that ring killed Jeremy Patterson, they knew where he was living. But Jeremy Patterson, his apartment. He helped murder his roommate. The FBI knew and refused to act. Fast forward to 2018. The 2018 school shooting, Florida. Again, the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force, the same task force that was already on an investigation in Delphi, allowed another mass killer to go on killing in the school shooting down there in 2008. Both times you had the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force admitting that a new intel, they refused to act. It's not going to happen again in 2016, only for 2 years later for the exact same task force to have to come out again. We're sorry. We knew intel. We refused to act. We had investigations. We had warnings ahead of time. We refused to act. Those children died. The adults and children alike, the same time frame, the same task force up here in Indiana, new intel, refused to act. Had suspects known to the FBI as domestic terrorism, threats to human life. They allowed to go through. And hell, look at the threats, the federal hate crimes they want to sit on, don't want to act. But you see right there, it's not made up. It's not one of these little creators saying, oh, I got swatted or blah, blah, blah. You're seeing their own words, their own threats, their own promises for your own eyes. Unlike Prof. Robin Boudreaux, I don't have to lie, make up things like, oh, the fake putting, uh, what was it, the trail cameras in the back of a car when it was a SUV with expired paper plate, not paper plates, but expired plates. SUV, and the only thing that was in his possession was bag full of meth, skills, and a 40 caliber handgun. No trail cameras. And it wasn't a car, Robin. Unlike you, I don't have to make up lies and stories. I'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and I can back it up with receipts. Just like when you said you had everything you knew about CJ and the Kokomo ring. Oh, and you're gonna tell all? What happened to that? Oh, wait, the one you were using for money and profit and your own gain didn't drop that. Imagine that. Just like you said you were working with the defense team. You need everything I know on Blaine Nelson, Megan Allen, the whole group, because you need to do a statement immediately, like, as soon as possible. I said I was going to contact Matthew, which I did. I contacted Andrew, just like I did. No Robin Boudreaux, no aka the Prof, is working with the defense team. Imagine that. And when I called you out on it, I had nothing to do with it. I don't know who Matthew, who's on documented files, just like you didn't know the day Gabriel Ellis got picked up February 15th, not even 24 hours after Delphi, not the 17th. Your inbred idiotic ass was swearing up and down it's the 17th, and just like you're making up lies and stories just to stay relevant. About the trail cam, and it was a Grand Am or whatever the fuck you made up. It was an SUV with expired plates. Meth and a 40 cal handgun was the only thing besides the Paige Turley, her wife, in the front seats, and Sierra Daly in the back seat with Gabe. It was an SUV and there was no trail cameras. So unlike you, I don't have to make up lies and stories and add things in. Just speak the truth and let the truth be known. Yeah, I offered it up. I might do a later live. I think somebody else is live because not a whole lot of people here. So I guess I'll probably do another. Who's this? Who's Granny? Hello.
Hello,
There.
can you
Yes,
hear me?
ma'am.
How are you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
Not
you're
too bad.
quiet. Yours is quiet tonight. It's hard. It's
I
hard
don't
to
have.
hear.
Oh, give me a second. I put my
Yeah,
other headphone in. Only
yeah.
had one
No,
headphone in. Now does it sound better?
I had the phone right up to my ear, and I'm like, God damn it, I can't do this.
Okay. Well, I only had one headphone in. Now does it sound better
Oh,
with both in?
okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. It's a little better. So, dude, what's up? You been getting any threats lately?
The last one was Jessica Clifton on one of her new Facebook accounts. That was the
Yeah.
newest one where they can't wait. They are praying that this handicapped, crippled piece of shit, and they can't wait. One day here soon, I'm about to get what's coming for them. That just happened a couple weeks ago, where
Okay.
she and Tyler made that Facebook post, tagged me in it.
Mm-hmm.
Then the moment, just like they told me to do last time, go ahead and post it on social media. It's not like anybody's going to notice or care or give two shits.
Yeah.
So go ahead and post it. The moment I posted that, they end up going and retracting, deleting it off of Jessica Clifton's Facebook. The
Oh,
same Jessica Clifton, which is a registered nurse, that's calling for a crippled, handicapped, no good piece of shit to have
is
what's
she?
coming for him one day here soon. How does she
Is she
have
the
her
one?
medical license? Riddle
Is
me
she the
that.
one that you were talking about a couple weeks ago? That she's with I don't know, some guy you said.
Tyler French,
Is that? Yeah, yeah. Okay,
that's his fiance. And it's the same
okay.
Jessica Clifton. If you look back, I posted about them doing the
I
same thing.
Yeah, I remember that actually. Hey,
But yes,
don't you?
she is
Okay,
a
so you.
registered nurse, and that's how she's talking about disabled, handicapped individuals. That is
Mhm.
she. If you look on intensive care unit, this is the
Yeah,
same type of people that she's caring for. We all need to band together and demand that her medical license, just like Walla, is revoked, and she has no ability to ever be around any patients whatsoever again. When this is her mindset as a registered nurse to protect her
yeah.
child killing fiance.
Mhm.
Kind of disgusting, if you ask me.
Yeah,
And
I
yeah, I
get it.
noticed the name change. I was like, I was, I was waiting for the show again.
Well, I have Andrea on the other channel. I have Andrea on in the background. I
I
was just
got,
saying.
I just got silenced for apparently screaming, but it's a new case. I just dropped, like it dropped into my lap.
Yeah,
Amanda Martin. I put that in all capitalized. For the love of God, like
on her
everybody in
page
her chat, I just
uh,
got silenced for
and
please,
Andrea's.
everybody. Yeah, all I did was this mod, seeing that I put in all caps when it comes
Yeah,
to Amanda Martin. If you look in the comments,
yeah.
I dropped the news. Indianapolis, like news agency, is not doing anything about this. But if you send me an email at huntingeviltruecrime at gmail,
Mhm.
I can show you where ones like I said earlier in this slide, like Erica Sickles, she's a sister-in-law of one of the women out of four adults. I got home alive.
Wow.
But yeah, I just got silenced on Andrews
Well, I
because I
will
was
tell
bringing
you.
up Amanda Martin,
If
her missing
I
case.
wonder if that's why though, because yesterday when I was on Andrea's, I tend to write a lot, or I tend to,
There
do
was a
cat.
mod. I didn't catch the name, but not last night, but the night before,
Yeah,
like praised me and actually sent and dropped a link to my page, and it
right.
got me up to like 1550 now.
Yep,
I'm
that's
like,
great.
whoa.
I know Forensic Führer. That's who got you. And the only reason I know that is because yesterday I did something in caps, and she said no caps, please, and I said okay, and then Yeah, it was really hard for me not to do.
Well, the only reason I did it in caps is to everybody's like messages are all flying by. I wanted to
Well,
make
they,
sure that everybody would kind of look at Amanda Martin,
yeah,
her
yeah,
wallet, her false teeth, her cards, her shoes, her cell phone.
yeah,
Everything was left, but her roommate is trying to tell her family that's only got a $1,500 reward right now. We can
yeah,
up this in a hurry. But when it comes to her case, her roommate's trying to say that she left and went to the store, but yet, like her daughters are saying, her false teeth, her wallet, her purse, her money, her cards, cell phone,
yeah.
everything's still left at the house. But yet she left to go to the store. Make that make sense.
When was that? What year?
September this year. And I
This,
just so happened to see it because like Indianapolis, like news agencies,
yeah.
this is down in southern Indiana, like not too far from like the Kentucky border. But
Hmm.
what are individuals like Indianapolis, the same cartel drug ring that I've got Erica Sickles admitting that there's ties and connections? There's two, like a
Dude,
Devon Evans and Jamie Beasley that she was sitting friends with, victims,
yeah,
and then there's killers, this Erica Sickles and her brother. I feel just like I got out of her in conversations and messages. Uh,
yeah.
I've got some individuals. Did you happen to look on my community wall before you came over here?
I did earlier.
Did you notice this is some things I've been sitting on, like a 2015 cartel dealer
Yeah,
that was
yeah, yeah,
raided
yeah.
in Frankfort?
Listen, listen. You need to take a break right now and go back. Don't you get notifications like when people comment on your
Uh,
stuff? You need to do that because
well, I got ACB.
I know, but that's how I summons people. So if you got a notification, go to where I said because I said something very important.
Wait, are you able to comment on here? Because give me a second. I'm
Yeah.
trying to do ACB.
ACV is he still here? I thought he said he's gonna come back.
Yeah, I think you left.
Yeah,
But I have nobody that like mod wise. That's what I was saying. I'm trying to figure out how the hell do I make mods because I've never had a mod. I've always been solo and kind of
yeah,
me.
yeah. No, I get it. You know the whole. I just had to try 3 times to get into StreamYard because some of the links that you were dropping were taking me to Newsbreak.
Oh, a news break. That's the one that's Amber, not Amber, but Amanda Martin.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That is the comments that I was like, here, look at Newsbreak, and they're talking about everything of hers that was left, and her roommate that she just moved in with is trying to
Mm-hmm.
say that she left and went to the store, and I'm like, um, make that make sense. I feel the
Yeah.
roommate, and then the ties. If you, that's the reason I put on her Facebook. Some of the ones that's been following and kind of see some of the names in and around, like some of the cases I've talked about, you'll see some of
Mm-hmm.
the names, and I'm willing to take the time to slow down when it comes to like this mother that's now missing and foul play is expected. Like it's another Brandy Bradley,
Mm-hmm.
and I've got to slow it down enough. I tried and I kind of did it, but I've got Brandy Bradley, where the non-drug dealing side of her family, like Michael Bradley Jr., was in the 2018 raids. Frankie Bradley, her brother,
Mm-hmm.
wasn't in the raids, and he was bragging that, oh, I'm not a dumbass to sell to an informant like my brother Michael Bradley.
Mm-hmm.
But they're threats to their own family. They've got friends in high places, so if their family knows what's good for them,
Yeah.
they'll shut the fuck up. And they're telling their own family, go ahead and say something. We dare you. We got friends in high places. We're not afraid of the locals or law
Well,
enforcement. We got
I
friends in high places. Go ahead and say something.
that's why I want you to go back to that notification you just got from me like 10 minutes ago. And don't say where it's at. Just look at it, and then I'll delete it, or you can.
That's another thing. I was looking like the what was it you used like Shawshank or whatever. Was that you? Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I was looking. I was looking back in the comments. I was like, because I was gonna like message like drop a hey, I'm thinking about coming on tonight. Like that's why I seen
Mhm.
you and Andrew. I was like, I hope to God they see this.
Well, I wanted you to like. Okay, so here, this is what I'm going to tell you. When you talk, it's like how I am. Like I'm ADD, and I'm like my brain thinks faster than I can speak. You know what I mean?
And
So
that's why
when you,
I've even been asking my neurologist and because I'm like, when I start having my seizures, it's
yeah,
like my mind's thinking or I just had it like the other day. I never had like the spins, the aurora for a while, but
really,
I don't know what it was, but my hands were moving so fast on my screen and it had my screen kind of going from one page to the next and it
oh
did it so
really,
fast and it like swirled when I
oh I
did it.
remember,
And I looked
yeah,
down and I'm like, I looked down at my phone and I don't know, I went from one page to another page, like Facebook or something,
yeah,
but it did it in such a way and kind of glitched out. It almost like it swirled, like before it pulled up the other page. It kind of
mm-hmm.
just had the other page kind of swirled down and kind of, and then it pulled up the other page. And I'm like, how it did it, and like the flashes of light and just how it did it. I'm sitting here for a second, had to turn my phone upside down, like, what the hell?
I'm going to tell you how I think that most people are going to work, and I think this will be effective for you. And you have enough followers to get what you know out, okay? And
I just got to watch ones because there's one everybody's praising right now. It's involved with a child's case.
mm-hmm,
They tried luring me out of a casino where they live,
yeah,
knowing I went with two family members. It was my mother and my brother. My mother and my brother. I rode over with them.
yeah,
They knew I arrived. My handgun was in his vehicle. They were trying to get me coaxed out of that casino, knowing,
mm-hmm,
say, "Oh, don't bother. Oh, we're gonna extend an olive branch." And when they said olive branch and how they were talking about if I had
mm-hmm,
something to say, I could say it to their fucking face. But they're trying
mm-hmm,
to coax me out of that uh casino,
yeah,
and she did not like it because I brought up after what they were saying. I've got the text, the recorded calls,
yeah,
and then they were using two different cell phones. So the technical little know-how, her and her husband was using two different cell phones, and she was trying to say, "I've been working with my cell phone company." And then on Facebook, they were like trying to do the play, "Oh, who's this? Who is this?" Trying to make it seem like I'm fucking nuts, but it's both
yeah,
of them on two different numbers, but the same service.
mm-hmm.
But Chrissy, ring a bell?
Chrissy,
Yeah, ring a bell.
Mama,
Uh-huh. Do you
okay,
realize how her husband caught his felony?
no,
And the way she explained it, it's on my community wall. She tried
yeah,
saying it was a pellet gun
I like
that
her a
went
lot.
off. I'm not trying to
And
talk bad,
no, I
but
don't know her, but I do
when you're
like her. I
saying
do
your
like
son got shot and you're acting like it's no big deal, why shouldn't trust a violent felon, especially one
I
against children,
Yeah, I
trying to
know what
lure
you're
me
talking
out of
about.
a casino,
Mm-hmm. It was
then
her
acting
husband that
like, oh,
tried to?
who's this?
Wait, it was her husband that tried to?
Her and her husband tried doing that. I've still got the text messages, the recorded calls, and the Facebook messages.
About?
them trying to lure me out. Oh, we're only, oh, you can come on hang out with us only for like an hour or two and we'll drop you back. Don't worry about picking up your gun or telling your family you're leaving. Just, oh, meet us out front. We'll come pick you up and come hang out for like an hour or so and we'll drop you right back. Don't bother picking up your gun. But it's the same ones. I've got conversations where the ties connections back like this drug ring and the
Mm-hmm.
ties like Anderson. How I know Anderson's my own history as an addict.
Mm-hmm.
I got into
Yeah.
pills after I got out of service.
Yeah.
I got a brown recluse bite. It's why I've lost 40% of my right hand, and I got maybe a quarter of my thumb. I've lost 40% in why my texts, my emails kind of look like shit. I
Is
don't
that
have 40%, and I've only
you
got a
mean you
nub
lost you mean
of a thumb.
you lost the being able to use them, like they're numb or like
I
they're
don't have I don't have a thumb. Yeah, I've
well,
got
I
a
can't
quarter
tell
of
you to go
my
stick your
nub.
goddamn thumb up your ass then.
No, but hey, my ex figured out, you know the massage chairs? You know how
Yeah.
like a regular thumb it would go in like a obtuse like little round like rectangle circle square like when you're
Mm-hmm.
giving a massage?
Yeah.
My ex found out that if I use like lotion in like the deep tissue,
Mm-hmm.
don't use your other hand, just use the nub because that
Oh,
nub I it's right over like it's right under the like the second like right there at the bin when you close your thumb, right there in the
yeah.
bin.
Yeah.
I've got half of that down closing into my bottom knuckle left. So when I do like the circles, whatever, like giving a massage, like I used to do it like professionally. And yes, I used to do tattoos and now sitting, I'm wanting to get back into tattooing, get like a kick going.
Yeah.
But I used to do it professionally out of my shop. So I was like piercing, tattooing. Like now I'm in a chair. I'm like, I'd get back into something like that
Yeah.
because I'm already in
Absolutely.
the chair. I'm already gonna be, and I can move my chair like level how I need where
Yeah,
I'm
you'd be
comfortable.
sitting anyways if you were in a shop
Yeah.
doing tattoos.
And I was like, I ran it with a buddy of mine. We end up doing training in micro and subdermal. I still have my
Mm.
license that you had to earn to do micro and subdermal because it's almost like a medical procedure. You have to puncture, like literally take a cord out of somebody's body. It's like a
Yeah.
medical procedure in order to do a microdermal or a subdermal. It's a
Right.
subdermal hematoma, like the you got to go through like muscle and tissue
Yeah.
to go into the dermal. That's why it's called a micro, which is a
Mm-hmm.
tiny, or a subdermal. You're going into the dermal layer of the skin, muscle
Yeah.
and tissue to put that dermal piercing in there. And that's why if you go to like gel or whatever, usually when it
Yeah.
comes to micro and subdermals, you'll see the mug shots where all the piercings else are coming out, but they know that piercing is embedded in their skin. It's not coming out. And they're not going to be able to take it out and make a tiny little shank out of it. So most of the time, they just let them keep that in there because they're not going to do a surgical procedure to take that piercing out. It's embedded in their skin.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I've done that for a while. But my ex-wife was a felon, and comes to
Yeah.
find out she had already had the felonies on her and was dabbing into the troubled community like she was an addict.
Mm-hmm.
I was so good with not like depending on pills after 3.5 going on 4 months. I had morphine dilaudid mix on my IV meds, and I had Oxycontin like 80s for my oral meds. So I was going through debrading in about 4 months in the hospital, and you got to think my thumb by that time was the size of about 3.5, like almost four thumbs
Yeah.
all the way around.
Wow.
And when they had my gauze on, you've seen the old big green thumbs or caught your red thumb, but literally when they had my gauze on, it would go past my fingers, and it
Yeah.
was like a big old. I painted it green just, or I had them like do it in green gauze. So new nurse coming in, they get a laugh, or a new doctor like, oh hell, I would never have thought about that. I'm like, you gotta make fun of it somehow. So I had the green thumb of the hospital.
Hmm.
But I got to where the security and then like the nurses were knew I was a smoker. They were helping me where to go outside, and then I knew by the smell, hey, if I give you the money, can you give me a pack of cigarettes? To the nurses, just by the smell, you just went out and smoked, didn't you? How'd you know? I'm stuck in here without a cigarette, but I was, like I said, 4 months like inpatient. I ended up running that hospital like as long as I knew what like the next blood pressure, medications, anything they needed to do. I had my cell phone. I was like, if you need me, text me. I'm running down. I'm going to smoke a cigarette. So I put my city clothes on, and the security told me where the cameras don't see me. If they don't see me, they can't do anything. They can't say anything, and they
Hmm.
don't watch like the incoming and outgoing cameras. So if I leave to AAK, go down to the vending machine, go to the cafeteria, they knew what I was doing. I was going out smoking a couple cigarettes, and a couple turned into probably about three or four, like like hotboxing, and then with a nicotine high, walking back up, going, "Hi, I'm back."
Hmm.
But I was long enough there. It was like I became like that hangout room where the nurses, if they needed a break, like I had nurses like literally like leaving but coming back through, just saying hi and helping me, and with the other nurses knowing that their lunch is coming up. I had other nurses that I helped during the day do the same thing, had their lunches delivered in my room, and back in the back room it was like a bariatric unit, so I had like a big old long, so I always had snacks, candy, like drinks kind of put back there with the other nurses help. That kind of, it was the break room. But oh, hey, I'm gonna go check on patient so and so, or if they're having a bad day, just need a snack or a drink or need to unwind. I was that patient room. Hey, I'm gonna go check on so and so, and all the nurses knew, even the doctors. Like, I'm gonna swing by like through my room, grab a snack or anything, or hey, stop by, say hi, and talk before they go to work.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
the nurses, I was like, I started finding out as long as you treat your nurses right and do them
Hmm.
right, you have a little snacks or have other nurses help you like do the snack tray, like
Yeah.
candy bars, whatever,
Hmm.
drinks like 5 hour energies, like anything they would want or kind of need. They pitched in and had it in that little kitchenette area of mine. And I was like, I became that like kick ass patient that if you're having a bad day, just swing through. I get a laugh on your face, then hey, here, get some snacks, get the hell out of here and go back to work.
Yep. There you
If they
go.
lost a patient, it's the same thing. It's like they're having bad days. They knew like I'm just having a bad day. I need to get away, and like I was just like this upbeat, like I'm stuck in here, so might as well. So hell, I do the dumbest shit, especially if I'm on narcotics. I become like a damn comedian, and hell, I'm making fun of myself. Like, hey, look, you think your life's bad? Look, my damn green thumb. I look like fucking uh the Jolly Green Giant over here with this fucking thumb, and I can't even put this one up my ass.
Right.
Like they're having a bad day, I'm gonna make a joke out of myself. It's just like nowadays. If I'm
I
my
do it
in
all the
my
time.
like if I'm in my form crutches, my leg braces, I'm
Hmm.
Timmy. Then if I'm in my power chair, I'm Timmy off of South Park. So now you
Your
can't
power
unsee it.
chair.
I'm Timmy or Jimmy, one of the two, and half the time I'm acting, especially if I'm in my wheelchair. I'm
Mhm.
doing like little like circle, like I call it like drifting. If I get in like thick gravel, I can
Mhm.
literally drift in my power chair. And I'm looking like a damn really the retard going, no, look at me. And I'm sitting here just fucking having a good old time in the gravel in my power chair, like drifting in the gravel in my chair. And I'm like, look what I can do. So I look like Timmy and Jimmy half of the time and I act like it because I'm like, I always said anybody, my exes that know me and still friends with me, you got a bad
Yeah.
day. It's like, there's no bad days around me.
Mhm.
I don't allow it. I don't care
Yeah.
if I have to do something stupid or like trip myself up and just to get a damn chuckle out of you. I will one way or another get a chuckle out of you. But yeah,
Yeah.
like I was trying to say in Andrea's, uh,
Well, Andrea's got 8,000 people in there. So if you say something and somebody comments, you're going to miss it.
oh yeah, that's another thing. Well, I'm surprised, like you said, I think you know who it was, but they gave me a shout out and it got me like 50 subs
Yeah.
just after they did that and dropped the link. And I'm like, whoa,
That's
whoever
what
that
I'm
was, I
saying.
didn't catch it, but I'm like, damn,
That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, so here's the deal. Please take my advice. Why don't we try to, a lot of stuff. A lot of the stuff that I don't even know. I just don't know those people. You
one
know what I
thing I can
mean?
prove to you, and I'm just gonna say a few names right here. Greg Ferency, I've
Yeah.
talked with him, I've worked with him. He's opened my Baffy files.
Yeah.
Uh, when it comes to Todd Click, same thing. And the bad
He's
thing is,
still
when
in
it comes
jail.
to Matthew with EMSI investigations and Andy, is
Mhm.
I got to like the nickname basis with Andrew. Like it's Andy and hey, I'm Mike. Hey, Mike, hey, glad to see you again. I met with him more than once in his Noblesville office.
Yeah.
And I noticed she said something like, "Oh, these names don't matter." They never brought it up. Tyler Joe Prince, Kokomo Crew, that came
Yeah.
out of Andrew's mouth on the record in Delphi.
Andrea?
Do you realize him and Matthew had no clue? You mean to tell me Gabriel Ellis belongs to the Sons of Odin? You bet my ass.
Who,
I've
Andrea?
got the
Like, Andrea
no,
the lawyer? Oh,
Matthew. Matthew MSI investigation, the
I
private
know who
investigator.
I know who that is,
Yeah,
yeah.
you should see some of the text messages and stuff he sat on and didn't give to Andrew.
Oh,
Yeah. And the Dropbox I have with Matthew,
yeah.
if he would have acted and did his job what Andrew and Brad hired him to do, holy God. But
Honest to God, this is what I
I got
think.
somebody admitted to me, Matthew admitted to me when I was talking about the Sons of Odin and the Odinism, the Gabe Ellis and all that, before they were able to talk to the professional,
Mhm.
it didn't make a whole lot of sense to them. Just like Todd Click, the investigation.
Yeah.
They only wanted to talk to me when it came to Brad Holder. What do I have on Brad Holder? Where's my hard copies? What hard copies do I have? Like, yeah, I admitted to him. Yes, the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force being there in Delphi, it was his militia, the
Mhm.
Sons of Odin, which he was recruiting out of that, being a militia member with American Patriots, 3%.
Mhm.
He
Mhm.
belonged to them for years. There's militia friends of his that I can show you sitting on Tony Slocum. Yes, the ISP Tony Slocum.
Yep.
There is a
Mhm.
federal domestic terrorism threat that
Yeah.
had a major hand as a former sheriff, the Constitutional Sheriff's Association. He helped get that started. You remember the last Bundy standoff in Oregon, the Malheur Refuge standoff? We're
No,
going to
I
talk
don't.
to a constitutional sheriff, a
Mhm.
Frank Castiello, a former sheriff that was sitting friends now with Indiana State Police Trooper Tony Slocum,
Mhm.
along with over 3 other dozen domestic terrorism militia members that are sitting in my files.
Yeah.
I can show you still to this day. each and every single one, back to the hard copies with my agent and me, conversations, emails, texts, recorded calls, were these same names they're sitting with Tony Slocum, was sitting with the
Right.
sheriff like Boone County,
Mhm.
and it's going back to the same criminal network where he barely decided to go after. But tell me this, riddle me this. They used the new Indiana 2018 law, the same law that Anna brought up with me. She was thinking since the new law where all felons they would have Gabriel's DNA. He was arrested in 2017 before what was it 2019? The felons arrested on a felony automatically have to give a DNA sample. She's under the mindset that Gabriel's already his DNA is on file.
Mhm.
Talking about white vehicles, I brought up white vehicle. Paige Strilly, she sold her Tahoe that she used in creating mcclerkins,
Yeah.
helping dispose of her body.
Okay,
If you look
so
on the
stop. I want
Tahoe
so
I got pictures of, if you
so
look in the
stop
very
for
back,
something.
the brown
Yeah.
stains, that looks like blood.
Yeah. Okay, so
But she
stop right
used that
there.
Velcro to get rid of, well, hold on. She used that Velcro to get rid of Karena, like help them assist get rid of Karena. And they got
Yeah.
out of Gabriel Ellis's Haley's apartment on 105 East Harrison. When you
Yeah.
Google that, keep in mind that back door, all Paige had to do is back her truck up to that back screen door. It goes right to the
Yeah.
not basement, but the bathroom is right in front of
Mhm.
there. It's the same bathroom. If you listen to live I did with Blaine Nelson, the
Yeah.
only reason I knew the details of that bathroom is a recorded conversation. I was wired when I talked to Marlena Smith. She actually told me the firefighter that paid Gabe Ellis to go again to hard R and beat her, it was a firefighter. It was at his hands that killed Karena mcclerkin. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up, everybody's wondering how the hell would the real killers know what and where the search team was that wasn't on like scanners and known information? If you've got a rapist and murderer that helped in Karena mcclerkin's that killed Karena, is already wrapped up in that, was still an active firefighter, easily could grab with him being ranking. He could easily, hey, I'm going to go help in Delphi search. I'm grabbing one of our radios.
Yeah.
They
They yeah.
admitted that there's Howard County, even there, right there at the courthouse. I just watched a live the other night where somebody was talking about, oh, I seen Howard County here helping with uh, security and helping getting Richard inside. I'm like, hold up, hold up, hold up. You mean the same Howard County where you had a sitting mayor, Greg Goodnight, like Dustin Warwick, multiple dealers in the 2018 raids? You had a Howard County Maine commissioner, Paul Wyman, a captain, Kevin Summers with KPD, all sitting friends with multiple dealers that were federally raided. And you can fact check me this. Call DEA and ask them when it comes to the DEA raid in Kokomo and Howard County, was Howard County and KPD allowed to have an active involvement in the DEA federal raids? No. And they will tell you no, like pretty strictly no. And when you press and you ask why, due to conflicts of interest. Howard County,
Yeah.
the local government, they were only allowed to do outside perimeter security due to conflicts of interest. I've got that in a recorded conversation with the DEA agent. And then I'm like, what do you mean, like the conflicts of interest? Just like you got Nicholas mcleland, another politician, Neda Duff, her son William, dealing out of her house. She had no clue. She's an elected politician, and not just their local in Carroll County. Look at her in like Nick's role in the Republican Party when it comes to the state level. They hold rank. And other individuals like Jamie Noel, you can't tell me Pence, Holcomb, seeing him making millions out of nowhere, and Jamie Noel buying all these cars, the sports cars, and having all these parties, and they're all coming and kind of having a good old time with him. It's on his dime, but nothing to look at.
Yeah.
His money laundering. You can't tell me
Mhm.
the politicians like Pence, Holcomb. If you look up Jamie Noel, like
Yeah. Mhm.
JamieNoel, Facebook, right after he was arrested, why do you think he had pictures where you got Holcomb with his arm around him, big old smile on their faces, and then Pence looking back behind? Why do you think he was dropping certain posts, like certain pictures with certain individuals? If they come after
Yeah.
me, and if I go down, you're going down with me. And I called the ISP, the one that's even he agreed. And I've got this on a recorded conversation when it comes to Jamie's case. ISP, it's the one time I'm surprised they went after the Good Old Boys Club. What do
Yeah.
you do to piss Carter and the rest of them off? The other
Right.
politicians, where they're going to be like, nope, we're going to take this guy
So,
down now.
so okay. So let me ask you this, and please, let's just because I've asked you this before, but I know you know a lot of information. What do you think happened to Abby and Libby, and what was the reason? I mean, I have my own thought, and I haven't shared it until kind of lately.
No,
You know,
sorry about that. I was,
oh, that's okay.
I,
You heard
yeah.
me though. Okay.
No, what did you
So like,
say?
I
Well, I
don't
was
know.
getting rid of that Robert dude. I got tired of seeing him in other chats,
Oh,
and I
good.
just
He's
seen
been chasing me
go to
around
mine.
all fucking day. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's
Now
been a
repeat what you said because I was reading that idiot's, and I'm like, dude, give it a break.
yeah. That's what I just said. Well, hey, if there's something that you know that we don't, then tell us because we need to know. We would, we need help. But okay,
And
so
one thing I brought up, and this is privately when I was talking to Andrew and
hmm
Matthew at the Noblesville office,
yeah,
I still have, and I'm not bringing this up because I know by God, if I said something about it or I show it or make a question,
yeah,
it's the same thing I brought up to Andrew in the Noblesville defense team office. And I brought it up and I showed him. I was like, Rick was kind of recluse. He has his like billiards buddies, like drinking. He's got to drink a few to have a good time and kind of be out, be social. Kathy,
hmm
based off of her friends list, like on Facebook, before all this, it seemed like she was a damn social butterfly.
yeah,
There's going to be some individual's names like an Anthony Negerball out of Delphi. He's prior service. He's got his dress uniform, red beret on his profile. He goes
yeah,
back to friends with like Stephanie K. Steppers. She moved out of state now, but he also goes back to ones like Tara German, among others. But was sitting right there friends with Kathy Allen. Then
yeah.
there's a Kokomo. There's Kokomo individuals like a Brooke Ball. She's a home health aide there in Kokomo. It ties
Yeah,
back to Gabe Ellis, all these names, this, that, and the other are showing around individuals like that. And all it took was an individual like Brooke to befriend a social butterfly wife and the vacations, like them hiking and going on vacation.
yeah,
A befriended, now aka trusted friend of Kathy. Hey, can you make sure the animals are taken care of or house sit? Like, we're going to take a week vacation.
who's
Had
that? Happy who?
like Allen's. But like some of her friends, like Brooke Ball, all
Oh,
it took was individuals that could befriend Kathy because you got to think it's either family or friends. When you're going on a vacation for like a week or out of state, you've got animals and you got a house. Like you want
yeah,
somebody to house sit and pet sit.
yeah, yeah. And Tara
All it
could have
took was
very
individuals
well
like you see
changed
what I'm getting
clothes.
at?
I
When
mean,
there's
yeah,
individuals that show up on her friends list to go back to this and it's not her left and right, all these ties, it's the ones that she befriended, that she trusted.
yeah.
How
Well,
would somebody know, hey, there's going to be a bullet in a shadow box, like a memory box with a gun? There's going to be a single bullet in there. You might want to look there. All it
yeah.
took is a trusted friend of her, Rick's, that they thought they could trust. But
Hmm.
look, these individuals going back to Tara German, all these other names, and back in around this drug ring, they were unaware of this, I'm pretty sure. But the small town of Delphi has a big meth problem. Nick's
Yeah.
own family. Nick's coke issue. Where do you think he was getting his narcotics from?
Oh,
His nose
come on.
candy.
That guy ain't doing no coke. Come on. He looks great. He's never done any drugs or drank anything in his life.
No, look it up. He's actually got.
Listen, I know. Don't tell me. I already fucking know about Nick.
Dan, I'm sitting here like Blaine McCleland. He was raided with a female the same date, same time, in a split raid with Derek Sherman and a female at his location. Look at the date and time of the raids. And when they were charged, they were dealing partners with this cartel drug ring. But you remember Anna Williams saying none of the families in 2021 have anything to do with any drug ring. Then all of a sudden, Del Wood, another one that sits, another dealer, another narcotic, another one that was had a drug house, just like Michaela Babcock, Harley
Yeah.
Babcock, the same house that uh, Libby went and stayed the night at, had a slumber party at an
You
active
think
drug house, the
you really
Carroll
think you
County.
really listen, listen, this is what I'm trying to get out of you, okay? We gotta keep people happy. So what day do you think the girls went missing?
Tina slipped up and she was trying to say the 12th, but then the 13th, when it came to her daughter texting her, Mom, I killed one of the girls and I stabbed one of the girls to know what it felt like. And that's the same time frame where you remember the text I just now let it out where her daughter texted her that she took pictures of the Delphi murders.
Yeah. Where are
The
those
same
pictures?
time frame, Tina was at 100% telling me the 12th, they had boxes, like shoe boxes full of baking
Mhm.
soda and peroxide in the basement of Gabriel Ellis's daughter's apartment. She tried saying it was an apartment over by Speedway, and a former stripper that was good friends with Gabe.
Close to the bridge?
And no, this is in Kokomo, like 105
Oh,
East Harrison, the
okay.
real crime scene where Karina lost her life. And her
Yeah.
own mom admits this is exact. Uh, in the bathroom, she lost her life. Blaine Nelson, there's messages where he had no control that night. He was just there, and that's
Yeah.
where the end live with me and Blaine Nelson. He talks about Gabe Ellis, Kyle
Yeah.
Stacy, him being brothers and having their kids calling each other uncle and them nieces and nephews. He talks about that at the very end, how they
Yeah.
became blood brothers when they all took a blood oath. Alan Tinker, Tyler French, Kyle Stacy, Paige Turley, Haley, Tiffany Tender, the same Tiffany Tender that actually I've got a Justin, a dealer that was under Kyle,
Yeah.
let it all out. Where Tiffany Tender, I feel like it was planned on
Hmm.
the 15th. She called in that Gabriel Ellis and Sierra Daly was that her and her girlfriend Gabe Ellis's daughter, Haley,
Yeah.
their apartment. So them starting the investigation, telling them, starting there at the 105 East Harrison, and high note
Yeah.
is that apartment, the renter, the same renter that actually admitted that yes, Flint Farmer's apartment, they renovated at the same time, ripped out and renovated. They couldn't figure out which one was the right crime scene. They owned both Flint Farmer's and Haley, Gabriel Ellis's daughter's apartment, and the only two apartments out of both those apartments they ripped out and re-renovated was only those two. They couldn't figure out which one was the real crime scene. But they told
Right.
me, this female on a recorded call told me when it came to Gabe Ellis, he was always paying cash, and this female that would come up and get the rent off of Gabe, her own words as a renter, the way he gave me the creeps and made me feel when he told me he's involved in karenas, I could see it. When it comes to Delphi, I could see him being him.
Yeah.
And this is from a renter that was actually coming and getting the payment off of Gabe in place of his daughter. Blaine Nelson admits that him, Josh Eberling, Tyler French, Cal Stacy, Gabe Ellis, they were using Haley and Tiffany Tender's apartment over on Harrison Street, the same Harrison Street that they murdered her at, like Karena,
Hmm.
was a trap house that they were all using and taught uh, her all she knew. This is
Right.
Blaine Nelson. And then when I asked Blaine Nelson uh, what drug ring and who like was over you, I've got him in writ where he's admitting Michael Jones, the 2018 raids where Tyler was arrested in,
Yeah.
it was Mike Jones. Tyler French, that was part of their crew.
Oh.
And I've got this
See,
in
I
writ where
never,
it's from Blaine. Just like he
I
admits
never,
that he
I
was
didn't
there.
know that
He had no
he
control
was.
on what happened that night, but he was there. And then talks about like the bathroom where Karena lost her life. Everything
Who did?
Marlena said,
Who
he
did?
backed up. Blaine Nelson.
Oh, I liked him. That's all I
The live
found
I
him.
did with him,
Huh?
tells you a lot. Do you see Gabe
I
Ellis, your brother, doing
That was the
Delphi?
first time I
Yes.
ever watched you when you were interviewing him, and I thought it was really cool. And then I found out that he died, and I was so bummed out
You see the live I did with his mom,
with his mom.
Heart and Heart with Tot Rubio? I was the only creator she gave the toxicology to. Do you
Uh-huh.
realize the horse drink? It was over 90% horse drink and very, very small percent of
Yeah,
fentanyl. He was supposed to have gotten fentanyl. They
it
gave
doesn't take.
him,
It takes a granule of fentanyl to kill you.
oh, there was barely any fentanyl on this. It was all horse drink.
Oh, there, Thorazine.
Yep.
That's fucked up.
And it shows on the percentage on the amount of Thorazine that was in his system. And
Hmm.
then it shows a very, very minute, like 0 point something percent of fentanyl.
Wow, that's not uncommon. I mean, there's even where I live, there's fucking people die all the time from
I'm
it.
I'm going to let her decide if she wants to, but I just got the confirmation just
Yeah.
yesterday, just last night off
Okay.
TikTok. But the jailhouse confessions that Gabe Ellis did, Flint Farmer had nothing to do with Karina's case with Jerry McClerkin and Andrea Jill Glassburn. They were
Hmm.
ping ponging who would jail visit, like on his visitor list, on who would
Yeah.
sign in to visit him that day. And the reason they were ping ponging it, he was telling them every detail down to yes, my name's going to be said on there. Yes, I did stop to help her. So when Jerry's saying yes, I happened to be at the right spot at the right time when she needed somebody the most, admitted
Mhm.
even Gabe Ellis said yes. And then yes, Paige Shirley did pick her up from where he
Right.
stopped to help her, took her out to his
Well,
trailer.
Okay,
But
so
he
Paige,
admits Gabe
that,
Gabe Ellis
so
admits
that's
that
a guy,
Clint Farmer
Paige
had
Pierce.
nothing to do with her case, and she left his house alive.
So that's a guy that
Clint
Paige
Farmer,
Pierce. No, the Paige Pierce guy or whatever.
Gabriel Ellis.
Oh, I know Gabe L. I mean, I know that name. Okay, okay.
But he's on
So,
Jailhouse Confession with Andrew Daryl Glassburn
oh
and
really?
Jerry McClerkin. And Jerry tells me everything that he told her and then told his attorney. And after he told her everything with Andrea, back and forth, like signing in is who's going to visit him that day. But
Yeah.
he lets it be known in his Jailhouse Confessions. Yes, I stopped to help Karena. So that puts it for 100% fact that I was a federal informant turned federal witness on her case. And
Mhm.
his Jailhouse Confessions back that up. The same Jailhouse Confessions, everything that took place up into him and Paige Turley's stories
Mhm.
separate. He was trying to say that she ended up going in like respiratory distress, and he was telling her you need to get her to the hospital. She fell out of the truck, so if you find his DNA on her, he had to pick her up, put her back in the truck, and
Oh.
told Paige to get her to the hospital. And then Marlena's own true story. No, Paige went out, picked Gabriel up at his trailer, and took her back
Mhm.
to his daughter's apartment. The same apartment where Marlena's saying she picked up her cell phone, her glasses, after the same killers disposed of her daughter, and was given a tour of the crime scene.
Wow.
And the crime scene she was given a tour and told me, I asked Blaine Nelson about. I was like, her mother said it happened when the firefighter beaten hard her again in Haley and Tiffany Tender's apartment there on 105 East Harrison. He's like, yes, it was that apartment. And how he knew was like, I had no control of it, but I've got him in a text where he's actually saying, I had no control. I was just there.
Yeah. And
And then
yeah, sometimes it's
the
guilty association,
the
but
hole,
then you
yeah,
can
the hole put in the wall, her mom said was by her head during
Mhm.
one of the assaults. Her head went into the wall. They put a mirror in front of that hole in that bathroom so their
Mhm.
landlord wouldn't see it. And then I
Oh.
brought that up, and then I kind of coaxed him into it, asking
Yeah.
about the bathroom. Like Marlena said something about a bathroom. And then
Mhm.
something was over a hole in that bathroom. Blaine was
Right.
like, yeah, there was a mirror over a hole, and it looked like somebody punched their fist in like the wall. A couple times there's a big hole, and a mirror was covering the hole in the bathroom. The only way I knew about that is from Marlena. And
Yeah.
when I met with her, I had two agents sitting down the road, and I want you guys to fact check me. You will see a crew cab, silver, dark tinted windows, Chevy,
Mhm.
Chevy, four-door crew cab, silver truck. When you have the helicopters going around, you'll see
Yeah.
that truck right there at Ron Logan's property. That same truck, February 10th through 12th, had two agents watching Ron Logan's property, and individuals like Brad Holder, among others, who had planned event going on from the 10th through the 12th. And you remember 8 years ago, from the very beginning, when I started talking, I told everybody, and I was called nuts. I was kicked off like Sleuth Intuitions Live with Frank Meister. I told you not to
Mhm.
bring that up. They were laughing, having a good old time because I was bringing up the Joint Terrorism Task Force. My handler, Michael Curtis, was being involved with an investigation going up in Delphi
Yeah.
prior to Delphi ever being a case. I was a laughing stock, big old laughing matter. He's fucking nuts. But what's now on the documented on the Delphi case, the
Yeah.
FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force admits that yes, we were on an investigation
Yeah.
in
Well,
Delphi prior to
I
the girl's
figured that out a
case.
year ago.
Not so much nuts now am I. I said that 8 years ago.
Weren't there
right when the
three
girls
different
happened.
people? Weren't there
I was
three
like, the
different
FBI
people?
JTTF was involved, was already there in Delphi.
Was
I
it
know that
Mike
is my
wearing a
handler.
wire? Was it Mike wearing a wire?
That I don't know. But I do
Okay.
want to bring up, like, when it comes to uh 34,000, Tina was saying when her sister took the charges in place of Gabe, then I actually got the conversation with Anna. Something Tina said when it comes to Christy Lynn Martin being Abby's godmother. I do have it
Oh.
out of Anna where I confronted and asked her, was a Christy
Mhm.
Lynn Martin Abby's godmother at one
Yeah,
point?
I remember
Yeah, so
seeing
what?
something.
And
Yeah, I
I got a
remember.
yes. Yeah, so what?
Yeah, yeah,
Doesn't mean that
yeah,
they help. I'm like, hmm. But the
yeah.
confrontational, like I've got all the messages with Anna. It was confrontational from hell. But when it
Mhm.
comes to Becky, it wasn't so confrontational. And when it comes to Tyler Joe French, when she's seen his picture, whoa,
Ooh,
who is
Becky.
that? Yeah, whoa, who is that? Where's he from? And then
So
I told her his name, and then some of the ties he has back to Derrick, like Dustin Prater,
yeah,
friends of his. I was bringing
yeah.
that up to her. And then I was even showing her the hard copies of my agent that was over me. And I even told her the girl's case was preventable.
Yep.
And she's like, oh, we'll make sure to bring all this up to Carter. And that was like 2019. And then Anna 2021, where I was bringing it up, where the FBI knew intel and refused to act on the girl's case. Not long after that, that's when Carter kicked the FBI off of the girl's case.
When? Wait, he did that when
2022.
Gulen said he had the report and he misfiled, or FBI misfiled it. FBI said absolutely not, and they were not going to take the blame. I mean, the girl found it in her desk, and she was like, "What the fuck?" She was cleaning out her desk, and she's like, "This wasn't here before." She knew it wasn't there before, and so it was like a setup.
And everybody, like all these bootlickers and the AK troll farm, like pro prosecution, pro ISP,
Yeah,
just like Renee, he brought up on Dan when BNX, like the only person out of that live on Dan's page that's owned
yeah,
up to it and said sorry was Adrian. And Light the Dark with
hmm,
Adrian,
yeah,
I brought it up. I was like, do you remember this live where Renee brought up my 2018 video? His PTSD, his traumatic brain injury? And I've got that. You remember way back when I showed where I've got an email with Tyler where he's trying to say my TBI and my PTSD has got to make me mentally retarded. Word for word, what uh,
yeah. That's
Anthony was
immature.
using against me,
Hmm.
Tyler just said that in the email. And then you have word for word my TBI, my PTSD, exactly word for word. I've got the email with Tyler. This
Hmm.
when Renee Anthony Charles Greeno comes on
Yeah,
Dan, Curious Constitutarian or whatever,
yeah,
his life
yeah. Hmm.
on panel with Casey Anthony, not
Yeah.
Casey, but uh,
CJ.
Casey Conwell,
Yeah,
CJ, Renee
yeah.
Greeno. You had Phoenix. You had Dan, Blue Eye Trucker. You get the idea on their live, on all their panels, out of each and every single one of their mouths. Oh my
Hmm.
God, Greeno, you're right. Like his PTSD is TBIE. And listen to this. He was bringing up my 2018 video I did inside KPD. He tried redoing, but only got to the front lobby. They refused to talk to him. But he tried redoing my 2018 video when he went to
Ah,
Kokomo, saying, I want to talk to somebody. I want to talk to somebody.
wow.
But that 2018 video, he's calling me mentally retarded on.
Oh, don't
Do
listen to him. Everybody
you
knows
realize
you're.
Charles Chuck Myers, if you
Yeah.
do his LinkedIn, He was in charge of what? The Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force with the Miami County
Yeah.
ISP post. You've got Charles Chuck Myers
Mm-hmm.
and Detective Robert. I think it's Robert or Detective Benzinger with KPD admitting
Yeah.
that Indiana State Police, due to manpower and funding, it's only one, like KPD detective, one Indiana State Police detective, one case at a time. In some of these cases, they don't want to be found. They don't want justice.
I know. I
But
know.
40 child exploitation cases sitting cold on their desk. Renee Greer, everybody on that live on Dan live
Mm-hmm.
that he brought up that 2018 video,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll show you word for word. I still got it like recorded, like
Yeah.
I screen recorded it. Every single one of them, their own mouth, each and every single one was having a good old life for a good couple hours, kept on saying out of their own mouths, "Oh my God, he must be mentally retarded." You're right. But that
Oh, don't
2018 video that they're calling me mentally
yeah.
retarded on, you realize Liberty German is one of those 40 child exploitation cases sitting cold on ISP and locals' deaths?
What? Wait. Okay.
There was
So
three. There was
this is
three
what.
Anthony shots, like account, three victims out of Kokomo. So that's three out of, well, four out of 40 cases sitting cold on their desk with the Anthony shots count alone.
Yeah.
And you've got ISP and then KPD saying it's only a state and local issue. Child exploitation, child porn is only a state and local issue. And when I asked them, due to manpower and funding, if that was such a big issue, one detective, one case at a time, 40 cases sitting cold on your desk, why aren't you getting federal help? No, you hear that from both of them. How's that becoming of an Indiana State Trooper and ISP, Doug Carter? 40 exploitation cases, including Liberty Germans.
Yeah.
2018, sitting cold on their desk. Why? Money and manpower.
Who said that?
Charles Chuck
Carter?
Myers,
Oh.
Indiana
Ah.
State Post, Miami County detective, right there in
Mm,
IS with ISP and then Detective Benzinger with KPD. I did that live. I got tired of being told by ISP my PTSD is why Kokomo and Howard County and ISP have been trying to keep me from a federal informant turned federal witness, and I had to get a protective order while active. Both of them turning me into a federal victim. They're trying to use my PTSD that I sustained when I was a child. What I went through
mm,
is where my PTSD comes from, and they're trying to use my PTSD why I should not be a credible federal witness, informant, and victim by the same ones that went on to kill. And they're promising, you seen the threats? They know where I live.
yeah.
Alan
Yeah.
Tinker, he just got out of jail early for his murder, only got 10 years, just like the baby Amir Robertson's killer, only got 10 years.
Yeah.
Was able to get out 3 years early, just like
What do
baby
you know about?
Amir Robertson's murderer. He's able
What
to get
about?
out 7 years.
Yeah.
I
What do you
got
know
Alan
about?
Tinker. I can't wait to meet you.
What about? What do you think about Travis Lee Evans being involved?
Uh,
You
I have to look
you
that in
know
up
you know what he
like Nick
did.
Edwards.
Okay, so no, I don't even know who Nick Edwards is. I think I just saw that name yesterday or something.
Garrett Kurtz
I know
name.
that.
He was trying to name. It was only a friend of Ashley Garth's, which I've got
Yeah.
all of Ashley Garth's friends list, and then all
Yeah.
his friends. Nick Edwards, one of the male. He named a male and a female. Nick Edwards was the male that he named. That is a
Hmm.
practicing Odinist. If you go back and look on Nick Edwards' pages right now, you'll see him all dressed up in full garb and like the axes and uh praise tier. The same time frame, like the praise tier that
Hmm.
Brad Holder and others was praising the same god tier, the same time frame when Nick Edwards was. But Garrett Kurtz names Nick Edwards receiving the snuff and gore of the Delphi murders,
Mm-hmm.
and he was trying to play it off as that it was only a friend of Ashley's. He didn't know who he was. He's sitting friends with Nick Edwards, and still practicing Odinist. And
Oh.
the same Odinism issue. Look at Christopher
Mhm.
Mathis. The runes on his chest.
Yeah.
I had one
Mhm.
last night go on live. I was not too happy because no sooner I'm it starts with an S. Her nickname on YouTube starts with an S, ends with a T. But come to find out, I found her Reddit name. She's been trying to pry information, kind of, oh, trust me, you can trust me. Went on an individual that admits that him and others in a Discord, Robin, uh, was trying to get everything they could out of me for content
Yeah.
for them and their
Mhm.
friends' pages. But
Mhm.
Scout, aka breath of fresh air on Reddit, come to find out, oh, Mike's been talking, working with me, and oh my god, I'll send you everything I got from him on Robin's live last night, and
Yeah.
I knew right off the fucking bat who it was on Reddit. You can remain anonymous, like you're trying to remain anonymous. With everything going on with the defense wrestling, I wanted to go on somebody's live last night, and I just wanted to talk and let it out. I
That was
called her
him.
out.
That's
It
what
was
Props
her.
said.
No, Scout, the one that went on live with
Oh no, where has
Prof
she been? Did she change her name?
Reddit. She's been trying to she came out as Scout back on Prof's live last night. Then she admitted she did not say that, oh, I've been kind of prying information out of Mike, but oh honey, you've been Mike Phillips. Like she tripped herself up on Reddit, her secret identity, when I called her
Yeah.
out. Everything you just said, you got it from me on this Reddit, thinking I can trust you. You have no ulterior motivations. Oh, it's not going to go to anybody, and you're not going to go on any lives or oh, make it all about what you know.
And
But
see
then you
that's
jump on
kind
his
of
live, and I called her out on it. And she's like, "Oh my god,
so that's kind of what
yeah."
I'm saying. Though it's like
I
people don't.
screenshot every conversation, and when she slipped her up and it's like, "Oh yeah, that was me. I won't go on anymore. It's this, that, and the other. Like you can still trust me." I'm like, she
Yeah.
did just like pre-consent did, trying to send, but only pre-consent, just like Jessica Jojo Plunkett. Pre-consent actually brags about it. I even asked her if she tried sending nudes and titty and ass pictures
Who?
and pre-consent,
Oh
or is
yeah.
it Kate?
It's
What the fuck's her
practicing.
real name?
Uh,
Yeah,
I
pre.
I I can't say that.
I can because I even called her out. I was like, "So is this how you use like nudes and stuff to try to pry information out?" Oh no, 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 and I have no ulterior motivations. Like I'm not working with anybody. But then I've got in a recorded phone call, Robin and Robin Bedreau, aka the Prof,
Yeah.
admitting that yes, pre-consent, Teresa, this all these names have been working together on a Discord, all working together, like the troll farm and him, on trying to get everything out of me, all I knew, where they can make content and share it amongst themselves on their creator page. You notice when I asked him about what other content creators, he said there's others. Oh, I didn't mean it. I was meaning more like they're commenters
Okay,
on that
listen,
live.
Michael. Michael, listen. I know that whole story because I was involved. Okay. He lied. I tried to tell you that the other day. He fucking lied. And then he turned around and went batshit crazy and started fucking doxing people. He kicked them out of his
Yep.
Discord,
And
you
he's
know.
saying he got kicked out, and that's why he went
And
after everybody.
well, we got a different Discord because we were all in there. And one day, two girls came in that were very helpful with information. Okay, and they came in, and when they came in, they said, um, Uh,
Oh Lord, if you hear this entire
wait, I'm
recorded call
trying.
I did with him,
Yeah. Oh,
give me a
that's what I
second.
was
I
gonna
got
say.
family in the other room talking to somebody on a headset. So if you
Two
hear him,
girls came into the chat and said, "Hey, uh, they were trying to give him information, and he was such a dick to them, and they were like, kind of, they backed down, and then he said, 'Get the fuck out of my Discord,' and I have the whole thing. I have it all. Okay." He said, "Get the fuck out of my Discord. I don't want you here. I never said that Charlie Murphy was Chris Long, and because he kicked him out and got violent with him, like." And I said, "I thought you vetted everybody in your Discord," and he didn't, because he didn't know who Charlie was, and he didn't
so
know
the
who.
recorded phone call I did with him. So like even after he admitted, everybody in his Discord and him included,
Hmm.
he was getting incentives. Like he was saying, like, give me a second. I got family talking in the room.
Okay.
But now he's on a game and he's got his headset on talking to a friend of his.
Oh,
So
sounds like my
he came
son-in-law.
in, got a drink in the kitchen. That's where if you guys hear him in the background.
Yeah. No, that's
But
okay.
what I was getting at, so when Prof admitted that pre-consent, Teresa, him, everybody in that Discord, they were teaming up, and by any means necessary, like
Sex
Teresa,
workers.
she couldn't, she couldn't get like everything out of me. So, oh, pre-consent, can you trust? You can trust pre-consent. Like I vouch for you. You can trust her. She couldn't do it. So, oh hey, trust Gambies. They kept sending each person after they noticed like I would reverb myself. I wouldn't give out any more intel, intel, like go into darker, like deeper subject matter. Like all I've got, I
Mm-hmm.
started catching on. So they were sending this person or that person. Then Prof, yet again, after I've already figured this out, and him like Joe Lewis. Look back on like my videos, like I did a live and talked about Larry Nasser, the FBI incident, everything like that.
Yeah, I remember that, and you know what,
His
Michael?
FBI
I
video
want,
saying, "Oh, look what I found." But right
I just
before he
want to
went
tell
into
you,
content, he
I
was
want to
like,
tell you the
"I
one thing
listened and
about them.
I watched, and I looked where this guy was talking 2 days ago." But then
Listen,
he goes on like
I
he knew
know.
everything.
Okay, Michael, listen. I
Yeah,
know
here.
that. I know that situation, but I also know that Joe never was even watching your show. So I don't know how he found that out, but it wasn't from your live. It was not. I promise
Oh, you'll be surprised. I've got a 0.2% out of Australia. It's every month. I've got a zero point 0.1 or a zero point 0.2 viewers, and where it shows demographic of where from, what countries,
you. Yeah.
it's always zero point 0.1 or a zero point 0.2, like maybe one or two people from Australia
Yeah,
that
there
shows
are.
up that I was constantly watching my videos and demographics. Like there's only one person from Australia that shows up in demographics. And I'm like, people are trying to say he doesn't watch my show, and I'm like, he admitted if you go back and watch the FBI Larry Nasser right
Yeah.
before he goes into content, he's done this multiple times. Like when he's used my shit as his own work, he admits right before he goes into the content, like I've listened, I've watched, and I've heard what other people are saying. So I figured I'd self this on my brain and bring it to my subs, my members, my
Well, you know what though,
donors.
Michael? Here's the deal. Like, so, Prof's trying to get all this information out of you. You don't want to give it to him. Joe's trying to get information out of you or using your information and whatever. So here is what you need to do to fix the problem. You need to do it on your own show, and just think about, if you see another video that you like, there's no law that says you cannot repeat what they say because you just learned it that day. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I understand how you feel about that, but once you go public, like on a live, you know goddamn well fucking props over there taking
Oh,
notes
that's
like
the one
you're a
thing that
martyr.
pissed me off, like Scout. And there's been others like Matt Sullivan. Like, he's a private investigator. I can trust him. And then climb out on like private investigators, like, oh, I work up here in Canada with the multiple blah blah blah. But oh yeah, you can trust me. Like the government up here trusts me. You can trust me down there too. Tell me everything you
Mm,
know.
trust no one. Trust no one. Okay, let me.
But
Okay, stop.
I do want to
Listen,
get this
stop
out
your
here.
brain. Stop your
This
brain.
became a hold on 2 seconds.
Okay,
This became
it's your live. I mean,
oh, hold on. The threat and the actions towards me is one
yeah.
thing, but 2020, when 7 individuals that are now arrested acted and a murder within my family happened,
Mm-hmm.
and 7 individuals from this drug ring decided to kill within my family.
Hmm.
My
Yeah, because
second
they don't
cousin,
come after you. They go after your
my
family.
second cousin was the intended murder hit. The new
Yeah.
murder hit from the 7 that were arrested. Some of these are out walking to this day. The new murder hit goes down to a third cousin, toddler. His mother just turned 18, lives with her mother, my first cousin, her husband.
Mm, yeah. Wow.
Why? Because they're going to make her sister, the toddler's aunt, suffer more. They're going to kill the rest of her family to make her suffer even more after they've already killed one.
Well, she needs to get some federal protection.
What's fucked up? The locals, the state,
Yeah. Hmm.
they know about it and they know about the threats from jail and the ones that are out walking. They know the threats down to the toddler. And just like the murder hit on her, like I said, Kevin Summers,
Yeah.
Greg Goodnight,
Yeah.
Paul Wyman, the Maine Howard County Commissioner, other politicians, their family were involved. Blaine mccleland, neda duff, William Duff, Derrick, they
Dude,
all sit friends with each other.
it goes so far through Indiana and all the way up. I say to Trump, but people get on my ass and say, no, it stops at Pence. So, I mean, I guess it's a matter of opinion.
I do gotta when it comes to Pence, it's a Pence. And
I
why
think,
I say Pence,
yeah,
I was I knew him left and right. Fucking, he was no good for Indiana. Then I was seeing him back to that good old boys club.
yeah,
I actually can show you if you like email me. I can actually show you conversations where I called out a sitting senator in Kokomo. Why is
yeah,
it whenever I make a new page for my original Mike Phillips that I don't have access to right now, you add me
yeah.
then? I made this page because I have no access to my other page. Why is it anytime I make an alternate account
Oh, you
under my
using
name,
him?
this
How are you
sender,
using? Is
why is
YouTube
he
taking him
stalking me
down?
and adding me?
Is YouTube taking him down, or is he?
No, he's still a sitting senator out of
Okay.
Kokomo.
Yeah. Okay.
And he's a friend of Jamie Noel, the corrupt piece of shit politician down southern Indiana.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
If you look up, like I said, Jamie, JameyNoel, I can show you a sitting senator out of Kokomo.
Well, I have a friend listening right now, so I'm sure she's gonna take notes and listen. I'm trying to get her to come on because she is
But what I'm getting
unique.
at is there's good old boys club, like just above like the drug ring
Yeah.
and those individuals involved, like Gabe and the others. There's good old boys club. There's Fouts.
I
Then
know.
other politicians, their family were involved, like Blaine, mccleland.
Hmm.
Where do you think Nick was getting his coke from? What narcotics he needed from what drug
Oh,
ring?
that's
Hmm.
no secret.
Neda Duff, another high-ranking politician within the state, out of Carroll County, just like him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just
Hey,
not just
did
Carroll County,
Jimmy
but look
Evans
outside their roles. And
did
I
Jimmy
found
Evans ever own a like the CPS building and used it as a bar, like a men's club, or like maybe because I know he bought a bar, but I have a feeling it was at the CPS building because it went empty. And
another
I,
thing I can show you. I do want to say this real quick before I forget it.
hmm
Tina was trying to get me to go to another train bridge that Dusty Hooper, her family, they frequent more the train bridge. The now I can make this across with my power chair, even my manual chair. It's concrete. It's not wood. It's concrete
yeah,
right there in Cutler. She
hmm
was trying to get me information and trespass, but her and others was warning me. But Dusty Hooper, remember the searcher Eric Williams? I got
yeah.
some conversations with him where I was calling him and his brother out to tie some connections
Oh,
back to this ring. And why are you showing
easily.
around other cases? Do I have something? Do you
Yeah,
have
he's kind
an
of
issue
getting
with
too
me?
soft. Yeah.
You
He's
can
kind of
show up face to
getting.
fucking face. We can take care of this.
Okay, so who is that? Anna's brother?
I'm not 100% sure, but he used even on the interview that a family member, I believe it was
Yeah,
Anna, called him to come out and help search.
that's
But
what he
yet,
said.
you notice during that interview, he said he did not have a flashlight,
Yep,
but is searching out in the dark for the missing girls.
and he found
Make
all
that
the
make
bodies,
sense. But then I've
and
found all the ties and
yeah,
connections back to other
McDonald's,
cases to him and his
McLaughlin.
brother.
Yeah,
And it's just like another one that's friends with Gabe Ellis and all those. Albert Scott. He said friends with Jamie Beasley. You realize David Kallenberger, his stepbrother, was the last one seen by an ISP trooper before he was missing, now murdered. His remains still we haven't found.
no.
Yeah, Albert Scott, his stepbrother out of Kokomo,
Mm-hmm.
was good friends with the family. And only reason I knew this is she was my weed lady.
Yeah,
Come to find out, she was selling narcotics out of the house too, but I only knew weed. But
Becky from Becky's house.
no,
Oh,
no, this is my weed lady, like during Kokomo. But how I
okay.
met Albert Scott, his wife, and then how I know about Jerry, this certain woman's brother. He
Mm-hmm.
was openly, and I had my cell phone running the whole time. I was so they were so comfortable with me. They knew I was an FBI informant. But her brother came over to get weed off her, like his sister, and was talking about, and I had my phone running this whole time recording this about how he got his Sin City collars, like his vest back. He took like 10K, like 5K in each saddlebag down to Indy, traded out for a product, and brought the product back to Sin City to get his patches back. But what Jerry has and his ties and connections back to this ring, Sin City Motorcycle Club, Mobile Ground Shakers, Milwaukee Iron, all these motorcycle clubs are some of the same individuals. I've got a member of like Milwaukee Iron where he goes by Cowboy. He's talking about during the same time when they're doing rides for Libby and Libby and Abby,
Yeah.
Milwaukee Iron, riding for the missing. There was
Mm-hmm.
a member, a ranking member of Milwaukee Iron. They patched his underage girlfriend just like they did his wife, and she's welcome anytime to the club, just like a patched wife member, but she's an underage girl. And this cowboy was letting that information out. Then, when it comes to Destiny Pittman, a former Milwaukee Iron member, Jay Shanks,
Yep.
was letting it be known her ex boyfriend did it. Milwaukee Iron knows he did. And they've been asking KPD in Howard County, let them take care of it. In house, all they did was use it as an excuse to start up the 501c3 to money
Yeah.
launder.
Hmm.
All these motorcycle clubs, Mobile Ground Shakers, Sin City, look
Yeah.
it up. All of them hold their 501c3
Yeah.
nonprofit tax exemption. All
Yeah.
they have to
Like
do is one
state.
event like a Christmas toy drive.
Yeah, all that.
It's the same thing,
I've
just like
learned
Hell's
more
Angels.
about. I've learned
Yeah,
more
just
about.
like Hell's Angels and other ones, all these toy drives they're doing, all they have to do is one nonprofit event each year to keep the 501c3 nonprofit tax exemption for their motorcycle club. Why do you think 1% outlaws like Hell's Angels? They do the
Yeah.
bike drive one time a year, Christmas bike drive, toy drive.
Yeah.
They get a 501c3 tax
Their
exemption
home
for
base.
their whole
Their home
motorcycle
base
club.
is about. Their home base is about 2 miles from me. Then the
And there's one
renegade.
I'm considered family to two outlaws.
Hmm.
It's
Yeah.
I'll say one I'm not gonna say because it's
Yeah.
the Confederates drifters
Yeah. 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 Don't say it.
got close into some of them and
Hmm.
had my back when I was homeless down in Louisiana, helped me get back, along with uh Michael, I
You
lost
living
him.
with prop.
But AOA out of Nashville, you have to be pretty much considered family to be able to stay a week at the
Yeah.
AOA out of Nashville in
Hmm.
their bunk room. You've got to be considered family to be able to stay a week. And then when I got still laid over on my Greyhound for another
Hmm.
week, they put me up AOA out of Nashville, put me up
Yeah.
in a hotel, made sure
Wow.
I had what I need and some running cash for food,
Mhm.
but you have to
What
be considered family. But it
was
was
that around
the
the January 6th? What are you talking about there?
no, this is a while back. Like I helped a friend of mine from Kokomo go down to Louisiana,
Hmm.
and I was
Oh,
promised, oh hey, help to get turned around and go right back to Kokomo. I end up on the streets down in Louisiana for a few months,
oh,
and it was my contacts with close friends of mine with the national like Confederate Drifters MC
yeah. Hmm.
that reached out to some of their contacts and outlaws in Nashville knew them real close. And when they heard I was my Greyhound was coming to Nashville, I
Yeah.
had a ranking member with AOA Nashville right there waiting for me when I touched down. Oh hey, you like McDonald's or whatever? It's like, what do you want for breakfast? Where are you going? Uh, McDonald's is fine with me. Introduced himself and like, hey, I'm so and so, and this is my position. If they consider you family, you're just family us to us, since they are. So if they
Yeah.
consider you family, you're family with us too. I still have
Yeah.
those contacts down there,
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
and it's bad. Even their illegal actions, this, that, and the other. But when it comes to children, certain individuals, certain clubs, they have a max. And when it comes to children,
yeah.
it crosses a line. So I've
Well,
got some family.
what are you talking about when it comes to children? What are they doing? What are they responsible for? And just be frank.
Well, what
I
I
am
was getting at,
no.
like, like these certain motorcycle clubs, the ones I do know and have my
Yeah.
back, when it
Hmm.
comes to children, like sexual trafficking, attacking children, killing children,
Oh.
it's like what happened to the street law? You don't fuck with kids. What happened
Okay.
to that?
What do you
The
know about
cartel.
Casa? What do you know about Casa then?
What did you say? Casaba?
No, Casa. Casa. What do you know about it?
Casa. It's come up blank right now. If you kind of remind me, I'll might be able to.
It's okay, so it's a fostering
And
system, and Judge Diner's wife Stacy is head of it. And I have a
you know
feeling
what's
that
fucked up about that
there
is
are many judges involved with all of that. Diner is not as good as we thought he was because his wife is kind of like recruiting, just like Reno. And then they have properties in places all over.
you remember Daniel Hite, the dad of the Logan Support Fire kids, when they went to go inform him of
Yeah.
his children and her
Hmm.
dying in the fire, along with other family of his,
Yeah.
he was found dead. Do you realize how hard it is to find out why Daniel Hyde died and why they found him dead in Florida?
No, I didn't even know ever. I've
Yeah,
never heard
the
of that.
two individuals, the mom and the son, that were able to get out of the fire alive, that's the
Mm-hmm.
one I brought up the other night to you. But where Brandi Bell and her three kids,
Yeah.
if the fire started in the kitchen, then why would they go through the hottest place where the fire would be raging the worst still? The
It,
worst? Why would she and the kids be found just feet from the back door?
yeah.
If the fire was supposed to start, like they said, in the kitchen.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Should have had. Were they sleeping?
Yeah. And then the fire erupted, and the only two that got out was longtime friends of Gabe Ellis in that ring in the Good Old Boys Club,
Mm-hmm.
was the mother and son. They go back to Gabe Ellis in that ring, the same ones that show up around Daniel Height. Yeah, make that
Yeah.
make sense. But I
Michael.
can get to
Honest
the
to
mother and
God,
son.
I don't even
Like,
know any. I don't know any of those names other than when you tell me, and it's hard for me to because I'm
that's
so
why I said it
involved.
might be easier, like email me, and then because
Well, I
another
mean,
thing I do have
I got a list of questions that I want to ask you. I mean, um, my main thing is like, what was the motive?
$34,000 debt
Okay, okay,
that came from Tina
um,
Riddell on when her sister, Christy Lynn Martin, was arrested.
yeah,
It was at least, at the very least, she names 34,000 drugs and money, and she just that was a very low amount because if he did turn witness and make cases against Gabe in that ring more than once, but she just names Christy Lynn Martin when she was arrested. It cost Gabe Ellis in that ring $34,000 on
why?
Derrick's actions,
Because they lost all that meth.
meth and money, when she was
Okay,
arrested and took charges in place of Gabe.
okay. And
So
Gabe
it's
was driving.
$34,000 is what Tina
Gabe
names
was
what cost
driving an
Delphi.
SUV. You said that Gabe. I've always heard Gabe was driving a car, had paper plates on it. He got pulled over the next day. You said today somewhere that it was like an expedition or I forget what the word
And
is.
the vehicle, this is where Robin's nitpicking and taking what he wants and uh,
Yeah, well,
molding it
uh,
how he wants. In the email, I can show you back in the Anna Williams, me and her conversations, right
yeah.
after Paige Trilly parked her truck up in Walton, hit it her grandmother's barn in Walton.
Hmm. Walton,
She
what?
did the
Indiana?
same thing. She took
Indiana?
them. It was a silver-ish, white-looking Mustang with paper plates, is what she got in replace of the truck that she used in Karenas. And she did the same thing. She already had her grandmother's Jimmy sitting up there in Walton. She took
Who?
her Mustang. Paige
Anna?
Turley? No,
Oh,
Paige Turley.
okay.
Right after they used her light colored, it was like a silverish, cream looking white Mustang with paper plates. I
Yeah.
brought this up to Becky and I brought this up to Anna. This is where
And this
the
is
light colored vehicle with paper plates that Robin's trying to say that, oh, this is new information. He and his work, he's uncovered, and this the vehicle that Gabe Ellis was busted in, and there was trail cameras in the back, and he
yeah.
tried saying it was a Grand Am, but it was a
Well,
light colored,
yeah.
almost like a white colored Mustang with paper plates at the time of Delphi,
That's new
is
for
what
me too
Page
because
used. Yeah,
so he okay, so I have a picture of the guy of a man parked by the
Tina did
CPS
that pushing a false narrative.
sitting at or emptying his doing something in
Drunk.
his trunk pulled up next to the
That
CPS building. He's wearing khakis. That's all I remember. And he's in his trunk and it looks like he's like laying plastic down. I mean, people you can speculate anything.
Tina Riddell took that picture saying it was outside her house, and this is the vehicle that
And
was involved, pushing a false narrative.
okay, so then whatever paper plate was on that car and that guy, I'm telling you, he's not anybody that I've heard of. But so the next day on the 15th, Gabe Ellis got pulled over and I don't know what car, but with the same paper plate that was expired on it. What's the
It
deal with
wasn't a
that?
paper plate; it was expired plates
Okay,
on the
well they
vehicle he
said
got pulled over with.
the
Paige
paper
Shirley and her wife was the ones up front
yeah,
driving, and the passenger, and it was an SUV of
yeah.
Gabe's with expired plates, not paper plates, but expired plates.
Okay, so where did it
And
come from that where did it come from
Walton,
that there was a
she had it
car?
parked at Walton at her grandmother's barn in Walton, just a little north of Delphi. It's the same
Yeah,
place that she took the truck right after Karenas while she was having up on Marketplace to sell it.
yeah.
She had whoever meet her up at Walton at her grandmother's barn where she parked it and hid it. And it makes me wonder if the girls were taken elsewhere when they switched vehicles and she hid her Mustang paper plates at her grandmother's up in Walton
Yeah. Why would
and
she
took
do that?
the SUV. Well, it's just like she did in Karena's. After the
Okay.
vehicle was used in her missing and murdered and getting rid of the bodies, they hid it up in Walton. And when she sold it, she told it whoever, like, meet me up in Walton. And after she sold it, this is where to meet me.
Yeah.
It was her grandmother's barn up in Walton. And it's the same vehicle. I feel that they had the SUV that you was picked up. And the only reason they picked him up is I've got a Justin Kratz, and he's talking about it was Tiffany Tender, Haley's girlfriend. And I feel it was actually planned.
Is
But
Haley a
Tiffany
girl?
Tender, yeah, Tiffany Tender, this is Haley, Gabe Ellis's daughter,
Mm-hmm.
her apartment right there on 105 East Harrison. How I know it
Yeah.
was the apartment that KPD followed Gabe from is again the conversation I had with the renter. Yes, it was her apartment, 105 East Harrison is the apartment to February 15th and only to February 15th onwards because she asked KPD, how long were you watching her apartment, the apartment they own? Only February 15th. But Justin Kratz let it be known Tiffany Tender, Haley's girlfriend that lived with her,
Yeah.
made the call to KPD, letting it be known, hey, Sierra Daly, Gabrielis is at their apartment. That's when that
Um,
morning, when KPD seen him come out and smoke a cigarette, positive identified, and told him from their apartment to
yeah.
Myers. Yeah, it was
Wow.
after Paige Shirley got rid of the car that was involved in Delphi paper plates, parked at her grandmother's barn up there in Walton,
Yeah.
grabbed the
Wow.
SUV with expired plates,
With
brought it
stickers
down to
all over the
Kokomo.
back? Was it with stickers all over the back?
That's the one, and I don't want to say her name because she's been coming on with Julie.
Yeah,
That's the one that has
yeah. Don't say the name because I know.
the
Yeah,
ones
don't
with the
say.
sticker on the back. It's JC.
Okay, because
That's her back of her truck.
so I wanted to tell you something about that. Is Prof and you, well, you recorded a conversation with Prof, and he made up, like a bunch of shit, and he doxed me. Okay, he figures he's been doxed, so he's gonna dox everybody else. Um, and then all of a sudden it was like, he was trying to say, about all the creators and my Discord, and he didn't know what we were
He's trying to
doing.
play victim, and it's keeping
It
his.
he did he played, and you know what, nobody fell for it. There's one or two girls that actually still watch Prof. They just watch it really for the chat, and they think he's gotten better lately. I mean, I can't stand to even watch him anymore after what he did to me by by getting my information from my daughter's credit card. That's bullshit.
But yeah,
That's
my community wall
bullshit.
post criminal Mister Know Everything and allergic to Indiana because he said he's going to break out in cuffs when he comes back to Indiana.
Who?
Yeah,
Who?
the Latino. Hey, criminal network. This one goes out to you, and I guarantee you know what I'm talking about. The Latino owned Frankfort repair shop. I've got one of the 2015 rated dealers that were getting front, and she
Mm-hmm.
said from them, the cartel, they're in Frankfort at that repair shop.
Yeah.
You see my community wall. This is
Yeah.
before the cult issue came up, and
Mm-hmm.
then this is before the McCanns, the bridge, anything brought up, like a cult, anything like that was ever talked about. This dealer
Yeah.
that dealt for that cartel ring back in 2015 when she got raided in Frankfurt, she
Yeah.
dealt with the Frankfurt area of operation, the same
Okay.
Frankfurt
So
Derrick went
that
to.
that's what I wanted to tell you is you have to stop right there, because if you go above her head, it's not going to be good, because it won't be good. So that's what I text you in a somewhere else, was like, stop right there. Don't try to go any further. Just with that. Just trust me.
Oh, is it on that community wall post? Is that what you commented on? And
Was
you
it what?
notice that community wall post where I let that dealer, she admits that she was raided 2015 in Kokomo, Kokomo, but Frankfurt. And she's talking about, I got it where she's talking about getting fronts out of that cartel owned and operated repair shop.
Yeah.
And I've actually got other locals in Frankfurt talking about when they get their vehicles repaired, if they allow that repair shop to kind of borrow the vehicle for a couple of days, they do really big discounts on the
Yeah.
repairs
Mhm.
if they can use the vehicle, not say what or what for a couple of days, and
Yeah.
they'll play it off as like, oh, we got to keep it for a couple of days to make sure like our repairs, like make sure it's up to par, whatever. So they keep the vehicles and they use those vehicles. Come to find out, this dealer in Frankfurt lets it be known, yeah, they'll move product with these vehicles that they just repaired.
Yeah.
And this is
Mhm.
how she was getting and moving product, like fronts to get like a couple pounds of coke. She'd
Yeah.
use one of their like vehicles that they're repairing,
Yeah.
and they was putting hiding spots in some of these vehicles they were repairing.
Yeah.
And she was talking in detail where she was getting fronts from this cartel run repair shop in Frankfurt. And yes, they're the same ones that are involved Kokomo, Delphi.
Yeah.
And then what she lets be known, details Delphi wise, only the drug ring, the other killers in that drug ring, the inners, like the ones that were involved with that, with no details
Mhm.
of like the McCains, the bridge, like details that she was letting be known on that community wall post. That's just the tip of the iceberg of what I've got.
Yeah.
Openly admitting that, yes, she was raided in 2015. She was dealing for that cartel drug ring. She was snitched on. Talking about
Yeah.
45 SWAT vehicles and multiple SWAT individuals coming in and raiding her because they were
Mhm.
armed.
Well,
But
so
oh, Lord, on that community wall post, when she talks about like the ones with financial power,
mhm,
she started letting it be known on some of those names. And this is from a dealer that was dealing for that ring. Just
mhm.
like Chantel McDuffie, Paul Hillman,
Yeah,
Justin
see,
Kratz.
I'm gonna tell you, I mean, all these names I'm not familiar
Oh, they
with
know the
because
names and they know who I'm talking about because
yeah,
it's ones
yeah,
that
absolutely. I'm
you'll be
just saying
surprised what I've
I'm not familiar with any of the names except for, I know Gabe Ellis, I know, you know, all the guys.
one name I am going to have you look up and have your friend look up. Richard
Yeah,
Allen Ferguson. He's a retired Kokomo PD officer. The only reason he took the school resource officer there in job in Delphi, Carroll County,
yeah,
was because of the lucrative pay. He was the school resource officer that I showed the text where he actually had to serve Liggett no
yeah,
trespassing
yeah.
paperwork himself
Who
as the
sexually
school
harassed
resource
people?
officer
Mm-hmm.
for the sexual harassment,
Yep,
harassing a female employee for nudes.
yep. That's what
He
I.
served him himself the no trespassing paperwork, banning him from the girls' school.
What was his
The
name
four in
again?
Delphi,
Not Liggett, but what was the
Richard
name?
Allen Ferguson. He's the school resource officer. And when he was asked when it came to corruption, where to look, any political figure, Miss Carroll County and Howard County as well. But yet, you'll see Robert Ives, the same corrupt individuals he's talking about being corrupt, he's setting friends with left and right. He's
Dude,
the same school resource officer talking about the two cartel drug houses in Delphi and him having one issues with two at one of these drug houses where he had to pull his service weapon, go old school cop in a fucked up world, and
yeah.
having a confrontation at one of these cartel drug houses,
Mm-hmm.
pulling his weapon, showing these cartel members who's boss. But then he's talking about the corruption, where to look, and he's setting friends with the corruption.
Yeah. Well,
And like I said, tomorrow, no matter how this works out, just know that I've got individuals like Kyle Stacy, Tyler French. You've seen it. They know where I live.
Kyle
It's
Stacy
not
is
act.
he's the one that went to Alaska after the fake Anthony Shots or the picture of Anthony Shots guy, right?
No, Kyle Stacy's still living here in Indiana. He
Oh,
just,
Kyle Smith. It's Kyle Smith.
yeah.
That must have been
Then
different.
was it Keigan? Keegan's trying to say Keigan, which is
Uh,
K-I-E.
Cialis or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Keigan Callis. That's exactly
Mhm.
how you say Keigan's name. It's
Yeah.
how it's spelled. Keigan Callis.
Right.
But that's his
Right.
Tina. Another one was Scott Callis. She was
Mm-hmm.
naming family of Kyle, not Kyle, but Keigan Callis. She was naming
Mm-hmm.
the family that owned uh, property right next to the Delphi Monohonai Bridge,
Yeah.
sold it and moved right after the Delphi girls.
Mm.
But that's where, remember, Prof and a bunch of others are trying to say Eric Halter, and then hell, even Brandi, grab it, was
Yeah.
having issues with Eric Alter. But I've got conversations back where before, and Tina has a good habit of fake narratives, fake stories, like the picture she took of the car, trying to push
Yeah.
the false narrative. And the reason she's doing that is the assistance each time her daughter, Mom, I need help. Where do you need me? What do you need me to do?
Right. Hmm.
She's just as guilty as her daughter. So if her daughter and her friends, her
So,
boyfriend, and the ones that were involved go down, Tina goes down with them.
so Megan Allen is her daughter, and you're saying is she part of anything other than getting jumped for the gang?
She didn't get jumped.
No.
Nope, that's another fake false narrative.
What the fuck,
Before she
dude?
made up all these fake stories, the narrative, the fake sob stories, like her dad in and out of the hospital. My dad's in the hospital again. Just leave me the fuck alone. My dad's in the hospital, or this is going on. Just leave me alone. Just leave me alone. I got this going on. And the cult like followers that she gained from the true crime community
Hmm.
attacking me. How dare you leave Tina alone? Like Linda looking Miller,
Hmm.
among others within this true crime community,
Yeah.
befriending Tina Riddell. How dare you? She's got this all going on, and oh, they're now coming after her. She could say they're coming after her, threats and this, that, and the other. She can't back it up with receipts. The back it up with receipts. This is who's saying what, and she was using what I was saying and who I was saying it on. They're coming after me too. I'm scared. She's just as guilty, and she had a role. She tampered with blood. When I asked her who, she, in her own words, Delphi. When was that? She finally got out of her. February 13th. Gabriel Ellis's daughters. The uh, stairway going into her basement.
Yeah. Yeah. The
She at
blood.
first was like, she was first trying to say it was February 12th. No, it was the 13th. Covered in blood. And then she was talking about the basement.
You know, I the the 12th.
But then she was talking about the basement where, like, the water heater,
The
the heater,
the
the
12th.
furnace had blood pooling over to them in the
Wow.
basement, the stairway. And then
Yeah.
she was admitting that she and, like, Gabe Ellis, Megan Allen, all of them, they had boxes of baking soda and peroxide already stashed there at Gabe Ellis's daughter's apartment. They knew what the fuck they were about to do. They premeditated, and they had the supplies to clean up.
Hmm.
And this is where Tina Waddell was trying to tell me, oh, they burned Karina's remains. But I finally got out of her, Dusty Prater, uh, yeah, Dusty Prater.
Justin.
When I
Yeah.
started calling him out in the burn pit being used, he went out and took a picture right in front of that burn pit with a big old smile on his face, pretty much as a fuck you, what the fuck you gonna do?
Hmm.
But she finally admitted the burn pit, the same one that he's taunting me in with the
Yeah.
picture, the bloody clothes, both in
Hmm.
Karina's, any evidence they needed to get rid of, he allowed them to burn, just
Wow.
like Delphi. Anything they needed to get rid of, they burned there at his burn pit
Yeah.
out in Cutler. Tina was trying to
Mhm.
get me to come out to Cutler, and even with them and the locals knowing that a local police officer is known to shoot at trespassers at that train bridge, guess what? Now, Sheriff, guess where he lives? Cutler, Indiana. Guess where right next to? And he is the officer that's known to shoot at trespassers. They were trying to get me to trespass
Yeah.
on that train bridge where Tony Liggett lives right next to, near,
Hmm.
and is known to shoot at individuals trespassing to scare them off. I felt I
Wow.
was being set up to go to that train bridge
Yeah.
and them act on
Could
me.
have been.
That's why Tina and others that were trying to get me lured to go to Cutler. They got me to Cutler, but I only went as far as the church right in front of Dusty's house.
Yeah.
I did a short video on my camcorder showing the train bridge, but I only had my manual wheelchair. I couldn't get back there like I can now with my powered.
Yeah.
And walking back there with my forearm crutches, I'd just been too far to go. And Linda, she was in a hurry, and she rushed me out of that area. No more filming. We got to get back. Like they made up an issue to stop me filming doing anything else. But this Linda Miller, she's telling me I could go get raped. I know I liked it. When I did a story about her grandson,
Mhm.
then the child predator, her almost like second son, her son's best friend, that they were allowing underage girls and kids to be drinking at their like Halloween parties. Underage girls, underage kids. Her own grandson was using these parties and everybody getting drunk and fucked up at to rape his own little sister. These are the ones that Tina protect at all costs. Not Tina, but Linda,
Mhm.
looking Miller, as one of her pages, Linda Miller.
Yeah.
She had Monticello PD after I had another individual that was working with her grandson came forward that he raped her, and she wasn't the only one at Indiana
Wow.
Beach. Come
Mhm.
forward.
Mhm.
Monticello PD refused to do anything. His dad and her got Monticello PD to shut me up while I
Yeah.
faced charges. But I had another rape victim of her grandson came forward with information, and Monticello PD helped
Mhm.
cover that up like nothing happened. But what he did to his little sister, but you got to keep in mind the ones like her, like his dad, best friend, him screwing and dating a underage girl, having
Oh.
sexual relations. Linda's son,
Oh. How old was he?
his best friend, when he was an adult, had sexual relations with an underage girl.
Yeah.
Linda, her family, her son, they knew all about it. Let her come around, hang around. They knew about her, saying nothing wrong with it. But he's a longtime sexual predator down in
Yeah.
Columbus
Mhm.
is where he did his charge. But this is the ones Linda, her son, was allowing underage kids to drink, knowing that there was a registered child predator, best friend of his dad and Linda's longtime family friend, like her second son,
Yeah.
is a child molester registered. They allowed even that underage girl to come around parties and hang around the family like it's his girlfriend. They see nothing wrong with it. And then they're going to come into Facebook groups and acting like they want justice for underage kids and victims. But this is the life they're allowing around their own grandchildren that help one of
Mhm.
their own grandchildren raped and molested his own sister. Then
Wow.
others that were coming around, like his dad's, like parties and stuff, Columbus neighbors, their children spoke up. He was doing it not just to his sister, but other neighbors' children. This is why they moved out of Columbus and moved up to Monticello.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
having Monticello, like MPD, clueless on who and what they are and what they allowed around their family down in Columbus, that same child predator is still going up to events up there in Monticello around underage kids drinking at their parties. Oh, nothing to see here.
Underage as in like 17, 16, 15, or underage is like way.
12, 13,
Yeah.
yeah, kids. Kids. No one
Anything that you
getting
know about
alcohol drinks and kind of going hanging out.
anything you know about of the girl possibly being at one of those and being drugged or anything like that?
I was just talking about like. Hold on,
Okay.
I need to get a drink. It's not smoking, Bob. I gotta get a drink. Oh, that was just talking about like Linda and her family, and that's a cigarette I swallowed. I
Mm.
just lit and it went down the wrong hole, and I'm like, I can't breathe. I lit a cigarette and it went down the wrong hole, and I swallowed it instead of.
Did it come out your
Oh,
ear?
I'm burping it up.
Did it
I
come out
hate
your
that.
ear?
No, it's like when you swallow it and it goes to your gut and you kind of turn your stomach.
Yeah,
I was in a hurry to light my cigarette and like not have a click, click, click. So I
yeah.
hurried up and lit my cigarette, and I kind of, I gotta, okay, I burped it out.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I burped
Oh,
and I just had smoke come out of my mouth. I'm like, what the
that's
hell?
fun. Yeah,
There's times if you get in a hurry and if you don't like inhale it and you swallow it,
yeah,
yeah, it turns your stomach and you're like, oh, how the hell did that happen?
yeah. Do you know when you have a surgery and they open you up, they can tell you smoke just by the way everything stinks in there?
Robin Chester.
Isn't that crazy? Who's what? Chester? What? I was accused of being
Robin
a
Chester.
Chester.
No,
Oh,
er, and this is one thing I do want to bring up because he admits, and like I said last live, I showed the judge, the prosecutor, and the investigators going after Westerman
yeah.
on his leaking of the crime scene pictures. I showed
Yeah.
where I gave them the full live where they can hear Julie Melvin laughing with Robin Boudreau, aka the prof,
Uh-huh.
that she shared this crime scene pictures, continued the leak, just to prove Rick Snake sent them to her. So she sent them
Yep.
to
And I
Robin.
told you the other day, I told you the thing with that. Those were not real pictures. They were not. There was nothing.
And it's one thing all these creators and their followers like,
Well,
oh, there's nothing. It's only a misdemeanor. It's no big deal.
it's
And sharing it and getting it, I'm just thankful. I've never got
well,
them. I never seen them. I wasn't part
yeah.
of that
Well,
shit. Because
I'm
all
just
that
saying.
was,
So, listen, J. Kyle Keener was he was hired during the murder investigation. At the scene, and he took a bunch of pictures. Okay, there were many people that took pictures, many. So there were many sets of pictures. Okay, where they went afterwards because they were moved. So where they went afterwards, the they it was just the weirdest shit because the pictures look fake, fake as
and I
hell.
do like what Robin Chester brought up. Look what I just highlighted.
Oh,
This
hold
is
on.
a great,
Yeah, hold on.
the highlighted comment.
Okay, hold on. I can't see the chat, so I'm.
Oh, Prof's brother and son are convicted Shomos, and he is obsessed with Keegan Clyde and Noe Ramos.
Oh
Isn't
yeah, I
that
know.
weird?
Yeah, no, I know that.
And you got to keep in mind, did Baby Prof, when he was spending all that time blacking out the crime scene pictures, for him to zoom in and black all that out just to get the sticks, what did
Hmm.
Baby Prof? You can't just tell me he left that up there and the nude one girl, the other one, they're both brutally murdered. He had to leave that up there while he was blacking that out and going just to the sticks. You can't tell me Baby Prof didn't come in and seen two little girls murdered, one naked, on his dad's computer screen before he could minimize it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He wouldn't want to minimize it because he would risk having to go back through and re-black everything out.
Hmm.
That all his work. How long did it take him staring at those? And it's the same computer that it comes up. His son had what on and was using his dad's what? But he has no clue about his son's actions and using some of his own electronics.
Hmm. No, the
Call me a
and
fucking
I
river.
heard like there ended up being a big argument about that because when we found out that I guess I will be fair and I will say to you that somebody after it came out and it got posted that Prof had already like months and months before that admitted it. Admitted that his son he wasn't happy, but his son was in jail and he went up to the jail and said, please raise the bail. So and I guess it's true because I did find out and I trust that girl. I mean big time. Um
And anybody that's listening or that's going back tomorrow, can
yeah.
somebody roll their windows down while Nick is going into the courthouse and play Frozen? Do you want to build a snowman?
What's up with the fucking snowman thing? I need to know. What is up with
Nick
that?
was Nick was during like a cross or something like that. He was like, when you build a snowman, you come back and melted snowman is just a scarf and uh two
A
pieces
carrot.
of coal, a
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
carrot, and
Yeah,
a puddle with a scarf and a hat and a
I get it. Okay, yeah, okay, I get
yeah. That's what he did. So for the love of God, if you know somebody tomorrow or more than one person on his way in or out of the courthouse,
it. Mm-hmm.
for the love of God, just for a comedic value, and the national, like the local and national TV, like news that are here, they're
Mm-hmm.
going to hear that.
Right.
But for the love of God, somebody play Frozen with your windows down, it blaring, and Nick's
Let's
attention. Do
see.
you
Well, we
want to
got
build a
Robin in
snowman?
here. Let's see. We got Robin, his son, Prof, involved with, but covered his ass and threw his son to the cops. See, here was my only concern about that. Um, I had a friend and who I really trust, and she said, it kind of wasn't fair that, that happened, that that it was posted because we're not in charge of our adult kids, you know. And I agree with that. The only thing I was concerned with is he lived there with baby Prof for how long? You know what I'm saying? Using the same computer, whatever. And
And for the love of
that
God, did he
is
do
what
anything? Since he
that's
likes
it.
little boys, did he do anything to baby Prof while living at his dad's
Well,
under his roof?
well, what we're wondering, what a couple of us are worried about is that if he did touch I mean, we don't know if he touched baby Prof. We don't know that. We have no idea. I don't believe that Prof did anything to Donovan either. You know what I mean?
I'm not
But
saying he did, but his son, with
yes.
his history living
So
under his
so we
roof,
don't know if he did. But the thing of it is I mean, he should be having him checked out because there's ways of finding out by
and
just
Robin is like, don't forget, Prof's brother is in prison for what charges? See a trend?
no, he's dead.
Wait,
That's wrong. No, his one brother is gay and he's fine. The other brother went to prison for he was like on some kind of probation. He got pulled over and he had rolling papers and he went to jail.
I just
prison,
still think it's fucked up because when
and they
Prop
killed him.
or
They
Robin was
fucking
asked if he
killed him.
wanted the naked photos of a underage girl murdered, when he was asked, "Do you want these? I'll send them to you." He agreed to get them, and that's an
He
underage girl's
told
naked
he
body
told
on
me
his
that he
device.
didn't. Yeah, I asked him, and this is when I was still talking to him, like kind of back in April, I think. And I asked him, "Did you get those pictures?" And he said, "No. If I did, I would have cried." So I'll be honest, I saw the pictures. They look fake as hell, and I think that that was a fucking ploy. You know, the way that those pictures were leaked and the way it all went about.
Or
Um,
was those the
it was
pictures
for no
supposedly Megan
It was
Allen
for
took?
no reason. It was for no reason because these pictures didn't tell you nothing. I can tell you, I know what kind of bruises that they should have had, and they weren't on there. So, and you know, I know who put the squares on. So, I mean, that was tasteful, at least for Libby, you know. Um, but I'm telling you, those pictures are fucking fake, dude. There's all kinds of pictures going around. The ones that leaked through the attorney's office, that was a fucking ploy through the goddamn
Uh,
prosecutor.
Robin
Those
said he
ones,
has two brothers. One was killed in prison. The other is in prison for CSAM.
no, yeah,
Oh,
no, his son is.
oh, Forfeits posted the real pictures on YouTube last week. What?
What? Okay, so wait a minute. Let me put. Don't forget, Prof's brother is in prison for No, Prof, Prof's
What?
son is in prison right now. Well, he's in jail. I think he's in jail. But anyways, so here's what it is. Prof has one brother who is gay. He's still alive. He's fine. Then he has another brother who went to jail for rolling papers, and it was a probation thing. He broke probation. The probation was because he was dating a girl that was like, you know, there's a law. I mean, like, once a girl turns 16, you know, you can't date anybody more than like 2 years and 10 months, is how it works.
Yeah,
So
age of
I guess
consent.
I guess he was dating this girl, and it was consensual. They were dating for a long time. The mother knew, blah 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 blah. So that kind of, like, it's not fair that we pick on him for that, because that's fucked up, you know. Because I mean, my daughter dated. She went to high school, and in ninth grade, she met her boyfriend of 13 years, and he was a senior. So I mean, they go to high school together. So you can't say, you know, and their ages was a little bit off. But you know what? I didn't mind because he was a
And
good
one
kid.
thing you brought up a second ago, I'm going to bring up just again
Yeah.
the Discord.
Yeah.
When
Dude.
the conversation I had with him, when I brought up the content creators,
Yeah.
he refused to name a single one and then tried saying it was, oh, not the
We were
content creators, it was their commenters, their ones in their
there.
chat.
Not one of us were content creators. Not one of us. And this is what I want to tell you. 10 girls came with, okay, so I sent 2 girls that he told off and said, "Get the fuck out of my Discord." And I said, "Hey, you know what? I got a Discord. I don't use it. Just go on in there, and then you guys can build it up or whatever." Well, I don't know what I was doing with fucking Discord. I just accidentally made it because Prop kept sending the link to me, and I kept trying, and come to find out, I had 3 accounts with my picture on it. So, anyways,
Oh,
he told
Robin's
off.
like, check out my community page. I'll be posting all of this stuff over the next
Yeah.
week. This will be
So so
interesting.
so so he kicked out those 2 girls, and I'm not going to give names, but so those 2 girls went over there, and then they brought their friends that they knew, because I was kind of like the newbie in there, and like I don't feel like I was trusted, but that's okay. I get it. You know, I mean, we nobody knows who anybody is, and I got a big mouth, and when I find something out, I fucking say it. but there's a couple things I can't. I just can't because, uh, and that's what I'm trying to warn you too. Like, don't do it.
It's just like Scout. That's what pissed me off. Been trying over the last few months after he failed. A new one, I was like, okay, I'll tell him a little bit of stuff like on Reddit.
Scout's a girl. Scout's a girl.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
and
okay.
Breath of Fresh Air. That's who she is on Reddit. She's
Oh, I
been
don't.
using Breath
Yeah.
of Fresh Air on Reddit, but when she went on his live yesterday, I caught her
Yeah.
out on Reddit. She's like, oh my god, yes, that was me. I'm so sorry, blah blah blah. After promising to send him a ton of stuff he hasn't seen before, I was like, oh hell no. And I just called her out on Reddit where it's supposed to be anonymous. But I was like, yeah, seen you went live with somebody earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then got it out of them. I was like, so I figured out who Breath of Fresh Air is on Reddit. I forgot who that was. She showed
Yeah.
herself and showed her callers. And when she said, oh, I was trying to shout your page out, this, that, and the other, I was like, of all people you were going to come on and do a live with,
Yeah.
is that piece of shit? That is a
Yeah.
con artist trying to use everything I know as his hard work, and he's depending on donations now. I'm
Dude.
like, hell, there's some shit I can't pay for. I'm lucky I had StreamYard, but it's gonna cost me like at the end of the month, usually about like halfway through the month, my 628, all I get is pretty much I'm going probably about 60, 70 bucks from the 15th on.
You're doing the wrong thing. You got SSD and you got to file for SSI
I've
now,
got
and it'll go up to a
I've got
thousand
the
dollars.
SSI. I've got the
And
SSI.
well, you should be getting SSD, which is $600 and something dollars, $624. Then you get the
And
SSI, which
what
is
happened with the SSD
337.
is when they finally approved me, my
Yeah,
age went up. And the more credit hours from back when I was younger, I went
yeah, because
into the next bracket where I need more credit hours for my
yeah, because
SSD.
that's 10 years.
I so I only get my SSI. And with me living with family, it should be like you said, close to 1,000. But me with living with family, them paying the bills and the mortgage, whatever, it shows we're about $300 right off the top. Oh, he doesn't need it. He's living with family. He doesn't have bills, blah blah, which I do.
Yeah,
But that's where 300 right off the top. I get 628 is what they allotted me because I live with
okay.
family and they pay the bills, they
Oh,
pay the
you
rent,
see that. You,
they
you get,
fucked me.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So yeah, they
yeah,
used me not having enough credit hours after my age went up a bracket where I need more credit hours. So when they finally approved me, instead of grandfathering from back when I started and had enough credit hours for SSDI,
they only
I had
go a
more
year
than enough.
then. Yeah,
Yep. And they screwed me. They let me go up an age bracket after deny once, deny twice, and it was the third time is when I finally got approved. And I went up for age bracket, need more credit hours. So, oh yeah, by the way, and then because your family is who you stay with, they pay the bills, blah blah blah. Here, we're only going to allot you 628, and the other 300 you're supposed to get. Oh, we're going to hold that back. Have a
yeah.
nice day.
Well, how can they do that?
Beats the hot of me, but they're allotting it because if you're staying with family and they're paying the bills and rent, whatever, and
Yeah.
you're just staying there, you don't need
Well,
the full allotted amount that you can get. But
that's
I got
okay.
200 right off the top each month, so that's down to 400. And then
So
my bills,
you got to play the game, and you got to say nobody else lives here. Nobody else here helps me. If somebody helps you with any money, you cannot tell them that, because if your bills are more than what you make, and they say to you, "Well, how are you paying the rest?" You say, "Well, I got family helping me," and they're like, "Okay, well, that's unearned income, right?" I know this because for 2 years my daughter paid my rent. Okay, and I broke my back.
Oh yeah.
and I didn't even think about disability. I just, I was going to the doctors, and they didn't find it for 6 months, and they were making me run on a treadmill and blah 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 blah. Okay, so after that, I didn't know what to fucking do. Like I was like, I
And
had like
I'm
15.
very, very curious. I want to contact his former employer and see why they got rid of a music teacher. Was it something to do with his family getting charged with and
Yeah, I have a
at his
screenshot of it.
house?
I got a
Is that
screenshot
why
of it
he lost his job as a music teacher?
because he lied about his son being in jail.
Mm.
He lied. I think he lied about the I don't
And
know.
his son living with him, and he's a school employee, and his son was living with him doing that under his house on his
Yes. Well,
devices.
that's what it looks like
Mm.
in the paper that I have. I mean, so that's what I'm saying. Okay, so like my friend, she's really smart, and I won't say her name, but I love her to death. Um, she
Gotta
thought
get on here. She can pick
she
my
was
brain.
like, she was like, I was trying to get another friend out. um, she was like, that was wrong because, I have a son and I don't feel like that what he does is my responsibility. So that was wrong for that to be posted. Okay. And I was given that information by someone who was afraid to post it. And it was the first information out. Then they were waiting for the big one from Marv. She was paying like $1,300 for it.
Oh, damn.
But
800
she lied.
pages just for his son.
But she lied too. So on the next, I'll tell you about that later. Um,
I see what Robin just put.
what?
He's like, I'll try to figure out a way to share all the documents on a link or something. Uh, create a Dropbox.
I can't see him because I blocked him. I
Oh,
don't watch him at all anymore.
no, Robin Chester. Don't,
Oh.
yeah, I will try to figure out a way to share all the documents on a link or something. It is over 800 pages just for his son. That's why I was telling him, make a Dropbox. All 800 pages,
Yeah,
make a
well
Dropbox,
those
and he can
800
send a link
pages,
to that
yeah.
Dropbox.
So those 800 pages were basically what I found, except for it was way more detailed. Mine was only 7
Or
pages.
hell, like Discord. That's another one. You can get Discord and open up a page, and you can send people a link to the Discord, and under
Yeah.
that page, you can have all 800 pages
Hmm.
under your Discord and your Discord posts.
Right.
You can send
Mm-mm-mm.
people a link and go to that and read all of it.
Right.
Oh wait, oh god, me telling him how to do this and what to do. I'm gonna have Ramos fucking sitting
Oh,
outside my fucking house.
don't even get me started about that motherfucker. You
Well, I
fucking
got
typing.
multiple
I'm fucking
CCTVs, so
cartel. I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm fucking cartel. I'm gonna fucking kill you.
well, let's just put it this way. He shows up at my
That's
house. I've got
exactly what
law
I am.
enforcement, close friends of mine, and my brothers are not too far away. A few
Yeah.
phone calls, and I call them brothers, but you get the idea. And I
Yeah.
know some law like right just down the road. So if
Mhm.
no he wants to show up. Um, my AR, my vest is always near me.
Mhm.
I've got law enforcement. I've got two prior canines, like police canines,
Yep.
on this block. I've got access to pretty much an armed little group out here that know about me and kind of the threats on me. We're
Mhm.
all sitting armed. We're a tiny little community. I've got one little square, like a town square where I live,
Yeah.
and all our neighbors. We stick together and we don't wait for law around here. You show up wanting to fuck around and find out, you'll have the whole community, all my neighbors on your ass. One phone
Mhm.
call, one text. Not a good
Right.
idea to come around and fuck around and find out. And it's weird.
Yep.
I've been having some I've been having some weird shit. Like back when Casey was back in town, him and another one, uh,
Reno.
the
Or,
license. Well, yep. Well, him and another one in mask in his Toyota Camry. The license plates match, but them. He was wearing a mask, and the passenger seat was both wearing like masks.
mm-hmm,
Then I've had like Tyler French, his little uh orange four-door vehicle, red vehicle, has been
mm-hmm,
on my CCTV yeah, my CCTV 24/7 like cameras, them
mm-hmm.
stopping right out front and taking pictures, video like driving by. It's on CCTV, it's on security cameras
Yep.
24/7. It's catching your ass. But I
Yeah.
caught like Casey's Toyota Camry stopping up front, them taking pictures. They had masks on, and I'm like, what the fuck? But yeah, I've been having some weird shit with masks. Like, what was I've had a witch mask, I've had a snowman, weird fucking mask like that.
Yeah.
Anytime they're fucking around the house, it's like these inbred cowards threatening they know where I live and plan to see me here one day soon. If you want me to take you fucking seriously and not fucking laugh my ass off dinner to the point I'm pissing,
Yeah.
you're fucking around with fucking mask on. How can I
Mm-hmm.
take you fucking serious when you're on CCTV? I've caught you in a few times, like, and you're in mask. I can't see who it is. I'm like, how the fuck am I taking you seriously when you're doing some childish shit, going around the block or like standing, like sitting in front of my house, fucking taking pictures and videos, like with your cell phone, and all of them have been in mask. And by the time I roll my chair up front, they're taking off like a bat out of hell.
Yeah.
You're scared of a man in a fucking wheelchair rolling up saying, "Hey, you got a fucking problem?" And
Yeah.
you take
Don't
off
say
like a bat
that.
out of hell. I'm like,
Yeah. Don't say that because I'm telling you, fucking, anybody is, po- anything's possible. That's why, like, I'm trying to tell you, like, there's a name that I don't want you to say, and I'm not sure if you even know the name, but it kind of goes with another video that someone that you made with comments. So I'm not gonna say it because I think, let me ask you, what please help me. Michael, I'm not doing this for money. I'm not doing this for clout. I have nobody for followers. I change my name all the fucking time, you know, like
yeah, I think you
underwear.
change your
Like
fucking name more than you change your underwear.
you said, no, no, no. Let me tell you, I change them twice a day. Okay, so not true. You can't change your name but twice a week. When you said that, I was like, you fucker. Um,
Oh wait! I'm gonna have to make you go. Don't go riding on that long black train.
yeah, but okay. So listen, let's see how many people we have in the room. Okay, we got 12 people watching. I think that more people are going to come in if we start talking, and you just listen to
Oh
me
yeah,
and let me ask you questions. Th- This is
my
not.
autistic ass don't start taking over.
I know. Well, this is not, like I said. I am not doing this for clout. I'm not doing it for money. I could care. Money is dirty. I don't want no blood money. Fuck that.
And like I
Um.
just posted, at the age of 17, I
Yeah.
swore an oath to my nation, my people, and I
Yep.
signed a paycheck with up to including my life.
Mhm.
I signed an allegiance to my nation, my people. It's something that
And
these
and
blood
thank you
oaths,
for that. Yeah.
their
Thank you
ring,
because that's
they
courage
swore to
and
each other. It's something they can never go against. And when, oh, they think taking my life, that flag is earned. It's never given.
yeah. Yep. That's
So you
exactly
think
right.
just taking my life, all that will do is I've let it be publicly known now. If I'm the next missing and murdered, you know where to
Hmm.
go, just like Brandy Bradley. And
Right.
they're thinking they're going to come act and do what they want to me, knowing I'm in a wheelchair. Use your head. When my AR comes out, the 22 250 comes out,
Ooh, you got an
my
AR too?
yeah, bulletproof vest. I've got an AR collapsible stock. Anytime you see my backpack with me, where I'm legally allowed to carry, my
Yeah,
backpack holds my extra mags. My bulletproof vest, if I don't have it on, it's in my backpack. I've got
yeah,
a, what is it, 511 tactical backpack.
right.
I'm always smart because I don't know how long I'm going to be a certain area. So I've got two water bladders that go in the back of my backpack. I can fill both those up. One empties. I can move it behind the other ones, and the other water bladder takes its place.
Hmm.
So I'm set. So anywhere I go, I've always got like my meds,
Yep.
what I need, and then I always have no less than four tourniquets. I've got four chest wound seals. Like if you get shot in the chest, how your a hole, anything that punctures that cavity, when the air
Hmm.
rushes in, that's where a collapsed lung starts. So if it's a through and through, like a chest wound from the front of your chest to the back of your chest, if you put one of those chest wound cells, it allows your lung to reinflate, you to breathe. The any air that's coming in, it gives an escape route, not a route to come back in, and it keeps you
Hmm.
alive longer. So I need to add to it, and I'm not asking and begging like Prof, depending on people to donate. But when I
Oh, he
can, I'm
he's
going to
talking
add a little
shit.
bit more medical supplies, and it's just not me.
Did you watch
Like
him
I've
one
tried
of his?
warning everybody.
He didn't have many people in his chat, and he went in and he goes, "You know what? Fuck you, people. You guys are all assholes." 15 people in my chat right now, and then he dumped everybody, and I was in there and I
Oh yeah,
was
I
live.
got 16 people, and I'm like, it's never amount. Like to me, like when I do a live, hell, you seen it the other day, what 25?
Yeah.
I'm
Yep.
like,
Yep.
oh my god, there's not enough people in here. Fuck everybody. I'm getting off.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know what? Well, no. I mean, I think we can get some more people, but I think we need to talk about the right things, and I want to make sure because I mean, I want you to get the credit for what you know. I don't want you to give me any information like
And
the
like
people
I
from
said,
the
when this
Kokomo.
threats to me and actions towards me is one thing, but when seven within this cartel drug ring, one of them was a Chicago resident,
Mm-hmm.
decided to murder in 2020 and have a death murder hit on a toddler, third cousin of mine, and the rest of the remaining family, just so his aunt, my second cousin,
Mm-hmm.
should suffer more. They took one life next to her to make her suffer. Then they had got a murder hit down to a toddler, her nephew,
Mm-hmm.
and her remaining family, just so she shall suffer more. They don't want to target her now. They want to go around the ones around her, knowing it can affect her. They're doing the same thing they did, just like Tyler Prince. He plans to see me one day here soon. I got what's coming to me. Alan Tinker getting out early. He can't wait till he gets to meet me here soon. They're
Mm-hmm.
all planning
Well,
and openly letting it be known they're planning.
remember what
And like I
ACB
said,
said?
a few cents, I'm willing to use some ammo for a few cents per round to save people millions of taxpayer
Mhm.
dollars.
Yeah.
I'd rather be
Okay.
judged by a jury of 12 than carried by six.
Yeah. Well, remember that ACV told you, and he's pretty smart. I mean, the one fucking thing that pisses me off about him is he's giving Prof information, because he'll go in his chat and he'll ask him a question, or he'll ask all these questions, but when you look at it, it's like he's leading.
Oh yeah,
You know?
con artist, where are you? And
Well, and
here, hold on. No, no, even like what you just said. And here, give me a second.
okay.
Where are you, con artist? Fuck. You always say, everybody call in. Well, let's have your little bitch ass call in, Robin. Are you
He
too
won't.
scared?
He. You know what? One day, I was in his chat and he blocked me, and somebody said, "Hey," oh, actually, it was Frenchie. Said, "Hey, unblock her. She always has good stuff to say." And I always did. I mean, I studied this fucking shit, dude. I studied it. And Prof, he like fuck dumped me
Hey,
like a
Robin,
fuck.
you want to come on panel?
Come on, Robin. Come on, Robin. Come on up. Yeah, we want Robin Chester up, right? Yeah. But Robin, Boudreaux, I don't even like to talk to him because he plays dirty, and I can't afford that because he's done it to so many fucking people, and he gets away with it. And I'm sick of it, but I don't even bother with him anymore. I mean, he's not. He
And
doesn't.
oh, I decided not, instead of hitting with a copyright, I
Yeah.
decided to take federal copyright infringement.
And what's going on with that?
I'm seek. Oh, it's in the works because I chose, and I even asked the attorney I'm working with, does YouTube copyrighted material go under the federal copyright infringement laws? Can you
Mm-hmm.
get actions outside of YouTube instead of just getting a copyright strike or their page taken down? Can you take legal action? And then I explained to him federally who and what I still am, still to this day, them tampering with me, the tampering
Mm-hmm.
charges when murders are involved, it's 30 years per charge. Look at how many times he tried tampering with me to get everything I know out of me for what content. Look at him, look what he knows.
Yeah. Yeah. I know. I get it.
You can
Um.
change your voice.
Yeah. I know. At this point, like, I don't have. I
Yeah,
mean,
Robin's like, I would love to, but I want my family to get stalked and harassed.
You know what? She's right. That's why I say, like, she's brave for even making comments because most people don't even comment in your shit just because they are afraid. You're closer to, you're looking at the big picture. I'm looking at the small picture. I want to
Good old
know.
boys club that's helping them.
Yep. I want to
And I'm
know.
not just able to say this, I'm able to show this.
Okay. Well, listen, please. I got to get this out of me because I tried to get it out of me last time and I couldn't.
Okay, I'm gonna mute my mic. I'm gonna let you go for a couple questions. I'll do answers. Let's get
Okay.
it.
Who would possibly kidnap Libby probably on Friday, and then on Sunday night, Abby was brought after she was dropped off, supposedly. Then she had contact with Kelsey, which we know it wasn't Kelsey, and Kelsey was telling her where she was. And then the story is that Kelsey took Abby out that night at 2 in the morning, or one in the morning, and it was like whoever did it made her get her there because whatever she knew was told by Libby, and because they had to order the hit on Libby, they had to do Abby too because they knew that she would tell her. How close am I?
Okay, here's where I'm gonna go back. Everybody's like, "Oh, Tina's not." trustworthy or blah blah blah. Before she started making up all these stories, this is where she's telling you where to look to sell data, like her
Mm.
daughter
Yeah.
texting her, calling her, letting her know that she stabbed one of the girls and what it felt like, then begging her mom to come help them.
Yeah.
She had Tina meet her at Gabe Ellis's daughter's apartment. And this is
Okay.
where Tina admits that the baking soda and peroxide box is full
Yeah.
of it.
Yeah.
Then, when she tampered with blood, and I asked, whose blood did you tamper with? You put a drop of peroxide with mixed in with water to see if it was human. But this
It's
is where I'm getting at. When it comes to Gabe Ellis, their sons of Odin, it goes into the Tears Hellhound, Norse and Pagan kindred. Kyle
mm-hmm.
Stacy, him reliving it. He was
Yeah.
telling you guys where to look. The Book of Troth by Edmund Thorson.
Yeah.
And then there's individuals like Elijah Cook, Kaigan Kalis, Travis Janicki. 18 days after the girl's murder, a
Mm-hmm.
straight bladed ceremonial sword that you'll find on page 11 of their Book of Troth that they made
Yeah.
that kindred. They
Mm-hmm.
all were praising the god Tyr, the god of justice and vengeance, including Nick Edwards, who is still a practicing Odinist. This is the same Odinist that actually Garrett Kurtz admitted and was, like I said, trying to play it off as only Ashley Garth. It was a friend of hers that called her and let her know that he and a female received the gore and snuff of the Delphi murders. And it's the
Yeah.
same gore and snuff that Tina Riddell's daughter texted her mom. She took pictures of the girl's Delphi girl's murder.
Okay. Damn.
And you're asking like the motivation. It's
Yeah.
this drug ring and their little Odinism group, their enemies under their gods and sacrifices to their gods are acceptable and appeasing to their gods, their enemies, and
Mm-hmm.
especially their enemies' children are acceptable sacrifices to their gods. But I want you to keep in mind a lot of these individuals, like Gabe, Kyle Stacy, Blaine Nelson, Alan Tinker, Josh Eberling, the ones that were involved already in Karenas, they took a blood oath, a murder blood oath of secrecy, became blood
Mm-hmm.
brothers and sisters when they did Karenas. They were
Yeah.
bringing on more individuals that wanted to become part of their little kindred, the Tears Hellhounds. And it's the
Yeah.
same one that Amber Holder was recruiting February 11th. It was always between February 11th to February 16th. Kyle
Yeah.
Stacy's reliving it, his post. Hell, February 18th, he posted, "You picked the wrong day to mess with Tears, or the wolves were set free. You picked the wrong day to fuck with us. Hell, Tier, the god of the god of judgment and vengeance.
Yeah.
So justice and vengeance is the god even Nick Edwards was praising to still to this day. The god of justice and vengeance. That's who
Yeah.
they sacrifice to. But the motivation, the who, what, when, where, and why, it's the ones that, in their eyes, just like Nicole Bowen. Remember, Garrett Kurtz admitted that the drug ring and him, they were leaked information that she was about to turn informant. It wasn't on drugs, it was the murders.
Yeah.
Once within the law enforcement leaked it back to Garrett Kurtz, this is who is going to roll. This is what
Mm-hmm.
they were going to roll on. They killed to protect that drug ring. It wasn't on drugs, it was murders. Why she lost her life. 96
Okay.
days after Delphi, Alan
Yeah.
Tinker murdered Jeremy Patterson. His roommate, Jeremy's, Curtis Beck, a known domestic terrorism white supremacist, just like Gabe Ellis, Derrick Sherman, Blaine mcleland. When they go to prison, one thing Derek German won't tell you is he is a Saxon knight when he goes into prison, a white
Yeah.
supremacist,
Oh, isn't
just
everybody
like
in
Gabe Ellis and
Indiana?
others.
Isn't everybody in Indiana kind of prejudiced?
What I'm getting at is when it comes to when they go into prison for safety, and thanks for
Yeah.
Gabe Ellis buying his way in as a ranking member during the time. This is
Mm-hmm.
back when he was at Westville. There was IDOC Westville. There was three Saxonite white supremacists. One was unnamed. Well, there's a Justin Kratz is letting it be known that Gabe Ellis was paying off uh, directors and other the IDOC employees at Westville when he
Yeah.
was housed in Westville. Two of the Saxonite uh, members and the IDOC employees were named, but the one that went into protective custody, Justin Kratz let it be known, was Gabriel Ellis. He wrote on the rest, and the IDOC in Westville was moved out of Westville in protective custody, and it's the same protective custody. He's spending his time. He's in like not saute, but protective custody,
Did he narc?
and with the Chomos and the rest. He's protected in prison. He's not in general population.
He's not what?
In
Oh,
Indiana State Prison, he's not in general population. He's with the
oh,
Chomos and the rest in the protective custody
right now, Gabe
housing
Ellis.
unit.
Right now, Gabe Ellis is in prison.
Yep, Indiana State Prison, 164411.
Okay. What
And
did he
what's
do
weird
to
on
get that?
Gabe is when it comes to Gabriel Ellis, you'll be plain hell to find it on other than Carroll County Comment. Liggett was responding, and I think it was 2008. Prince William Road, Heather Ferris and Gabriel Ellis manufacturing meth. Prince William Road, 100 South. That's 40 feet from where Toby Garth was the manager. Derek
Toby
Sherman,
Glenn.
his ammonia theft. Yeah, Toby Garth was the manager of the Ag Resource Center right
Is
next
he,
to
is
the
he
Delphi
related
Bridge.
to Ashley? Is he related to our Ashley?
That's her dad.
Oh my god. Yeah, he's the one that sent all the fucking stuff that Prof was trying to say that uh, Richard Allen was getting it from CVS. All that, what is it called? The something chloride, how they make the
But
meth.
Toby was one of the main managers. So when it comes to the amount of meth that's in the tank, I think it's by weight.
Oh,
And then they have like a amount of like pressure. And each day they're supposed to, if there's any leaks, they're have to calling in like uh emergency services because it's a leak of like ammonia.
yeah.
But he was noticing his daughter and her friends spilling ammonia. How do you think Derek German, Dustin Prater knew how to get it into a certain container that would fit, like it would suffice, and how to get it in that container without killing themselves in the process if they weren't taught by somebody that's been taught and knows how to handle that?
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
kind of devices? This is how you would, what personal protection you need to have on glasses, eyes, hands. This is how you can get it out of the tank. This kind of container you can put it in. It was at his work, and he still had it for the longest time. It was Prince William Road, 100 South, that Ag Resource Center, right across the street. There was a field, and you see the one on High Bridge. Prince William Road, 100 South. Gabriel Ellis's manufacturing of meth, then his child exploitation charges that they dropped.
Wow.
There's good old boy club members above him that are
Mm-hmm.
making money, like former Judge Fouts, his sexual trafficking. Blaine mcleland, his fellow one, he was supplying who his family is, like Neda Duff, William Duff. He was
Yeah.
supplying these individuals, And the actions to get less time, going back to him and his drug ring,
Yeah.
after enough of this, enough money being lost between Karena, I'm hearing it was 20,000, and that's the reason that little girl lost her life is
Mm-hmm.
$20,000. If you look up Keenan McClerkin, among her
Yeah.
mom's side of the family, dealing in meth, Keenan McClerkin on her dad's side had a warrant out for his arrest for dealing in methamphetamine
Yeah.
during Karena's missing case. He was still
Oh.
wanted for
Oh.
dealing in meth. I feel it was her family's debt is what cost that little girl her life. It wasn't anything she did. But I'm hearing it was 20K during her case, is why he murdered her, did what he did. Then there was, you got to keep in mind, the same time frame is about 34,000. That's directly just Derrick alone. That's $54,000. Drugs and money. Kill or be killed. Get that money back, or you're
So
the one
is that
going.
what happened? Is that what happened with Derrick, and that's why they went after Libby, or what do you think the what? Why
Well,
would
why do
they
you
do
think all the most brutality, even with everything that we know up to date, and it's now documented, it was a serrated knife and a straight bladed knife. The same
it?
two that were blood covered. Elijah Cook, Travis Janicki, Kaigan Kalis was parading 18 days after the girl's murder. Both the
Yeah.
Bowie knife, serrated blade,
Yeah.
and the straight bladed weapon. Only
Yeah.
the killers
Yeah.
and law enforcement would know. They were
I saw.
parading around like war trophies, blood
Right.
soaked,
Well,
especially on the straight bladed knife, the
that's
ceremonial
what
sword
we
on page
know.
111.
Yeah.
It was blood covered. You can see the blood stains, the brown stains on the Bowie, serrated
Yeah.
Bowie knife. And this is the same knife Megan Allen, Kaigan Callis were taking pictures with. There was one picture where over his shoulder, she was holding the blade, the Bowie knife, over his shoulder in her own hand in a picture.
Yeah. You have it posted.
And I've noticed he's been taking things down and hiding it, omitting it on some of those certain pictures. I recorded them all.
Yeah.
And then how Stacy's been going back and his reliving post on his old profiles, he's going back and hiding certain things that he don't want seen.
Oh,
He's
really?
hiding shit now. Oh
Mm.
yeah,
Oh,
find Kyle
yeah.
Stacy's pages. You'll see February 11th, February 15th, uh, February 12th, February 13th, like all these 2017 February, the time frame, reliving
Yeah.
his posts. He's hiding these posts now, but you can still see the dates he posted, but it's now hidden.
Mm-hmm.
He was
Yeah.
telling everybody down to the book of truth who, what, when, where, and why to look at them. Then 6 days, like was Alan picked up was October 22nd. Kyle Stacy
Yeah.
on his latest Facebook shared the lighted up for Abby and Libby, pretty much taunting the families in the law
Yeah.
just days after they picked up Alan. And I fear, one thing I fear more than anything is their threats and actions towards me. If he is found not guilty tomorrow, they're going to come
You.
at me hell or high water. They cannot afford me federally, who and what I still am,
I kind of figured
because they
that
know.
because
Because if he's
Blaine.
found not guilty tomorrow, ISP arrests him, they're going to be looking for a scapegoat.
Yep.
And who's the best ones they have? Even the defense let it be known that they already knew. What do I have? And I can show the hard copies between me and my agent. They knew about Tyler, Gabe, a missing murder case. Like I said, Jeremy Patterson. They knew a longtime FBI informant, uh, not informant, but longtime FBI suspect that they
Yeah.
pressed on me, forced on me, was involved in Jeremy Patterson's 96 Days After Delphi. They knew the suspects involved in karenas, their roles, then their involvement in Delphi. Oh, I was even letting that be known to Becky and Anna. But Anna's telling me I'm trying to make it all about me, and oh, anything I if I can get anything pressed, if there was any truth behind it, don't you think they would have went after it and went after the same drug ring that you got elected politicians? And then wait till I start showing the drug ring, the elected politicians, the good old boys club, and Mike and Becky Patty, MVP appraisals. They can't hide the appraisals they did, just like on Flora, the house for the heirs.
Yeah.
The property assessing they
Yeah.
did on the
That's
Good
just
Old Boys Club when
that's
there's certain individuals. Money laundering is the number one way this cartel is cleaning the blood
that
and drug money
that's what Mike
is real
Patty,
estate.
Becky Patty, and all of them are doing that crosses the state lines, and that is a RICO charge.
Then you have one that Blaine Nelson did a live with Andrew Bess when Daniel Metz, METZ, when the Florida Attorney General started going after him.
Yeah.
One that did a live with Blaine Nelson, Andrew Bess, BESS. Him and his
Mm.
wife took over Daniel Metz, his money laundering. Andrew Bess and his family moved down right there in Sarasota, Florida,
Yeah.
right in the same
Mm.
area where Daniel Metz and his partners moved away from. They
Yeah.
were tipped off to the Attorney General coming after him. He was tipped off and he ran back. He made a 501c, the City of First Rehab,
Mm-hmm.
using that cartel's money and their permission. It's a perfect. The more they get it hooked, they've now got two rehab centers and multiple houses there in Kokomo, where even Scott Gales is one of the main night director of one of the drug rehab houses there in Kokomo.
Yeah.
To help his
See,
involvement,
I don't know anything about the drug ring. I mean, my whole thing is that I do Delphi, and I think Flora is definitely related. Um,
but to answer everybody's question, the motive, it's drugs and money. Why
okay,
do you
so
think they?
that's
Why do
what
you
we.
think the most of the brutality was done on Libby? Correct. The nudity,
Well,
to
we
leave a
we don't really
message.
know. We don't really know the the truth because they didn't check
But
the
what I'm
liver.
getting at, the most of the brutality, then they're saying she was left nude to pretty much even further humiliate the
Yeah,
victim and their family.
that's what they do. Yeah, that's what they do to humiliate people.
And cartels known about using knives when
Mm-hmm.
they act, bladed weapons, and then leaving their victims
Mm-hmm.
to leave a message.
So, so let me tell you my theory. I think that one group took the girls somehow, maybe friends of the family, somehow they ended up there because of Logan or whatever. And
Well,
I
you
think
remember Keegan Klein admits that he was made plans to meet Libby there
no,
earlier in the day.
listen, did you hear when he said that Kelsey said she called him right away, okay? And there's proof that there was money put into Libby's account, okay, from Keegan Klein. But this is what she did. She called Keegan Klein that night and said, "Oh my God, did you hear what happened to my sister?" And he said, "No, what?" And she said, "She's missing. It says you were the last one to talk to her. So, how come, like, did you, take her or whatever, you know?" And then all of a sudden, Keegan's in jail, like, what, 5 years later, goes to jail, and they're talking to him, and he's like, "Well, I guess I was supposed to meet Libby that night. They said that, or that day. They said that she was the last one I talked to." And it
But then
sounded
he
like
admits there was another person that had access to his
Greeno.
accounts.
Greeno.
Uh-uh.
Uh-huh.
The
Greeno was in the
one
house
that
when he got
had,
raided.
well, hold on. Hear me out here. Blaine Nelson. When it comes to older child predator teaching a younger child predator everything he knows,
Yeah.
Gabriel Ellis sent Keegan Klein and his friend to Vegas for meth, not weed.
Oh.
Blaine
Well, he
Nelson, the
knew
live
it
I did with
wasn't
him,
weed because weed you can get from anywhere. Why would you go there if
and
you're going to
how
Colorado?
well how that came about is even Justin Kratz, like when this Justin dude that was a dealer, he tried protecting Kyle. Oh, Kyle was not in town. I even know he was over in Vegas getting meth. I was getting like a quarter pound from him, and he wasn't in town. Which Kyle Stacy on February 15th, he said Jessica Little came and rescued him and was at her apartment, like her trailer there in
Yeah.
Kokomo.
Hmm.
Then February 17th, I think it was 17th, he had a court appearance there in Kokomo. So Justin trying to protect his supplier, saying he wasn't even in town, there's no way he was involved, like Kyle
Yeah.
Stacy, trying to protect him and lie for him. I'm like, his February 17th first appearance in Howard County Court. Then he has Jessica Little, his baby mama, like Jordan Little, his son.
Yeah.
Uh, if you look up Jordan Little, look at the fucking picture, the background picture of blood and like a dead body, like Jordan Little, his son,
Really?
has. It's fucking creepy.
Wow.
But Jessica came and picked him up from somewhere and saved him. She rescued me. And then in those comments, they were like, well, I see Gabe Ellis was picked up, and uh, I hope to God you have nothing to do with Gabe Ellis. And he was attacking people for going after his aka blood brother.
Oh.
But when it comes to Kyle, Gabe, Blaine, the last part of the live I did with Blaine Nelson,
Yeah.
listen to what Gabe Ellis, Kyle Stacy, and Blaine Nelson had their kids calling their kids. Like each one was calling, being called uncle and calling them nieces and nephews
Hmm.
of the AK blood brothers of theirs, including blood sisters like Megan, Paige Turley, Haley, Tiffany Tender. They all took a blood oath during karenas, and further were welcomed in on their actions of what they did in Delphi. But there's two different ones. Their book of troth says 99 over 9 years, and we're at 81 with Amanda Miller. Uh, not not Amanda Miller, but Amanda Martin.
Yeah.
And what the fuck are individuals showing back to this Kokomo drug ring
Yeah.
doing with? I've never heard this town in southern Indiana, close to the Kentucky border,
Hmm.
on a missing and presumed murdered woman, Amanda Martin.
Hmm.
Like I posted in the comments, I was like, check her page out and screenshot all those. And if somebody's listening to this, email me because there's some
Hmm.
individuals I've blocked and they've blocked me. I guarantee
Hmm.
you there's more than what I'm seeing showing. And this is how I
Hmm.
was able to, based off of who and what's showing on Facebook, it's Criminal Cartel Network, like Ricardo Espinoza. He goes by Ricky Twist Espinoza. Allison Langley, which is Allison Espinoza now, is Allison Ricky Twist Espinoza.
Hmm.
They were both picked up in 2018 raids. There's ones like Jamie Reed that stalked and added me on Facebook, among other dealers in and around this drug ring.
Hmm.
Then I've got other dealers like in Frankfort, spilling everything. And it's stuff I've said on I have not talked about.
Hmm.
I'm about to raise all kinds of hell and make sure there's a federal special prosecutor and RICO investigation before we get anywhere near January. Do you realize
Hmm.
Flint Farmer and his sister Tot went to school with Mark McCann, the prosecutor, that's now going against him? How's that not a conflict of interest?
What?
Mark
Not in
McCann's
Carroll
still going
County.
against him.
That's not in Carroll County.
That's in Howard.
Okay.
And you realize Flint Farmer, that's another thing I'm going to bring up,
Is he in
since
jail?
when in solitary confinement,
See, that's
23
what I'm
hours a
saying.
day locked down, ISP
What do they
and
think he did?
KPD,
What is
they're
he?
railroading him, even though Gabe Ellis's jailhouse confessions to Jerry and what Jerry openly let it be known, Flint
Mm-hmm.
Farmer had nothing to do with Karina's murder. She left his house alive,
Mm-hmm.
but yet ISP and KPD is trying to keep a federal witness and federal victim using my
Mm-hmm.
PTSD. Why should not be a credible witness, turning her
Mm-hmm.
case to federal. They can't afford the Riccio, the Good Old Boys
Mm-hmm.
Club being hit the moment I go
Mm-hmm.
federal witness on her case. They're trying like hell to keep it from happening. My PTSD, my TBI, the
Yep.
same too that was leaked to Tyler French and other ones in this drug ring. But like I said, uh, Dustin Rourke, aka she goes by Dusty Rourke. You've got like Kevin Summers, Kevin Summers, which is a captain at Kokomo Police Department. How as a captain, he was getting uh real estate like uh $50,000, $80,000 cash,
Mm-hmm.
renovating this with former dealers, business partners of his. And it's the same thing like Daniel Metz, the Florida Attorney General, going after him. He's business partners with Mark McCann, among other elected officials, Carroll and Howard County.
Wow.
In the same real estate, there's assessors like Neda Duff getting paid off in Carroll County, Martha
Mm-hmm.
Lake. Why is individuals like an assessor like Martha Lake stalking just like a senator, Jim Buck,
Mm-hmm.
stalking each uh, Facebook profile I do, and they're trying to pry off the record anything I know back to their good old boy club, off the record, trying to get me to give them everything I know. And I even
Right.
called him out when he added my new Facebook, the one I'm using now. Why did you decide to add me on yet again another one of my profiles? And I told this to a sitting senator right there in Kokomo, Jim Buck. Why are you
Mm-hmm.
stalking my profiles? Is this something have something to do with the federal issue that's going on in your district in the Good Old Boys Club? Just like Jamie Noel, you're sitting friends with. I've openly called this good old boy out, and his ties and connections like Jamie Noel. He's still sitting friends with Jamie Noel. I can show you that still to this day.
Yeah.
Why do I
Yeah.
have a sitting senator that's friends with corrupt individuals like Jamie Noel, their money laundering, Paul Wyman, the sitting Howard County Commissioner at the time,
Mm-hmm.
sitting friends with multiple dealers that were picked up in the federal raids. And like I said at the beginning of this, call the DEA yourselves. Ask, did the Howard County, Kokomo, have
Mm-hmm.
anything to do with any of the DEA raids? They were only giving outside security perimeter. They
Mm-hmm.
were not allowed due to base off of conflicts of interest in Howard County and the elected officials. There was conflict of interest why they were only allowed to do the outside perimeter security. They were not allowed to take part in any of the raids due to conflicts of interest.
Wow.
The sitting mayor at
Oh,
the time, Greg Goodnight,
no.
well, the sitting mayor at the time of Karena and Delphi, Greg Goodnight, he's sitting
Yeah.
friends with all these federally rated dealers.
Yeah.
And then Bonnie Earlbeck, which is Gabriel Ellis's mom, she's sitting friends with the mayor at the time. And then her and others, including KPD, is trying to use my PTSD. I'm mentally unfit. I'm mentally ill and mentally retarded. Like one's a Tyler
Mhm.
Joe French. Then you have ones like Renee, that's part of this little cartel drug ring,
Yeah, he is.
reverbing word for word what Tyler Joe French, my TBI, must make must have made me mentally retarded with my PTSD. Then he's going on to Dan's live, word for word, what he just is hearing. Once that Tyler Joe French and the ones in the drug ring that he ran with was involved
Mhm.
with, word for word. saying exactly everything he said. Wait till I show
Mhm.
that live of Dan's
Yeah.
where he brought that up, and each and every single one of them laughing, including Phoenix and others. Oh God, he must be mentally retarded. And it was
Yeah, I
like
don't think anybody
2018
thinks that. I
inside
really don't
KPD.
believe him. I really, I really don't. I don't
It
think they
just
believe
makes
him.
me sick. You have individuals that are laughing at somebody. Their PTSD was caused by child sexual trafficking, like by
Yeah.
a
Yeah,
cousin
it's
of
something
mine,
we should
5
all
years
be
my
able to
senior.
relate to right now because that's what's the
And
fuck's
then
going on.
then you've got Adrian, Phoenix, and all these going saying they want justice for these children victims, but yet all of them for a good time, good old laugh with along with Greeno and Casey. Oh, every single one of them was calling me mentally retarded. My TBI, my PTSD is made me mentally retarded. They were going back showing that live video, and like I said, during that 2018 live video inside KPD, it's Indiana State Police Detective Charles Chuck Myers. Look up his LinkedIn. What was he in charge of? And then you had Detective Benzinger admitting that over 40 child exploitation cases, Anthony Schatz alone, 3 victims from Kokomo, they knew about, sitting on their desk. One case, one detective, ISP and KPD, one case at a time. Money and manpower. And when I
Mm-hmm.
brought up, why aren't you asking for federal help? It's a state and local issue. So when did child exploitation, child porn become only a state like ISP and local issue? Isn't
Mm-hmm.
that a federal issue that feds do go after? And if you're having trouble with manpower and funding, only one detective, one case at a time, you've had 40 exploitation cases, including Liberty Germans in Miami County Post 2018, sitting
Yeah.
cold on your desk. How's that becoming of a state trooper, Doug Carter? A post under
I'm
your control.
I'm
How's that
telling you,
becoming of ISP?
Michael, I'm telling you right now, I don't know my feelings. This is what my feelings tell me. I usually have a pretty good radar. I think Carter knows what's going on, but he has no
And I
power.
even said, for the love of God, I wish I was able to get up there because I take my bulletproof vest. If he's found not guilty tomorrow and he's able to leave,
Yeah.
I'd throw that bulletproof vest on him and I have
How far
Matthew and
away are you?
Andrew's numbers. I'll meet up with him, get my vest back, but I'll throw that vest on him
How
because
far
when
away from the Delphi are you? I mean, don't tell me what city.
uh, I'll put it this way, I'm within 30 miles of Kokomo South
Okay. Okay. All right. Um. So
because, like I
I
said, I'll bring
know
my
that
bulletproof vest up there. If he's found not guilty and they're
mhm,
unsure of bringing him out,
he's gonna
I'll
get
bring that
acquitted.
bulletproof vest up there. And have Honey Evil True Crime Investigates. I'll even take that off. I'll throw the uh, bulletproof vest on him for them to take him out, and I'll get in contact with Andy or Matthew to get that vest back. So if he's found not guilty and they're unsure about getting him out of there, I don't think
Mm-hmm.
they're gonna up and just let him go home. They're gonna have to do out processing and like his rack and everything like that. Like anything he lost, he's gonna have to pay for. You get the idea.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna have to do out processing or whatever. Unless, is it one of those, if you're found not guilty, you're able to walk out the door? Like, I don't think they're going to allow that. Makes sense?
If they acquit him, or it's gonna be an acquittal. Okay.
But
And
then you
yeah,
got to think, you got ones like Renee allowed to be at the courthouse and on courthouse
and
grounds,
then he's trying to sit
admitting that
next.
he will kill him.
Then he's trying to sit next to fucking Kathy and getting pissed every day because Bob keeps blocking him. Well, but he's there just he's not he doesn't have any paper or anything. He's there just to intimidate Kathy and Richard and the family. A week before the trial started, Greeno
And
showed a
Oakley said if
photo.
he's acquitted, he'll do what's needed.
I know he remember the hanging guy? when he read that, it was so dark, and I pretended like I was somebody else, and I was talking to him, and he was like, "Yeah, this was my relative. I think I would know more than anybody else." I'm like, "Oh, so like being a serial killer runs in the family?" Because he,
And that's one thing I want to bring up to Renee. You don't know how it feels when there's a death within your family. You don't know what it fucking feels like. Think again, little
um,
boy. 7 of your little buddies of that same ring killed
well,
within my
he
family,
shouldn't be giving him.
2020.
He shouldn't even be giving. He shouldn't be giving away fucking insulin shots or fucking fentanyl laced
I've
or
talked to
something.
Mike Cat's family. They know. They swear up and down he killed Michael Cat.
Absolutely.
And then he's trying to say, I lived in Delphi. You were doing drugs with some one so like Jessica Joe
The
Plunkett. You
neighbor
might stay a night or
saw
two with
the
Jessica
neighbor
JoJo
saw
Plunkett.
Bruno leave that morning with stuff of cats and told Cats his brother. Greener was
But
there.
when he was saying he lived and was uh, speaking out on the Delphi case, he was staying right there at Michael Katz and Kokomo.
Mm-hmm.
But he's trying to tell everybody, it's in my hometown or where I lived.
Delphi,
He was
yeah,
living right there for the longest time with Michael
it's
Cat
part of the
out at
bridge.
his compound.
Mm-hmm.
And I can
No,
tell you exactly, if you take, uh, what is it? What is it? There's a McDonald's and it's right by the Kroger, like on the side of town. There's a
mm-hmm.
road right next to the CVS and McDonald's. If you take that going on down, you'll come into Mike Cat's on the left, and it's about
Mm-hmm.
probably about 5 miles out of town. Mike Cat's drive that goes back to his compound was on the left hand side. And God, I'm trying to remember the McDonald's and Kroger. Fuck, I even worked at that McDonald's for a while. That's bad.
That's
That's
funny.
why I fucking didn't want to remember anything about that McDonald's. But
I
it's on
don't
the
eat
side
that.
of town. If anybody knows how to get out Mike Cat's, you'll know about the road you got to go, like the crossroads, and you take it out of town for
Mm-hmm.
about 4.5, 5 miles. Mike Cat's hidden drive is going to be on your left hand side. That goes back to his compound, and
Yeah.
I can show you the dates and times where uh him and Mike Cat he was living out there. Time of Delphi, when all that happened, when he took Jennifer Dean Barnes in 2018 to do a video,
Yeah.
she helped and she was involved. It was Hori, yeah, Hori, Jennifer Barnes, Dean, and Corey Dean were the last two that leave uh, Floorhouse. Then in 2020, 2 years after she just did the video with Renee
Mm-hmm.
at the bridge, two
Mm-hmm.
years after that, Willie Smith Jr., his murder, she was only paid $20 out of $120 robbery and murder.
Oh
She was
my
paid
God.
$20 for her role, allowing
Okay.
them to come back and helping them.
After the Flora fire, I saw Greeno in a picture, and he was flashing $10,000 right after Flora. What do you think?
He knows exactly who did it and said drug ring. And everybody on that witness list of Galen,
Mm-hmm.
I have some where they were letting it be known the drug traffic, they've got pictures and video. And then they
Were
were
there
showing
girls,
pictures.
were there girls sacrificed before they actually burnt down the house?
That I'm not 100% sure. And you got to remember, on some of these cases, all they need to do is
Mm-hmm.
the murder and they'll take a blood oath.
Yeah. Yeah.
Blood oath of silence.
Mm-hmm.
Walking in as blood brothers and sisters. It
Mm-hmm.
doesn't have to be a sacrifice. It could be a blood oath they take of
Right.
silence. And
Right.
you'll see some kids a while back threw some rocks over an overpass and murdered a woman.
Mm-hmm.
All the kids, after they threw the rocks and end up killing somebody, they took a blood oath of silence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That makes
But
sense.
that's one thing I wanted to bring up. A older child predator, he has no alibi. everybody that was on the run with him, Gabriel
Mm-hmm.
Ellis has no alibi. He was on the run, and then they tried making it sound like they were going up to Gas City, time of Delphi. They were
Mm-hmm.
going to Gas City, so all the law enforcement they were looking for uh, any gas stations. They were looking at all the gas stations, video cameras, and all that. All the like hotels,
Mm-hmm.
any traffic cameras coming in and out of town, seeing if Gabe Ellis and Sierra Daly went to Gas City, like them and their families.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same families that knew Karena McClerkin was dead within 48 hours. Marlena, Karena's
Wow.
mother's side of the family, her
Mm-hmm.
cousins, like Sierra Daly, her
Mm-hmm.
sisters, was letting her boyfriend know that she
Wow.
was dead. He came back in a comment. I can't believe she's dead. I cried when I heard. 48 hours missing. Then Jerry all of a sudden comes in. We still haven't found Karina. Like, keeping it like gatekeeping. How dare you let that out?
Mm-hmm.
Both
Yeah.
sides of the family knew within 48 hours of her missing, she was murdered. And they were letting boyfriends know. Then Jerry coming in, gatekeeping. Oh, how dare you let him say that openly?
Well, that seems to be popular right there in that area.
And it's the same like Crystal Daly, Sierra's cousin, where
Mm.
I even said I was like, I'm narrowing the noose on Gabe.
Mm-hmm.
His drug ring, he and his drug ring went and did Delphi. Did Sierra Daly, which is a close friend, longtime friend of Cheyenne.
Okay.
And you can fact check me. Her mom and dad separated. Her dad lives in Delphi. Her mom lived in Kokomo for the longest time. That's
Yeah.
how she was friends and knew Sierra Daly, Gabe Ellison that ring. I
Mm-hmm.
can still show that to this day. And it's the same Cheyenne, Engel, or whatever
Mm-hmm.
Tina named was involved, and she would have seen Delphi, BG, and knows who would be um um, um she said a Cheryl and a Cheyenne Engel
Mm-hmm.
was there, and they like how else would she like Tina besides her daughter telling her who else was there? Why else would
Yeah.
she know Cheyenne was there at the bridge? Would know who BG is?
Mm-hmm.
Get them to contact Cheyenne. She was there at the bridge. She knows who BG might be.
Mm-hmm.
This is before anybody knew about who Cheyenne was.
BG is
That
full of
same
shit.
where,
BG and Abby on the bridge. That's all a fucking wag the dog.
but this
And
is
you know
where
what?
Tina was already
Also,
pushing.
you
Oh,
fucking
hey, they might want to talk to Cheyenne. This is
yeah.
before she ever came forward. Tina Rodell's telling names that was there with her daughter, and you got to remember the bladed weapon
Mm-hmm.
Cheyenne, her friend, took a picture with. What was on her jeans?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Everybody's talked about, I've seen it before, and I'm like, for the love of God, huntingeviltruecrime at gmail.com, somebody send those to me. I've seen
Yeah.
them before, and I probably got them like in one of my SD cards,
Mm-hmm.
but like this SD card alone in this phone, I've got over 20,000 screenshots. And it's one thing that this FBI informant, it's one thing I was taught by the FBI, and I made some serious cases with my Baffy informant files.
Mm-hmm.
Bruce Dockett, big sovereign citizen judge, threats to a judge. He has 38 years sitting in federal prison. Yours
Wow.
truly. The Indiana ISIS couple. I had actions taken across overseas, foreign terrorism. There
Mm-hmm.
was actions taken to kill the husband,
Wow.
knowing that she was going to try to bring her and the kids back.
Mm-hmm.
This woman he married, her and him, trained with American Patriots 3%, the same militia group that Brad Holder, Amber belonged to, the Indiana
And
ISIS couple trained with.
are they from
Then,
Michigan?
nope, Indiana.
Oh, okay.
But look up Indiana ISIS couple. He was murdered. Well, not murdered, but actions were taken against him. He was killed
Mm.
fighting for ISIS. And I want you to keep in mind, this woman was a Kokomo resident and was a stripper at Danny DeMond's strip club for years
Is that one
before
of the?
marrying a Muslim. Then
Is
she
that?
was working out there at Indiana Packers.
Mm-hmm.
And I brought her name up to a few people, and when I brought her name up, they were like, holy shit. Yeah, she was like Delphi Kokomo. She lived in that area for the longest time. Then she married somebody, and we had no clue where the hell happened to her.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I proved and I showed the exact training dates they trained with that American Patriots 3%. Before going and fighting for ISIS, they trained with the same militia group Brad Holder and his wife belonged to and was recruiting and selling his homemade forged weapons
Mm-hmm.
to these
Yep.
fellow militia members. Then you got ones like I have Apophis and All Eyes saying he was a hang around. He never belonged to anything like that. I'm
Who?
like years before Delphi, Brad Holder, Amber Holder, Jeff Brackett, Kim Thomas, just a few names. They all belong to the same militia.
Yeah,
The
but
militia and the Odinism
yeah.
recruiting was going on American Patriots 3%.
Mm-hmm.
Both of that was going on February 10th through the 12th at Ron Logan's property.
Right.
The FBI, my handler, Michael Curtis, and his partner were doing on location video, in person surveillance, and God only knows if they had an undercover during this training, but that is what had the FBI, Joint Terrorism Task Force, right there in Delphi. They
Mm-hmm.
were sitting silent because they were actually watching Ron Logan's property, who and what was going on his land. Why do you think the FBI thought they had enough to go right after Ron Logan?
Right.
It's the Baffy files, and I still got the hard copies. The who, what, when, where, and why, what had the FBI, Joint Terrorism Task Force, my
Mm-hmm.
handler, from the very day one. My fight for justice, my Facebook speaking out to when I made hunting evil. I've said from the day one, and I've been kicked off like Sleuth Intuition,
Yeah.
Frankmeister, their lives, bringing up the whole fact that the Joint Terrorism Task Force, my handler, new suspects, refused to act. Delphi was preventable.
They don't want to. They don't want to admit
But
it's bad.
yeah, I brought that up on live. They were laughing amongst each other. I told him not to bring it up or say a damn thing about it, and like Gibbos and the Kokomo crew, I told him not to bring up or say anything about it, and they were having a good old time laughing. But then I've still got Frank Meister, his real name, Shane Chrisage, or
Yep.
Christenage, or whatever his name is,
Mm-hmm.
before he changed it to Frank Meister, where he's begging me to get everything I know.
What?
Oh, yeah, Shane, Frank,
What?
oh, I can trust him with everything like I know, but then I was calling him out. Do you have a fucking problem with me? I wouldn't say so much a problem with you, but the friends you have down in Indianapolis going back in around uh missing murder case. And when
Mm-hmm.
I even brought up to him, I've got an IMPD officer, Garland and Del Cooper, and IMPD as a whole, you're friends. Going back to missing murder cases down there in Indianapolis, he admits
Yeah.
that he knew Jamie Beasley, among others. But you ever see Shane, aka Frank Meister, ever talk
Mm-hmm.
about Jamie Beasley and other cases that he knows in Indy? He sits silent. Why? The ones that he sits friends with in and around, I still got the hard copies. What he does not want you to see. And I called him
Mm-hmm.
out. He actually called me out. You have a fucking problem with me? I wouldn't say it was much a problem with you, but your friends and around that drug ring and going back to other missing murdered cases. And I started asking, like, why are some of your friends sitting on Jamie Beasley? Oh, I even knew Jamie. Oh, Mariah Coy, her cousin? Oh, what Frank does not want you all to see. I'm about to drop a truth bomb.
Mm-hmm.
And oh, I can trust him. I can tell
Oh,
him everything.
you can't
I knew
trust him.
fucking better.
He is. Oh, I got a text to Robin. Prophet Noe come. Okay,
Renee?
so, oh, who is Renee? Reno.
Yeah, Rena. Renee. That's his real name.
Yeah, that's okay. I think she's a she. Yeah, I
It's
just.
Mister. I got 7 felonies, and I like my ass
And
cheeks
I'm gonna
getting
get
clapped.
3 more because I'm gonna go after Mel and I'm gonna go after
You
Snake.
remember, I've got 7 felonies. I'm a person to take seriously, you all. Keep it unhinged and little voice style, y'all.
Yeah,
You hear?
he felt his
I'm
voice.
Mr. 7 felonies. You should fear me. I
Yeah,
still want to show up. Like tomorrow, let him try to act. As long as I'm not on the courthouse property, I'm allowed to be armed. I'm allowed to have my vest on. I
yeah.
guarantee you, me showing up, for the love of God, if I'm able to show up even in my manual chair, do you think he's going to say something, act out, keep his promises the next time I fucking see you? So help me fucking God.
Oh, I know he's got a lot. I'm worried about Richard Allen and the family because of him. I
And
don't
they're
think he.
allowing him in, knowing
But listen,
openly, he said if he's acquitted,
there's a
he's going to
reason for
do what
that.
needs done.
There's a reason for that. Okay, and I'm sure you know what that reason is because it's something you got put into for a while.
You
Um,
know, I got dragged into another thing, the Georgia issue. Fucking, yeah.
yeah,
I
yeah,
know
yeah,
a
yeah.
hell of a lot more than that, and I wish I knew.
What's up with the conversion, Becky? Georgia conversion. George Floyd. What do you know
And
about it?
guess who's, I don't know his attorney that's now, but his defense attorney,
Mm-hmm.
Curtis Phelps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good old boy
And
club.
you know what else? Curtis Fouts was the one that was running the fucking ranch in goddamn Texas, and you don't think he took Reno there? You don't think he had
And
Reno
Sierra,
ever since
not
the
Sierra,
girls
but
died? He has been trying to recruit young girls.
Tierra
And
Jade or Tierra Rain or whatever the fuck she changed. Don't take this wrong way, but she
what?
changed her fucking name more than you do. But
Hey,
Tierra
I'm
Rain, the
known
one
for
that the sex worker that fucking hosted bouts. Do you
Louise.
realize I can show her back to Jamie Beasley, Tony Klein,
Who?
other
No,
cases, missing, murdered, Tierra
Preston?
Rain or Tierra Jade or whatever the fuck her name is.
Oh, Jalen Rain.
Jalen Rain, Tierra Jade, whatever the. She's got
Yeah.
multiple accounts. Do you realize she's sitting friends with other multiple, not just a couple, multiple missing and murdered down in
You know,
Indianapolis and others
you know that she's
victims?
completely clean now, and
Oh,
she's
but
doing
you won't
really.
you won't see her say one truth about any of the cases she's friends with, the victims, and
No,
then
I'm just
the
saying
killers.
she's
She'll
clean now,
say,
and she's got a good job, and she doesn't live that way anymore. And I'm actually kind of proud of her because
I'm proud of
like
her,
I
but
said,
it doesn't take back. It's just like Kyle Stacy, fucking Tyler Fringe. They're all now God fearing and going to church and accepted by their church, and oh, just like Scott K. Ellis, they're all trying to fucking libby goody good life. Like, oh, we had nothing to do with that. And
hmm
in the emails, oh, if you email me, I'll show you the full emails I got with Tyler Fringe. He was using scriptures when he was slipping in. I know where you live. When I come
hmm
see you, you're not going to be able to run and hide behind a screen. Or, oh, wait,
yeah,
you're disabled ass, can't roll and hide behind a screen.
hmm
But
yeah,
while using scriptures, while slipping in, I plan to see you. You have what's
hmm
coming here soon.
yeah,
That's like I said, and I've said in Andrews and a few others,
yeah,
they've openly let it be known. And I guarantee you they did it when they did Flora, Delphi.
hmm
It wasn't just some shock. Why do you think Becky, they, not he or she, they have our girls? And everybody's like, not one of these creators, anybody's brought up a female killer. 8 fucking years now.
It's not a
Tina
female killer.
Rodell said her daughter killed one of the girls. Do you know what it felt like? a female killer,
that had to be Abby then.
then admits that she took pictures. Is that how Nick Edwards
Well,
got the
how
snuff
come
and
those
gore film?
pictures never showed up? I'm surprised those pictures never leaked because I'm telling you, the fucking ones that were leaked that
Oh, I guarantee it. If she's texting and calling her mom
hmm
all this,
hmm
that's still data you can still find. And a lot of these people are thinking, oh, it's only 7 years. It's 10 years when law enforcement are forcing cell phone companies and the cell data. When law enforcement is pushing it, it's to max up to 10 years.
yeah.
When law enforcement wants that, the cell company can bring it back up to
hmm
10 years.
Wow.
They're thinking 7 years because it's normally 6 to 7 years. A
hmm
typical cell phone company would keep your cell data. They think they're safe, but it's up to 10 years when law enforcement's asking the cell company. They'll get
Yeah,
the
that's
cell data.
like Becky calling that day for the cell phone data. That was bullshit because they never have them call it. It's always the police.
And
And
I still want to know. You can't tell me like all this Cellbrite and they're talking about, oh, we found this and that and the other. You can't tell me you don't know what the fuck her sister signed on and deleted. It's the 21st fucking century. Anything deleted on social media or the internet,
they
it
got it
still
all.
leaves a trail. You have to know what the hell she deleted and why.
Right. They do.
And how the hell is that not obstructing?
I have to say, there's been a girl in a chat, in a couple chats, and I won't say her name, but she keeps alluding to the fact that Kelsey's innocent, and that when her car went back there, that we didn't see what happened, and there were like 4 or 5 white cars that surrounded her.
In Anna's own words, she said from the time the girls were dropped off,
hmm
at max to be 2.5 hours, not three, at max
Right.
2.5 hours from when
hmm
they were dropped off to when the first family, and she refused to name the first family that showed up looking for them. At max is
hmm
2.5 hours. Then she goes on, and I've got this whole conversation with Anna Williams, 2021. Do
hmm
you realize how many false confessions have been made in the girl's case?
A lot,
She had an issue with the false confessions in 2021, but
really.
none of the false confessions with Rick Allen. Hmm. When it brings up like Tyler Joe French and the drug ring, the ties, she's trying to
Yeah.
say, "Oh, if there's something to look at there, wouldn't you think fucking Liggett and the rest of them? You wanted to talk to him 2 years ago. Yeah, Liggett called me, threatening to use his power and his badge.
hmm
So help me God, if you message Anna Williams one more time, I will shut you up and I will use every power of my badge." I looked at him. She blocked me. You think I made another content, like another Facebook profile? She blocked
Right.
me on that one. And the
Wow.
next time I made contact with her was 2021. And when I was bringing up, that doesn't mean they had anything to do with the girl's case. That doesn't mean they would want to kill the girls.
Right.
I've got that
Well,
full conversation with her. I've let it be out and it's shown. If only you know where to look. It's been out there. The
you
full
know,
conversation. And when it
have
comes to the same drug ring that she was getting her drugs, she admitted for the longest time she was an addict herself, doing
mm,
drugs with Derek and others.
yeah, yeah, I believe that. Um,
And then, like I said, I've got her own in writ where she admits that yes, Christina Martin, the longtime Florida dealer, and it's the same Christina Martin you'll see where elected officials out of Florida, Carroll County, Howard, was sitting
mhm,
friends with her, firefighters like
yeah,
Thomas on Florida Fire Department, a firefighter, and it's one of the same firefighters that was actually there at the Florida fire, was sitting
yeah.
with a longtime Florida dealer.
Do
Yeah.
you know who? Speaking of fire, do you know who Curtis L. Borden is?
Not
I'm
right
sorry, I
off
got
the top of
rice
my
in
head.
my mouth. I'm Chinese. I got rice in my mouth.
Ching chang chong.
Ting
Leave me alone. I
tong.
got rice in my mouth.
Mine is I get to my phone and I'm like, what did I say?
Yeah,
I can't even, I
yeah.
can't
I'm gonna
remember.
do a bad joke. Oh, so instead of us squinting our eyes, me
Mhm.
Asian,
Yeah.
you're one of those like, here, I'm gonna open my eyes wider. I'm not Caucasian.
You know what's so funny
I've
about that?
seen an Asian dude I do that, and he goes from having like a Asian accent to having a deep Caucasian. I'm a
Mhm.
Caucasian white male, and he opens his eyes like real wide, like with his hands, and then he changed his voice to a full Caucasian white guy's like deep voice, like Southern voice. And I'm like,
Yeah.
ever since I've seen that, I'm like, then how he's like, I am a white Caucasian, and it's an Asian guy going from an Asian accent,
Oh my
squinty
god.
eyes, to open his eyes with his hands and like talking like a white guy.
Mhm.
I'm a white
Mhm.
Caucasian male. Don't let the appearance
Sometimes
fool
when
you.
I answer my phone, I say, "Hong Kong Nin, may I take your order?" And they think that it's the wrong place and they hang up.
Do you want to cat or dog?
Cream of Somyang boy?
When that's one thing I did have to laugh because I'm like, Trump, we've been eating cat and dog at the Chinese buffet for years now. Save the
Fuck.
cats, save the dogs. Well, guess what? We've been eating them at the Chinese like buffets. Why do you think it's $5 all you can eat buffet? They'll just find some more alley cats.
Are you saying that you like Trump?
I'm not saying left or right or anything like that.
Did you vote for him? No comment.
I'm not saying nothing. I ain't saying nothing because I've got people left, right, and they use it, and now I'm like, I'm pleading the fifth.
I-
What
I've
I did,
been very, I've been very angry and sad, and I've been mean,
but you
and
got
I
to keep in mind the cartel drug rings like
yes,
Kokomo
hmm they're the ones that want it.
with this open border, Logansport, the migrants overload in Logansport.
Yeah,
Yeah, have you heard about that yet?
no,
Why are they going to tiny towns like Logansport? Overcrowding. Logansport has got like high what is it, Haitians or a lot of like the illegals, and they were bussed in to Logansport, just dropped off. Logansport's overwhelmed right now
wow,
with migrants.
it
And
looks like
I'm sitting here like, look at the
the
3,000s
beginning.
running towards the border right now, knowing if he got in, he's going to make it hell to get across the border like they've been. But you got to
Mm-hmm.
think the cartel drug rings, the sexual trafficking,
Mm-hmm.
like what you just brought up, like the what is it? C, what was that?
Casa.
Casa. Well, you got to
See,
think all the
yeah,
migrant children coming across the border.
that's what
They've
I'm
even
saying.
admitted some of the adults that are bringing these kids across the border, they're not
Some,
their biological families.
some of them
They're
are
just bringing
throwing.
these kids across. How
Some
many
of
are
them
brought
are
up to
throwing
Logansport?
kids. They're going to the top of the fence and they're throwing the kids down and saying go. And
And
the
see,
way
that's another thing. Like
those
Logansport,
kids are being
they're
held.
overwhelmed with the underage, like the kids.
Well,
Their
yeah,
school
but now,
system's overwhelmed right now.
but with what's going on behind the scenes that a lot of people don't realize, there's there they say that all these kids are sitting in cages down there because they don't have parents and whatever. Well, somebody's rescuing them. Who do you think? Who do you think?
Oh, you got CPS and shit coming in and getting them into foster families, and then oh, they're admitting that there's millions of kids right now they're unaccounted for.
Oh yeah, tons of them. That's what I'm
So
saying.
that's
They're
why I'm
getting
saying
from
you're
there.
sitting there asking who I was voting for. I'm like, even see, you sound like you're sitting a little left. They see right and left, we can come together. when it comes to the open border shit right now, it's only helping these cartel raids and the trafficking of humans. It's an open
Well,
fucking all out border. They're trying to get another few thousand in. Like you
is it
hear that
help?
caravan running for the
Is,
border right now?
no, but I mean, is it okay? So is it helping the cartel from Mexico to come here? I mean, for their for
Their drugs, like,
no, for
and
people
if
that
people that can't like pay them to get across the border,
with
they're
the
using
clothes,
as mules.
you know.
If you
I
take
mean,
our drugs across the border instead of paying us to get across the border, if you be our mules and take our drugs and where
yeah,
you're getting sent to, make sure these bags stay with you. And when you get
mhm,
there, they'll make sure you're taken care of.
yeah,
Why are they sending people to like Logansport, another
mhm,
cartel hotspot right here since 2018,
yeah.
an area of operation where they have a lot of control right there in Kokomo?
Yep.
Why are they sending it right there in Kokomo and Logansport?
Well,
It was planned.
they're trying to spread them out everywhere, and probably Kokomo. They're like, ah, you can sell drugs here, so fuck it, just stay here.
Oh, another thing when it comes to Kokomo, look up Bob Lashley selling the Wagner, the property where Paul Wyman now federally sold it to Federal HUD for the HUD housing, up new apartments. He bought that property off of Bob Lashley for $1,500. Now he's getting it sold when it was revalued and reassessed, just like MBP appraisals.
Mm-hmm.
He got that property reappraised. He's now selling 35 plus acres that he bought off of Bob Lashley for $1,500.
For
A good
who's
old
buying
boy
them?
club. He's now
Mike,
selling it for over 100K per acre. That's over 35 acres. Do the math.
is that Mike
He's
Daddy or
making millions. No, that's Paul Wyman,
who's that?
the Howard County sitting commissioner that was friends when Blaine Nelson,
Mm-hmm.
when Blaine Nelson left, died. He was
Mm-hmm.
speaking at a longtime dealer and partner with Gabe, his funeral, talking about how he knew Gabe, not Gabe, but Blaine and his family for years.
Yeah.
He spoke at Blaine Nelson's funeral like he was longtime friends with another
Mm-hmm.
cartel dealer that finally opened, let it be known. But oh, there's another politician that tried running for office. There was like Bradley Bray that got in District 3, Howard County Commissioner,
I
Republican
never
Party.
bought. Come on, I
Do you
can't have
realize? Oh, hold on. Bray, Bray. Do you
Yeah.
realize Kaigan Callis sits friends with this Howard County Commissioner that just got voted in? District
Really?
3, Bradley Bray. Ones like Kaigan Callis and others in and around that drug ring
Yeah.
sit with this commissioner that just got voted in.
Yeah.
I can show you right now, Kaigan Callis, among others, are sitting friends with this commissioner that just got voted in. Then
Mm.
I'm hearing where, like, the mayor that's sitting right now, there's politicians kind of letting it be known the corruption going on.
Yeah.
Like, he got $20,000 in a brown paper bag dropped off at City Hall.
Yeah.
They hurried up and did a emergency like fundraiser to account where that money came from. The
What
contributions
did
like Nick,
Trump do
Tony
with the 10?
Liggett, others are getting the campaign contributions. If the
Mm-hmm.
full audit was done, the names going back in around this cartel drug ring, contributing, and it took decades to get like a sitting senator, among others that have seats in D.C. It's taken that Kokomo drug ring
Mm-hmm.
decades.
Yeah.
I remember hearing back where family friends of ours was bragging to my adopted dad where they were bringing Danny DeMolins strippers home for pay to play when I was a child. I was
Yeah.
given Big Daddy, Little Daddy shirts, not knowing what the fuck that was. but it
Yeah.
was Danny DeMolin,
Who's that?
the pimp of Kokomo
Oh.
that had clients like Curtis Fouts, among other elected politicians, clients for his pay to play, the sex trafficking he was doing out of his strip clubs. And you wonder why ones like Paul Wyman and these others going to the strip clubs like Danny's. Do you realize Monticello, he started a bar and grill
Dude,
right there in
this is a
Monticello?
huge dive bar, isn't it?
No, Danny DeMolins, like Big Daddies and Little Daddies, it was
Oh,
strip
so
clubs.
okay, because there's a Danny's in Canada that some girls go to, and it's like I went once. I was like, that's
But no,
disgusting.
it's Big Daddy and Little Daddy. It
Oh,
was where he was doing the Kokomo Good Old Boys Club, the sex trafficking,
the five and
where
under.
Jalen was trying to say it's Lafayette. No, it's Kokomo. It's the same
Yeah,
Kokomo Good Old Boys Club that Judge Fouts
yeah,
was helping sexual trafficking
I
of
know.
the pay to play girls of Danny's. It's
And
strippers that would strip in his club. Then he'd be able to
that,
talk them in. Like he had 16 prostitution charges.
that's why
And
Reno is constantly doing reenactments because he's reeling in all the young girls and he's giving them to Fouts because he's feeling them out kind of when they're
maybe you,
and he's
there's a
never
sign,
once
the
made a
Monon High
reenactment.
Bridge,
Yeah,
the homemade wood carving,
yeah,
511 steps. Who put that on there? And why 511 steps?
on the bridge.
When we know now it is over 1,500 steps that were on her health tracker. It was over 1,500 steps, not 511. But look up that Monon High Bridge and how
Hmm.
Renee and the rest of them did that heart and everything. That
Hmm.
homemade, hand carved, and stained to match 511 steps.
Wow,
Who put that there
probably
and
Reno.
why?
Let me tell you,
But it
Reno.
was only hitting at 511 steps. Why only 511 steps? What the fuck? When
Well,
we
he's
know
lost.
now it's over 1,500 steps that were on her tracker,
Hmm.
what is the 511 steps? Is that from the start to the end
Well,
of getting off on and
you
off the
got
Monon High Bridge?
you got two ones, which is the sign of the serpent. Then you have what'd you say, five? So you got
Yeah,
five, and then you add two more. That's seven, and then six, five, six, seven, and then seven becomes oh god, I don't know what that sign is. I forget. I mean, there's just all kinds. There is math.
but on your other device, pull up like the Monon High Bridge and what they
Yeah.
just did. But notice the 511 steps under that bridge, that sign, the wooden
Yeah,
sign,
that's going to be
and another
symbolic.
wooden like hand carving, like somebody like sat there with like a drill and carved out 511 steps.
Yeah.
But then the sign itself, like the Monon High Bridge, it was professionally done and stained.
Hmm.
But
Yeah.
then the 511 steps, that looked like somebody homemade did that and added that to that sign.
Yeah.
And I brought that up like Andrea and Bob and a few others. Like, does anybody have any clue who did the 511, 511 steps and put that under that sign?
Yeah.
What is the 511 steps? Is that from this time you get on the Mona High Bridge to where they went down? Or what is the
Those
511 steps?
girls were never at that bridge at that time. It's a lie. Abby's
But one
picture
thing
is
I
this
did want to bring up, they have admitted there was two weapons, a serrated and a straight bladed weapon.
long knife.
What? Why? Only reason I bring that up is the ceremonial sword Elijah Cook,
Mm-hmm.
the Bowie knife, serrated blade. If you zoom up on Elijah Cook, 18 days after Delphi, the ceremonial sword in their book of Troth on page 111,
Mm-hmm.
find the PDFD of the Book of Troth, Troth, by Edmund, Edmund, Thorson, Thorrrson, the Book of Troth.
Okay.
It's the same
Mhm.
book Kyle Stacy was reliving and posting about.
Really?
You'll see in that Book of Troth, the sons of Odin, when you make a kindred, the sons of Odin are the warriors, the killers.
Okay, so that
That's
let
where
me
they got
wait,
the sons
let
of
me
Odin
go through
name.
them. So I think that there's three groups of people that were involved with the girls. I think there was
Militia, drug
the
ring,
wait, no,
and
no, I want.
Odinism.
I think it's abductors,
And the only
which
reason I said this,
was
these
a payback.
suspects, they were militia,
Yes.
Odinism, and drug ring, known
Okay.
to the
So
FBI. That's what had the FBI there in Delphi on Ron Logan's
remember Mike's
property.
comment one day when I first started paying attention to the case. Mike Patty's comment. He said it in his kitchen. He said, "Yeah, sometimes the girls were gone, like for couple days or whatever, but we knew they were okay. They would be, we trust the parents, and they go back and forth from spending the night here. So that
And
right
one
there,
thing they
there
can't
was things
hide, they
like
let
that.
it be known nationally, was
Yeah,
Michaela Babcock,
yeah,
the locals, ISP, and the local drug task
mm-hmm,
force that raided her house, arrested her.
mm-hmm,
It's not just spice. It was legend drugs as well, narcotics,
yeah,
and maintaining a common nuisance. She was using her house as a drug house, the same house Libby went and stayed the night out, and Michaela
um, yeah.
Babcock
But I'm gonna
was
tell you,
facing felony charges.
She didn't spend the night there. She was already taken.
But this is what
Abby
I'm
didn't
getting
get.
at when it comes to Michaela Babcock, to keep the story
Yeah,
straight,
yeah.
she was involved. She
Oh
was
yeah,
dealing narcotics out of her house, the same house that she was supposed to go stay the night at, and
yeah,
nothing to see there. Then you got Derrick, Del Wood, Joshua Link. Uh, you've got like Brad German, Terry German. They were
yeah,
friends with like once like Jennifer Dean Barnes, Corey
yeah. They
Dean.
were the drug dealers. Yeah.
And you realize Corey
Mhm.
Dean, when Jennifer went to prison, he married
Yeah.
his daughter, her daughter, which when he first came into the scene, she was underage
Oh my God, I remember you telling me
as
that.
a stepdad.
Disgusting.
Then Corey Dean married his pretty much stepdaughter for the longest time,
What
divorced
is
her mom, and
Dean?
married the stepdaughter.
What is Dean in prison for?
Willie Smith Jr., his murder in Florida, 2020.
He was murdered.
Willie Smith Jr. He was lured for sex, but $120 is why Willie Smith Jr. A robbery turned into a murder.
Like a
Jennifer Barnes helped
like
the
a
two that
yeah,
Jennifer.
like Ray Havoc,
It's
like murder.
two of the roommates, the ones that planned his murder and went through with his murder.
Uh
They
huh.
paid her $20 out of the 120 for her
Oh my
role in
God.
allowing them to come back after they murdered him, help get
Hmm.
rid of the weapons and like their bloody clothes.
Yeah.
If she only got paid $20 for Willie Smith Jr.'s murder, how
Wow.
much drugs, how much money was she given? And you remember that
Mm.
witness that said there was a like 3 or 4 inch blue flame in the kitchen leading out to the back porch?
Yeah.
And then what everybody let it be known. The back porch, the ones that were coming for that house as a trap house,
Yeah.
like I said, locals, they've got pictures where they were actually showing the back porch when there was no snow on, and even when there was snow, the traffic. going through that yard, wore a mud trail
My
to and
friend
from that
wanted me
back
to ask
porch.
you about that. My friend wanted me to ask you what is up with the trail that goes to that garage door or that door from the
The back
back.
door they were
Somehow
using
she
in
said they're
during
still.
Colton Creasy, during his police interview,
Yeah.
he was talking about how uh this is where to use a place as a trap house, they target individuals that are having trouble of making ends meet, kind of getting to know them, being like, hey, if you allow
Yeah.
us to use your house as a drug house, you don't have to worry about making ends meet anymore. But
Right.
every single one on her witness list goes back in around that drug ring.
Yeah.
Why? She's got murderers like Jennifer Dean sitting on her
Mm.
witness list. When she won that lawsuit, Jennifer Dean Barnes,
Well, I was just gonna say, is there
a
Jennifer Dean
convicted murderer, the
of
last
who?
two,
Of who? Who did she murder?
Willie Smith Jr. out of
Okay.
Lafayette.
And then the other
He
one.
was lured to come to Florida for $120. He thought he was coming and paying a girl, the roommate of Jennifer, that she had
Mm-hmm.
staying with her boyfriend. They were staying with Jennifer, and they all planned on it was just going to be a robbery. Well, they end up murdering Willie Smith Jr.
Oh.
Yeah, and this is
Yeah.
2 years after Renee Anthony just had her on the one on High Bridge
Mm-hmm.
doing videos with him.
Yeah.
2 years later, she's now convicted behind bars. Was paid only $20 for her role in Willie Smith Jr.'s murder.
Yeah.
And I want you to keep in mind, Gabriel Ellis in this drug ring,
Yeah.
his little followers, for the longest time, he was. Give me a second. I gotta switch headphones. I got one dying on me.
Mhm.
Give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
But for the longest time, he was a Saxonite white supremacist when he
Yeah.
goes to prison. And when it comes to Karena, Willie Smith Jr., Javon Blackwell, his two sons out of Marion, there's over 10 murdered and missing and murdered blacks when it comes to Gabriel Ellis and his fellow white supremacists and like-minded individuals.
Oh, you said
That's the
blacks?
real mindset when it comes to these over 10 murdered blacks.
Mm.
When it comes to back that same drug ring, the ones in and around him, their mindset.
Here's the weird thing about that you say that too. Okay, so Galen, she's in a house and they're probably doing whatever while the girls are sleeping or whatever.
Oh, there's
And
a story that she let out that she left after midnight, and I think it was close to 3, and had
she
to
didn't
meet
go.
somebody at her work.
Oh,
It was a deal at her work
a deal.
around 3 a.m.
Oh,
And she can't get the story right. She changes it from like midnight, or her and the girls got back at midnight, and but then it came out, and I've got it where it's in writ where she was talking about like leaving for a little short bit, going to her work, meeting somebody real quick, and coming right back to the house.
yeah. I guess that would make sense.
But one thing I do want to bring up is everybody on her uh, Galen Rose lawsuit witness
Mm.
list. You can
Yeah.
still find it. Do a my case, and everybody on her lawsuit
Yeah.
was involved directly with that drug ring. Every single one.
Wow.
Then when she's now asked if she'll work with ISP and others, you had your chance.
Mhm.
And refusing to work with law enforcement. And then when law enforcement looked this back up a while back, was asking her about the traffic coming in and out of the house. Would she be willing to talk to him about that? No.
Really?
They weren't dumb. They knew.
So so Greeno wasn't with her and they both left 15 minutes before the fire or after the fire?
Corey Dean and Jennifer Dean Barnes, they left out of that kitchen, went out the back porch, and it was just moments right before that fire started. And like I heard, there was a witness that said there was about a 34-inch blue flame going through the kitchen when he was in there, leading to that back porch.
Oh,
And she's even let it be known, Colton let it be known, that school papers, backpacks, like summer clothes, she
yeah.
was using the back porch as a store all.
Hmm.
Was
Yeah, I
running out
remember
of
you
closet
talking.
space and everything, so they said it was completely full of clutter on that back porch. So anybody drug wise coming in and out of that house would know
Yeah.
the back door. Even she let it be known.
Do you
Didn't
think
lock.
traffic was still going on after the house was on fire and it was empty? Do you think because there was still a trail going in and out of that house, like in that
No.
garage?
But the last two people, and they even she's let it openly be known, Corey Dean and Jennifer Dean, which Jennifer Barnes Dean
Yeah.
were the last two to leave her apartment just moments before the fire. But
Wow.
yet nothing to look at. Don't look at them. But yet, like I said, Jennifer and Corey, they got back friends with like Brad German, Terry German.
Yeah.
I've got this all screenshotted and saved. And it's just it irks me because when I brought it up to Becky Patty, like Tyler
Uh-huh.
Joe French, when I brought up Tyler Joe French, his picture, oh my God, who is he? Where's he from? And I brought up the name. She's like, oh, I've heard that name before.
Mm-hmm. Why you were in a
But she was so
Latino
interested
thing?
when it came to Tyler Joe French. And then, like, I showed her the messages. I even told her in the conversation with both Anna and Becky, I was like, the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force, my agent over me,
Mm-hmm.
new suspects and intel, the same names I'm telling you, FBI knew about their roles in another missing murdered. Delphi was preventable.
Yeah.
Flora was preventable. Logansport,
Mhm.
preventable.
Yep.
They knew suspects. FBI knew and had suspects for years, like Brad. But like I said, it was the mix of the militia they belonged to. There was some
Yeah.
felons and drug dealers that joined that militia. Their
Mm-hmm.
Odinism thing, same thing. There was Odinism. The Sons of Odin is actually by name in the text to and from me and my handler, Michael Curtis.
Yeah.
You'll see that is one of the reasons, along with a drug ring, the ties and connections there, and the Odinism and militia. The events that was going on Ron Logan's property from February 10th to the 12th. The reason he was up there back 13th with his partner was they
Mm-hmm.
had to come back addresses, places of work that they found. They had to make sure that those were correct, up to date, so they could put
Yeah.
these suspects from just people of interest to now domestic terrorism suspects. And they showed this group training on Ron Logan's property, and everybody laughed at me, thought I was nuts for almost 8 years, going on 8 years now. And after Karenas, it's 126 days to Delphi, and it was like 72 days to Flora. After
Right.
Karenas, they knew suspects. Even after Delphi, 96 days after, Jeremy Patterson's murder, his roommate was a
Yeah.
long-time FBI suspect, domestic terrorist,
Mm-hmm.
known to the FBI.
Yeah.
When I let him
Yeah.
know that he helped and all the information I was getting from Jeremy's mom But the moment she found out I was a federal snitch, oh my God, he's a fucking snitch, y'all. Fucking, oh my God, look at this. Was trying
But
to,
you
yeah.
didn't get them in trouble, did you?
No, like, the reason I was let go, and I showed it earlier, the reason I was let go, I went to other agencies
Yeah.
using his name by name, his
And
aka
yeah,
nickname,
he
Mike
didn't want you
Fries,
to. Yeah, and he didn't want you to
my
use it.
informant's name, my real name, and the hard copies between me and him. I went to the DOJ, DEA,
Yeah.
Homeland Security. Those are the federal agencies that I went to using him by name, our professional relationship, the hard copies. That's why you see him. I told you many, many times not to go to any other agencies. But this is mind you, after you told me to go talk to the locals,
Yeah, because
KPD,
he was probably
give
gonna
Brent
hide it.
McClerkin's
You
case.
know, he was probably gonna hide the truth when you found it out.
But what really pissed him off is when Don Whitehead, just like Mullins, the investigative prosecutor, Howard County,
Yeah.
had a federal informant turned witness, turned victim, sitting in front of him when KPD and ISP was trying to get me for withholding information and obstruction of justice on Karina's case.
Really.
But I showed him hard copies where I was told 2016 when it came to Karina and Delphi, talk to Michael Curtis, my handler, and FBI only. Don't talk to the locals.
Yeah.
And yes, Delphi and Karina was in writ when it comes from 2016 on to 2017. Only talked to him and the FBI. But then I think it was October 2018. Go talk to KPD. Go talk to locals. But I have him from like 2016 on. I will write all this up. I'll document it, get it to the criminal just investigation uh, part of the FBI, the what is it, organized crime unit.
Yep.
Then just days after Delphi, he was saying he was going to come up, interview me, get my full testimony, audio and video, written testimony, and forward it. That was 100 and I think 68 days or 178 days from Delphi. If he would have done that, FBI could have acted on suspects that killed the girls. He refused to do that, and he kept promising. And I've got all these texts, the hard copies. Like I said, who, what, when, where, and why. Ron Logan's property. They had the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force. Everybody thought I was nuts, a laughing stock. Until now, it's on documented files. Yes, the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force was in fact on an investigation up in Delphi. But keep in mind, there's something I said a while back, like earlier, 2016, Pulse nightclub, 2018, the school shooting, Florida, Joint Terrorism Task Force, FBI, new intel, refused to act, admitted just this and publicly known. They both had investigations and intel when it comes to both mass shooters. People are coming to them saying, hey, they're about to act. Had investigations dropped the ball, refused to
Mm-hmm.
act. Those mass murders were allowed to happen, adults and kids alike.
Yeah.
2016, 2018, same time frame. You had Michael Curtis, the FBI, knowing intel, having suspects in their files, my FBI informant files, Baffy files. Suspects are already involved in more than one missing murdered case. Then 96 days after, another suspect that FBI knew about for years helped in another murder. They
Right.
set on refused to act. It's Larry Nasser 2.0, only this time it costs lives. It was so
Yeah.
much easier. He kept his job and his pension, knowing
Mm-hmm.
if he went
Oh,
late
that
to his
pissed
boss, hey,
off.
I had an informant turn witness that was allowed to turn into while he was active still under me. A federal
Yeah.
victim had to get a protective order while active. It would have lost his job, his pension. He chose his pension, his retirement, 2018, and got
Wow.
rid of me. Why? Because I went over his head to other federal agencies begging to prevent further victims' loss of life, where he knew intel, refused to act, and was allowing even kids to be murdered. And when I
Yeah.
had a IMPD officer I went to school with, Garland, Cooper, you only see Cooper, but when he's like, I can tell you that there is some ties and connections and are continually still to be made. And the ties and connections was to Delphi and Karena McClerkin's case, to cases like Jamie Beasley, Mia Robertson, Mariah Coy, Tony Klein, others missing and murdered around Indy. He was showing that, yes, the same criminal network that I was showing him involved with those two was in fact involved with multiple cases down there. And they're, yes, IMPD as a whole have made ties and connections and are continuing making connections. I will keep you updated when I know more. He
Mhm.
decided to block me. Then I
Wow.
started publicly speaking out about him. So he actually called me back, like on Facebook, trying to use
Really?
his police powers. So I keep talking about him. I was like, you know the truth, and you know how to fix this.
Yeah.
Do it the legal way. Don't
Yep.
use your powers and come trying to shut me up when I'm legally allowed to do what I'm doing.
Yep.
You knew intel. You refused to act. And baby Mia Robertson, among others, were allowed to happen. I've been saying I'm going to do it, but Amber Robertson, her friends, back in around other missing murder cases down in Indy, besides her
Mhm.
daughters,
Mhm.
oh, what I can
Lots
show
of,
left and right
lots
back
of
to
young
her,
girls. Lots of young girls are missing from Indiana.
that was an 8-month old murdered. Her killer, Amber Robertson's boyfriend, only got 10
Um.
years. Like Alan only got 10 years. He only had served like 6, 7 years of that. He got out early. Then Alan, his promise, I can't wait to see meet you here soon. Same time frame that Tyler and the others, or I have what's coming to me one day soon. They can't wait to what I have coming to me. They know where I
Mhm.
live.
Keep your shit by you.
And
You
it's one
know.
thing. Years back when him and Jessica Clifton, go ahead and I know you're gonna post this. It's not gonna do any good. It's not like anybody's gonna watch or give a shit or let alone look. Go ahead and post this. I already know you are. Then his actions and her coming back, the federal hate crime, now targeting my disabilities on why they're targeting me, on who and what I was federally and what I am still federally am. I've got a criminal, I wouldn't say criminal, but a criminal psychiatrist that I've been working with along with my main psychiatrist. Both are willing to take this stand and my credibility. They know it's on more than one missing murders case. And when it comes to karenas, I've got a criminal psychiatrist that I've been working with, along with a psychiatrist. My PTSD, my
Yeah.
depression, I'm non psychosis. I am a mentally sound mind and body.
Yep.
I
I
am
get it.
credible. And they are willing to sit, knowing it's more than one missing murder case, that I'm a witness, informant, and federal
Yeah.
victim
Yep.
of. And if I need to take this stand, they're trying to use my PTSD why I should not be credible. Well, I've got two psychiatrists that are willing to take the stand behind me and beside me. And no matter how much they try to break me down, they will bring up my records, the worst I have right now. And nobody knows the hell what it feels like to close your eyes and seeing a little girl just turned 18. If they see me, I'm as good as dead. They have that spine chilling feeling in the shadows, in the darkness. Somebody's watching you. You know
Yeah.
that the spine chilling, bone chilling feeling, the goosebumps. And no matter
Yeah.
how hard you looked, even with you being trained, no matter how hard you looked, especially when she told me it wasn't Flint Farmers she was running from, it was over on Harrison. If they see me, I'm as good as dead. Pointed in that direction, and it wasn't from Village Pantry where Flint Farmer lived. She was looking back towards it was where Gabe Ellis's daughter, her apartment is. I think she left Flint Farmers, not Flint Farmers, but like Gabe Ellis admits, and even Jerry admits she left Flint's alive. I think she left Flint's and went over and was hanging out at Gabe Ellis's daughter's apartment. Then she started catching on. If they see me, I'm as good as dead. I feel that's the location because she was pointing and she was showing back to where his daughter's apartment was on
Yeah.
Washington Street by Speedway where we were. She kept
Mhm.
pointing in that direction and she wasn't looking back towards Flint's where Jerry tried even saying she left his and was banging on doors. I feel she left his after they found that she was hiding at Flint's when she begged him, I need a place to stay, I need a place to hide. He willingly helped her. But in Gabe's jailhouse confessions, he admit she left Gabe's alive. Not Gabe, but Flint's alive. Flint Farmer had nothing to do with Karena mcclerkin's case. That was in Jailhouse Confessions with Jerry mcclerkin and Andrea Jo Glassburn. And I've got the original, like what Jerry told me word for word. She tried going through and hiding all of her messages, but I already screenshot all that. All his jailhouse confessions that he made to her and Andrea Jo Glassburn, two of his visitors on his visitor list, was none other than Jerry mcclerkin and her best friend Andrea Jo Glassburn, aka Andrea Jo. During these visits with Gabe, he told everything like he told his attorney. His attorney dropped him. Knowing everything that he just told Jerry mcclerkin, the firefighter, everything Marlena told me, he backed up down to he and Paige, and the rest kept changing their stories. He was trying to say, oh, she was in respiratory distress and fell out of Paige's truck, so he had to pick her up, put her back in. So if you find his DNA or hair or anything, he had to pick her up, put her back in the truck. She was sober when I stopped to help her. And if they just left where I helped, where she was sane, fluently talking to me, she was not drugged up, she was aware of her surroundings, what was going on. Her cell phone was dying. So when Marlena got her cell phone, October 11th, I sent her a text later that day about noon when I got up. Hey, my name is Michael Phillips. I was the one that helped you last night. You gave your number just to make sure you got home. Did you make it home? Yes. Thank you for everything from Karina mcclerkin's cell phone number.
And you know it
I
wasn't
made
her.
sure to put my name, Michael Phillips. I was the one that helped you last night. Did you
Yeah.
make it home? Her mom said that she went after being contacted by Gabe and the rest at his daughter's apartment. Not only was she given a tour of the crime scene, how I knew everything, like what she told me, and I've got documented on file with FBI, down to the firefighters she names that killed her. But then everybody's wondering, like I brought up earlier, how would they know where the search team was going when it wasn't like over public airways? An active firefighter saying, hey, I'm going to borrow one of our radios and I'm going to go help with the Delphi search. A murdering rapist fucking firefighter being forced to, hey, we've got a missing case now over two girls we did a case on. How do you think they realized where the search team went through? How would they know? Hmm. If the girls weren't there when they walked through the first time, and how the hell, why the hell did that not come up? They searched that area earlier on, no girls. Then to
Yeah.
come back, oh yeah, the girls are in this area now.
Hmm.
That's been openly talked about and let known, even from the searchers. We searched that area already. The girls were not there. But then you have the locals. Is the FBI here? No? Please keep the FBI at bay if you can. Why are you wanting the FBI at bay from the crime scene? Riddle me that. That was on the scanner, the transcriptions, and it was on the radio broadcast. Is the FBI here? No? Well, if you can, keep them at bay if you can. Why keep the FBI at bay? But it does make sense when FBI knew intel and refused to act and had suspects, was already on an investigation, some of these same suspects on Ron Logan's property. And you notice where that's sitting silent. They haven't said anything. Well, remember they were kicked off by ISP and Doug Carter. Was it because of the corruption, the Good Old Boys Club, the drug ring? Were they starting to look towards that based on my BAPI informant files and the suspects? Even the ones setting friends with Tony Slocum? And when it comes to Tony Slocum, the Indiana State Trooper, there was a ex-girlfriend out of one of the Kokomo cartel members. Ex-girlfriend. She named a certain location on the Mexico border where one of the female cartel members that worked at a Swan Academy there in Kokomo would take time off and help traffic humans coming across the border and pick up product down there in the Mexico border. Well, I can show you still to this day Tony Slocum, an Indiana State Trooper. What the hell is he needing? Federal Policia? Local? They're pretty much Policia, like on the Mexican side of the border at a certain location, like federal and local Policia, their border patrol on their side. Then on the other side of the border, you've got our border patrol, sheriffs, local PD, their state on Texas. What the fuck is an Indiana State Trooper needing at just one location, the state board, like the Mexico border? Why the hell's he got friends on both sides of that border? Policia, federal, locals, on both sides. What the fuck is the Indiana State Trooper doing with friends like that? Make that make sense. And I can show that, and that's another thing about the show. Just like Frank Castiello and over 3 dozen militia members, many of these militia members go back friends with uh, Brad Holder, his wife, Amber Holder at the time. The back tattoo, I was telling Andrew that needs to go into evidence. You got her talking. Well, her back tattoo needs to go into evidence. That's your ticket on FBI, what they were doing in town, the investigation. Her back tattoo was your key. The I 3% back tattoo scratches that Brad Holder did on her back, and then posted and bragged about it to his militia buddies. Oh, look at the tattoo I did on my wife. Look at this. It looked like a kindergartner made the scratches with a tat pen. He was so proud of that tattoo, but it looked like a kindergartner sat there with a crown. Then he took it and put it on somebody's back. Instead of straight lines, you see all wobbly lines, and it it looked like some chicken scratch bullshit that he did on his wife's back and on a tattoo with a home kit. And he was so proud of it. I'm like, it looked like dog shit. I think a kindergartner could have been given that uh, tattoo machine and do a better job than Brad Holder could. But the back that she did, the I with the percent sign, And it was weird. It was like a emblem, like he did. Like it looked like a Nordic star, and inside of that Nordic star, he did like a Nordic shield. That's the best way I can call it. Is like a Nordic shield. Is the shape he did, and then the I with the percent sign tattoo he did on her back. I still got the picture, but it's the Indiana tier hellhounds, the Norse and pagan kindred. That's the real name of the sons of Odin, and it's the same one. February 11th, Amber and Brad was posting and recruiting for in 2018. And I still got that where it's the Indiana Tears TYR apostrophe S, and it's they misspelled it. It's Hell HEL Hounds HUNDS Norse and Pagan Kindred Indiana. That's the same Tears Hellhounds that was known to the FBI. And part of that was the training that was going on Ron Logan's property from the February 10th to the 12th. The reason he came back, like I said, is to follow up on addresses and places of work of the Delphi suspects. But he was inbred in the text I got from this agent, Kokomo, Logansport, Rushaville, that general area, Delphi, Lafayette. He only wanted in a certain geographical area the Sons of Odin, Norse, and Pagan, the mindset, all I could find. And it makes me sick when I've got text emails with Todd Click, the investigation, like Greg Ferenczi. They all only wanted what I had on Brad Holder only. Then when I've got Matthew, the text, the Dropbox, and it's like the defense team started getting the same blinders, looking at the same investigation, and only certain individuals. So they did the same blinders that the investigation team had on them and didn't want to hear about other practicing Odinists, like openly practicing and letting it be known that we're involved in Karena's case. We're praising and talking about Odinism since 2016. Hell tier, uh, Hell Odin, like Gabe Ellis and the rest, they're like since 2016 openly showing the Norse and pagan, like the kindred mindset. It drives me nuts that so many suspects that were known to the FBI and already involved in one missing and murdered case, they allowed to go on with other suspects that were known to them for years, like Brad. His training right there on Ron Logan's property. Everybody thought I was nuts, like I said, when it comes to the JTTF being in Delphi already, until it came out as what? The truth? Yes, they were already in Delphi on an investigation. I wonder what gave Andrew and Matt, Brad, the whole, hey, let's ask the FBI, is this some of the names? And was this why you're already in Delphi? Another thing that somebody brought up is they were asking for some like federal help when it comes to corruption. What did they find? Makes me wonder. But they didn't have any idea. Is Gabriel Ellis part of the Sons of Odin? You fucking bet me. How about the Kokomo crew? Uh, I've got some of the names. What other names do you have and know? And I'm talking to Andy, come like Monday or Wednesday or whatever. The conversations I got with Matthew, if he did exactly everything and didn't have his blinders on, just like the defense, only Brad Holder, it's the same thing Todd Click, and I've got the emails and texts with Todd Click. He did the same thing. What hard copies and what all do I know on Brad Holder? Recorded phone calls with Todd Click. He and the investigative group, they were doing the same thing. They only wanted information on certain individuals. All I had or all I could get on only like Brad Holder. Didn't want to be bothered with any other names or any ties and connections to other missing murder cases that were in Odinism. But like when you get time after we get off, Nick Edwards is held here, like here recently. His dressing up and having all the battle axes and stuff. His wife carving the gods like Odin, Tyr, the rest of them. Loki, like him and his wife were practicing Odinist, and it's the same friend of Garrett Kurtz that he named was a practicing Odinist, just like Christopher Mathis that helped him. The runes on his neck I found in 2017, like the full uh, picture of all the runes. But Christopher Mathis, the Odinism angle, helped in Nicole Bowen's case. His mugshot, the runes on his chest show right there partially. You can't rule that out. You can't say that's not involved with her case. There's individuals that help with him. And then Kurtz himself names friends of his that got the snuff and gore film that was made in Delphi. Did he receive it from like Megan? Other AK Odinist like her? Is that how Nick Edwards and that female that Kurtz named? Is that how they received it? Oh, Robin's going down and watching the show tomorrow. Are you still there? Hello. Guys, I think we lost Shawshank. I'm going on 5 hours. Hey, Shaw, like I said, email me, honeyevil.truecrime at gmail, and work with me, and I will come on do another live. But my phone's about to die, so I'm gonna go ahead and hop off here for tonight. But hey, remember, keep it little boy style, y'all, and keep it unhinged, y'all.